Chapter 1930. There are many capable people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Moreover, your granddaughter's fortune is profound. She will definitely have the ending that fellow Taoist Huang hopes for. Li Mingzhu of Shuiyu Mountain spoke with a voice like an oriole. Many thanks for fellow Taoist Li's good intentions. Huang Tianla smiled and waved his hand. The jade cup on the table flew up and Huang Tianla easily caught it. He raised it forward and said, "Come, I, Huang Tianla, represent the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain to toast everyone with a cup of spirit wine." Many thanks, fellow Taoist Huang. Everyone stood up and raised their cups with a smile. Of course, Xiaohua also stood up and frowned as he looked at the sparkling clear wine in the cup. He didn't like spirit wine, and when he saw Huang Tianla's smile, it was clearly filled with bitterness. Under these circumstances, no matter how delicious the spirit wine was, Xiaohua didn't have the heart to drink it. Thus, he waved his hand and sent the wine cup into the space. Fortunately, everyone was savoring the taste of the Huang family's spirit wine, so no one paid attention to Xiaohua. Otherwise, this kind of situation where the wine cup disappeared after tasting the wine would be laughable. After everyone finished drinking, Huang Tianla pointed his finger again and a wisp of dark green spirit wine poured into the wine cup from the jug. "Everyone, my Tianmen Mountain hasn't been so lively for a long time. Alas, unfortunately, it's not a happy occasion. However, since everyone came to my Huang clan, you are still my Huang clan's friends. In the future, if you need my Huang clan's help, please send a message. Come, for the sake of giving my Huang clan face, I thank everyone." While speaking, everyone drank the second cup in one gulp. Fellow Taoist Huang, Chu family's Chu Yuchang smiled and said, "The spirit wine of the Huang clan is indeed delicious. Within the coldness, there is a trace of heat. It's something that our families can't compare to." Chu Yuchang is also very willing to drink a few more cups. However, if fellow Taoist Huang toasts left and right like this, I'm afraid Chu will be drunk in a while and won't have the chance to treat your granddaughter. Fellow Taoist Chu is joking. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Tianla's face. I already knew fellow Taoist Crooked Soul's alcohol tolerance, so how could he have gotten drunk? Come, let this Huang propose a third toast to fellow Taoists. I beg the heavens to protect our cultivation families. Don't let the disciples of other families, and the disciples of other sects, encounter such strange things again. Well, since Huang Tianla had said so, no one could not help but raise their glasses. Moreover, everyone could see that Huang Tianla was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Fellow Taoist Huang is indeed in a good mood. You're still in the mood to drink wine with such a big family matter. A slightly hoarse voice rang out. It actually came from outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Which fellow Taoist? Huang Tianla exclaimed in surprise. However, when he saw the short, fat, and pockmarked Middle Foundation Establishment cultivator enter, his expression changed. What? Fellow Taoist Huang, do you not welcome me? The Foundation Establishment cultivator was wearing a suit of armor. Behind him, there were two other cultivators wearing the same suit of armor. Surprisingly, they were also early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. So it's fellow Taoist Shang Qinghe from Haoming City. I wonder if fellow Taoist Shang has come by himself or on behalf of Haoming City. Huang Tianla asked with an indescribable smile as he held the wine cup in his hand, unable to drink any more. He stared at the cultivator's footsteps and asked, "Is there a difference?" Shang Qinghe did not directly answer. Instead, he walked to the front of the hall and swept his gaze across the hall. Finally, his gaze landed on a cultivation family's table not far from Huang Tianla's. He stared at the Foundation Establishment cultivator from that family and walked straight over. Under his gaze, a trace of fear flashed through the Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyes. He slowly stood up as Shang Qinghe walked. Fellow Taoist, you don't mind if I sit in your seat, do you? Shang Qinghe said coldly. This. Just as the Foundation Establishment cultivator hesitated, the two early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators behind Shang Qinghe took a step forward with a whoosh. There was no pressure, and the two of them didn't even look at the cultivator. However, the two cultivators exuded a murderous aura and a bloody aura. As a result, the cultivator trembled and involuntarily took half a step back. However, as soon as he took a step back, he came to his senses. Even so, he couldn't move forward even if he wanted to. Fellow Taoist Lu Fan. Please sit here. Huang Tianle quickly smiled and pointed at a seat closer to him. That seat was occupied by a Foundation Establishment cultivator and two aura refining disciples, so there was still room for them to sit next to the table. No need. Lu Fan's expression changed a few times. He was truly embarrassed. He swung his sleeves and turned to leave. The several aura refining disciples beside him also stood up in a hurry and wanted to leave. Lu family from Chanxi. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Lu, do you have a problem with my arrival? Or, do you have a problem with me taking your seat? Shang Qinghe didn't sit down but said coldly to Lu Fan. What? Fellow Taoist Shang, this is Tianmen Mountain, not Haoming City. I don't need to tell you, the captain of the city guards, what do I want to do? Although Lu Fan was timid, he couldn't help but retort. Of course I can only manage the order of Haoming City. The order of Tianmen Mountain definitely doesn't need me. Shang Qinghe laughed. However, you want to leave as soon as I arrive. Isn't that not giving me face? Lu Fan gritted his teeth and looked at the people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. These people had different expressions in their eyes. Some were pitiful, some were lucky, and some were mocking. I suddenly remembered, there's still an important thing I haven't done. Lu Fan cupped his hands and smiled at Huang Tianle. Therefore, I have to leave first. Fellow Taoists. But just as Lu Fan turned around and cupped his hands to gesture to the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, a cold light flashed in Shang Qinghe's eyes. He winked at the two city guards beside him. The cultivator on the left rubbed his hands, and a series of confinement spells were thrown at Lu Fan. What are you doing? Lu Fan certainly paid attention to the movements of Shang Qinghe and the other two. Seeing that the opponent actually launched a sneak attack, he was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hands and wanted to cast a spell. However, just as he activated his dermic powers, the cultivator to the right of Shang Qinghe slapped his hand, and a silver saber that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. He swung it, and there was a flash of light on the saber that was half a foot long as it sliced through Lu Fan's neck. Poor Lu Fan. He was already trembling with fear. Seeing that someone had launched a sneak attack on him, he hurriedly counterattacked. But he didn't expect that the second city guard would actually kill him. Moreover, these two city guards cooperated well. Even Xiao Hua in the distance was surprised, so how could he dodge? With a pu sound, a mouthful of hot blood spurted out from Lu Fan's decapitated neck and sprayed out over 2 feet for no reason. His head, which had died with his eyes wide open, also fell onto the crimson-red ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Fellow Taoist Shang, what are you doing? Huang Tianle was furious. He jumped out and asked, Fellow Taoist Lu Fan is an honored guest invited by my Tianmen Mountain. How can you casually kill him in front of me? Two idiots. Shang Qinghe ignored Huang Tianle and swung his hands. With 2 crisp, pa-pa sounds, he slapped the faces of the 2 early-stage Foundation Establishment city guards. Who told you to attack? Didn't you see that the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is filled with early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators? Who can pose a threat to me? Your actions make me have to explain myself to fellow Taoist Huang. Yes, we know our mistake. The 2 city guards' expressions didn't change at all. They turned to Huang Tianle and said, "Fellow Taoist Huang, we were eager to protect our master. We acted hastily and caused trouble. We will take responsibility for this matter. If fellow Taoist Huang wants to punish us, we are willing to accept our punishment." This. When Huang Tianle saw this, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, how could he punish these two city guards? Even if they killed people in Tianmen Mountain, he didn't have the right to kill the two city guards. Even if he could kill the two city guards, the mastermind wasn't these two people. He had offended Haoming City for no reason. Fellow Taoists, you are so reckless. You are really letting down the city guards. Although I don't have the right to punish you, but, please give me your tokens. I will go to Haoming City in the future to see Taoist Master Yao Hong and ask him to uphold justice. Huang Tianle said helplessly. The two city guards said in unison, "We can leave our lives behind, but we can't leave our tokens behind. Please forgive us, fellow Taoist Huang." Fellow Taoist Huang, the tokens of the city guards of Haoming City are proof of identity. If you take the tokens and do something evil, how can I explain it to the city lord? Shang Qinghe said coldly, "I can let you punish these two city guards, but I can't give you my tokens." Huang Tianle thought for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. Fellow Taoists are witnesses to this matter. I am not afraid that Haoming City will deny it. Alas, the Lu family of Chanxi will wait for this matter. I will personally go and explain it to them." Then, Huang Tianle waved his sleeves and returned to his seat. Several disciples of the Huang family came up and cleaned up Lu Fan's corpse. Then, they took the qi refinement disciples of the Lu family away and replaced the spirit wine and other things on the table. "Come, fellow Taoist Huang, let me offer you a toast." Shang Qinghe sat down and waved his hand naturally. The jade cup flew up and he said with a smile. The two early-stage Foundation establishment city guards stood behind Shang Qinghe with their hands behind their backs. "Fellow Taoist Shang, do you have anything else to say after drinking this wine?" Huang Tianle looked at the wine cup in front of him and said with a fake smile. "Of course. How can I not say anything when I am here?" Shang Qinghe didn't care and said with a smile. "In that case, fellow Taoist Shang, please wait. I haven't finished my third toast yet." Huang Tianle said. "Is that so?" Shang Qinghe released his divine sense and quickly scanned everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. He didn't even let Xiaohua go. However, since Xiaohua was sitting far away and was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and the cultivators around him were all 10th-stage Qi refinement disciples except for Xue Xue, why would Shang Qinghe take him seriously? Chapter 1931. I haven't finished my toast yet. Who dares to disturb my mood? Shang Qinghe said coldly. Huang Tianle's wine cup was raised in his hand awkwardly. He sighed and drank it in one gulp. "I'll drink this cup myself. However, what I said earlier still stands." "Ha ha ha!" Shang Qinghe laughed and said, "I'm late. I wonder what fellow Taoist Huang is talking about." "It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with fellow Taoist Shang at all." Huang Tianle put down the wine cup and asked again, "Fellow Taoist Shang seems to have not answered my question yet." "Eh? What question? Is it more important than my toast?" Shang Qinghe asked curiously. Huang Tianle was not annoyed. He only chuckled and said, "I'm just asking fellow Taoist Shang. Are you here to represent Haoming City? Or are you here on your own? What's the difference?" Shang Qinghe stopped drinking the wine and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "Haven't I already answered this question? Of course there's a difference." Huang Tianle said unrelentingly, "Please answer, fellow Taoist Shang. So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Shang Qinghe still did not answer. "If you're here to represent Haoming City, then please get up. Don't sit down. My answer is the same as before. I will definitely not agree to Hao Ming City's conditions. Huang Tianle said calmly, if fellow Taoist Shang is not here to represent Hao Ming City, then sit down and listen to my arrangements like the other fellow Taoists. Ha! Shang Qinghe did not get up or answer. He only raised his wine cup and tasted it carefully. All right, Huang Tianle clapped and said, since fellow Taoist Shang is not getting up, it means that fellow Taoist Shang is not here to represent Hao Ming City. I'm relieved. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Shang Qinghe, who was sitting steadily behind the table, and the two city guards who looked like clay sculptures, with interest. Fellow Taoists. Huang Tianle raised his voice and was about to speak when he heard Shang Qinghe clapping his hands and said, fellow Taoist Huang, I have something to say. Oh, fellow Shang, please go ahead. Huang Tianle was slightly taken aback, but he still replied with a smile. I heard that fellow Taoist Huang's granddaughter had some problems with her cultivation, and she still hasn't recovered after more than a year. That's why I'm here to see if I can help fellow Taoist Huang. Shang Qinghe said with a smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Shang. There are many fellow Taoists in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall who are as eager as fellow Shang. Fellow Shang, please wait for a moment, Huang Tianle quickly smiled apologetically. Really? These little aura refinement brats? Shang Qinghe's gaze shifted as he sneered, if they can contribute, why would they need us foundation establishment cultivators? Furthermore, from what I've seen, all the fellow Taoists in the early stage of foundation establishment are present. I'm afraid none of them will be of any use. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Shang? Huang Tianle frowned and asked. If I don't take a look first, who would dare to look? Shang Qinghe's voice wasn't loud, but it shook the ears of every cultivator. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Huang Tianle stared at Shang Qinghe. Shang Qinghe calmly pointed his finger, and the wine in the jade pot poured into his mouth like a thin thread. He didn't take Huang Tianle's gaze seriously at all. Since fellow Taoist Shang values Tianmen Mountain's reputation so much, fellow Taoist Huang, let fellow Taoist Shang be the first to treat. We're just thinking the same as fellow Taoist Shang. As long as fellow Taoist Shang can cure the illness, we're more than happy to be treated here by fellow Taoist Huang. Su Mingyu from the Lumen sect quickly said with a smile when he saw the strange scene. That's right, that's right. Several cultivators from other cultivation sects also echoed. Their cultivation was not as good as Shang Qinghe's, but they were not afraid of Shang Qinghe because of their sections. However, when they saw Shang Qinghe kill the chicken to scare the monkey as soon as he entered the door, they were also surprised. Seeing that Shang Qinghe actually wanted to be the first to treat Huang Mengxiang's illness, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that Huang Mengxiang's illness was not as simple as they thought. In that case, who would be willing to take the lead? Fine, Huang Tianle said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Shang thinks so highly of me, what's wrong with letting fellow Taoist Shang be the first to treat? Fellow Taoist Huang, why didn't you say so earlier? Shang Qinghe stood up and clapped his hands. However, I'm a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The price for letting me do it is not small. Huang Tianle's expression changed slightly, but then he forced a smile and said, why? Before fellow Taoist Shang came to my Tianmen Mountain, didn't you know about the reward offered by my Tianmen Mountain? Is the life of your female cultivator more important? Or is the magic weapon more important? Huang Tianle said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Huang loves your granddaughter and can take out a precious magic weapon, then you must be able to take out other things as well. Huang Tianle flicked his sleeves and said, my Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has declined to this extent. If we can still take out other things, will the cultivators sitting here tolerate fellow Taoist Shang's wanton humiliation? Fellow Taoist Shang, don't say any more. I will definitely not agree to the conditions offered by your Hao Ming City. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't be anxious. Su Mingyu advised, fellow Daoist Shang has already said that he doesn't represent Haoming City. Let's see what his conditions are like. If it's possible and Meng Xiang can be cured, why wouldn't fellow Daoist Huang do it? Huang Tianle did not seem to care about Su Mingyu's face. He snorted coldly and looked at the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Well said, fellow Daoist Su. Shang Qinghe narrowed his eyes and said, what magic weapon did you take out? It's just to send these chi refinement brats away. How can I take a fancy to it? If I take action, I hope fellow Daoist Huang will take out your sex Vermilion Bird Ring. What? Vermilion Bird Ring? Huang Tianle looked down from the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in surprise and looked at Shang Qinghe with amusement. Fellow Daoist Shang's appetite is not ordinary. Although you didn't directly ask my Huang family to give up Tianmen Mountain like last time, you immediately set your eyes on my Huang family's ancestral magic weapon. This is really beyond my expectations. There are still many things beyond fellow Daoist Huang's expectations. Fellow Daoist Huang, don't be anxious. Take your time and watch. Shang Qinghe sneered and said, if fellow Daoist Huang doesn't want Huang Mengxiang to die young, take out the Vermilion Bird Ring. I guarantee that I will wake her up. Damn it, it's really this guy surnamed Shang's doing. At this point, even Xiao Hua, who had just arrived at Tianmen Mountain, understood what was going on. Fellow Daoist Shang. However, Huang Tianle still shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to promise you. Fellow Daoist, don't you know? My Huang family's Vermilion Bird Ring has long been lost. Where do you want me to take it back? Lost? That's your Huang family's ancestral magic weapon. How could it be lost just like that? Shang Qinghe sneered and said, I received accurate information that the Vermilion Bird Ring is in your Huang family's possession. If fellow Daoist Huang has the heart, why don't you make a blood oath and take a look? Chapter 1932. Blood Oath? Huang Tianle laughed from extreme anger. If I were to make a blood oath here, how would I have the face to see fellow cultivators in the future? Since you don't dare to make a blood oath, then the Vermilion Bird Ring will belong to your Huang clan. Shang Qinghe said slowly. Fellow Daoist Shang, Huang Tianle waved his sleeve, Xiang Heir is my granddaughter, whether I treat her or not is my business. Fellow Daoist Shang's conditions are too harsh, I can't agree, please do as you please. Shang Qinghe laughed. I'm already here. You want me to leave just because you say so? How could it be so simple? What do you want? Huang Tianle pulled his face and asked coldly. If you want me to treat her, I'll treat her. If you don't want me to treat her, I'll treat her. Shang Qinghe took a few steps forward and said, you just need to prepare the Vermilion Bird Ring. Fellow Daoist Shang, you're not here to treat her, right? You're here to take my life, right? Huang Tianle laughed. That's right. It's not just yours. The lives of dozens of cultivator sects and families in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall are in your hands. Even if you leave them alive, they won't. Tell me, can your Sky Gate Mountain still exist in the Dawn Rain continent? Shang Qinghe sneered. You. Huang Tianle was so angry that his body trembled again. He pointed his finger at Shang Qinghe and didn't know what to say. Many people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were shocked. Most of them stood up and looked at Shang Qinghe in horror. The Chang siblings' faces were also ashen. They stood up while trembling. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue sat steadily. Fellow Taoists, Huang Tianle waved his sleeve and laughed. You are my Sky Gate Mountain's honored guests. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll guarantee your safety. Don't panic. Chang Lihao and the others saw Xiao Hua's calmness at this moment. Then, they thought of everything that happened in the Cold River House and quickly sat down. However, they got closer to Xiao Hua. I'd like to see how you'll protect their lives. Shang Qinghe clapped his hand and a 3-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. However, this saber was emitting a faint golden brilliance. Don't force me, fellow Taoist Shang. Huang Tianle said through gritted teeth. Did I force you? I'm just here to help fellow Taoist Huang. Shang Qinghe said innocently. Ha ha ha! Huang Tianle clapped his hands, and a small, lifelike vermilion bird statue appeared. He activated his mana, and the statue emitted a vermilion glow. In an instant, the glow was blinding. Go! Hearing Huang Tianle's soft reprimand, the vermilion bird within the brilliance began to flap its wings. Dozens of rays of brilliance flew out from the center and shot towards the 4 walls of the vermilion bird palace hall. Bang! A burst of fire sounded. From the 4 walls of the vermilion bird palace hall, clusters of flames appeared. Those flames quickly spread upwards along the walls that were engraved with runes. When they reached the top of the palace hall, all of the flames began to revolve around the top of the palace hall. The runes on the walls moved upwards layer by layer, and the vermilion bird formed by the runes seemed to be shaking its feathers. Following the emergence of the flames, the windows and doors of the vermilion bird palace hall that were previously exposed were now sealed. The entire vermilion bird palace hall became a cluster of flames. Squeak! Although it wasn't as clear as Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body, it was still soul-shaking. A vermilion bird formed by flames flew out from the top of the vermilion bird palace hall. An incomparably huge aura comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator was emitted from the vermilion bird palace hall. However, the face of the vermilion bird formed by flames wasn't clear. Even its eyes were closed. Fellow Taoist Shang, you forced me to do this. Huang Tianle's face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling slightly. Shang Qinghe didn't seem to care about the formation of the vermilion bird at all. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he sneered, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has always been struggling on the verge of death. Is it all because of the vermilion bird flame array of Tianmen Mountain? It's a pity that this formation, which is said to be able to kill even a nascent soul stage cultivator, has shocked the entire Dawn Rain continent. However, I know that this formation has long lost its effectiveness. What the Huang family's master can activate is merely a facade that lives up to its name. Is that so? Hearing Shang Qinghe's words, all of the cultivators under the vermilion bird's aura were aghast. Shang Qinghe was right. Even the city lord of Haoming City only came to negotiate terms. If the terms couldn't be reached, he would leave. He didn't want to be entangled with Tianmen Mountain at all. This vermilion bird flame array was a big key, and Shang Qinghe was actually inside it. He was so relaxed that he didn't care about it at all. You. How did you know? Huang Tianle's face became even paler. His eyes flashed with determination as he asked coldly. Ha ha ha, you don't need to know how I know. Shang Qinghe laughed loudly. Since I dared to enter the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and am not afraid of being sealed, I naturally have my own confidence. So. Fellow Taoist Shang doesn't plan to retreat. Huang Tianle said again, if fellow Taoist Shang retreats now, I'll pretend that this never happened at all. As long as fellow Taoist Huang takes out the Vermilion Bird Ring, I'll immediately turn around. Shang Qinghe still didn't give in. Okay, then I'll let you have a taste of Tianmen Mountain's Vermilion Bird Great Array that has lost its effectiveness. Huang Tianle spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the Vermilion Bird statue in his hand. It shook with difficulty. The vermilion bird in the ball of light flapped its wings. The 100-foot-tall vermilion bird flame also flapped its wings and rushed toward Shang Qinghe. The swaying flame rushed toward Shang Qinghe's face with its monstrous aura, suppressing Shang Qinghe's power. However, Shang Qinghe patted his forehead and released the power of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He was actually able to barely resist it. Under the activation of his magic power, not only did the protective yellow talisman and other things shine, but a long faint shadow also appeared on the golden saber in his hand. The vermilion bird flame flew past Huang Tianla's head and was about to rush towards Shang Qinghe. However, Huang Tianla let out a long roar and his entire body suddenly shook. A vermilion bird dharma body that was 3 feet in size rushed out from his body. Ah! Vermilion bird dharma body? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, and the cultivator families with sharp eyes all cried out in astonishment. The 3-foot-tall vermilion bird dharma body rushed into the vermilion bird flame that was flying down from above. As the vermilion bird dharma body submerged into it, the vermilion bird flame instantly shrank to about 10 feet. Its previously unclear face suddenly appeared, and a pair of cold eyes also suddenly appeared. These eyes were staring at Shang Qinghe. Ouch! When Shang Qinghe saw that the vermilion bird's eyes seemed to be able to see through him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, a string of phantoms flew out from the golden saber magic weapon and slashed into the air. At the same time, Shang Qinghe cast several spells on himself, seemingly to strengthen his defense. Unfortunately, before the phantoms of the golden saber magic weapon could fly in front of the vermilion bird, they were fanned away by the vermilion bird's wings without a trace. Ignorant man, you misled me. Shang Qinghe was awakened by the terrifying vermilion bird flame in front of him. He shouted loudly and wanted to fly away. Moreover, he seemed to want to take out a magic weapon from his storage bag. However, the vermilion bird flew extremely fast. Shang Qinghe only flew half a foot, and the brilliance in his hand had not yet appeared. The vermilion bird passed through him and rushed to the 2 city guards in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm behind him without stopping at all. Boom, 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 red flames suddenly appeared on Shang Qinghe and the 2 city guards behind him. In an instant, the 3 people's bodies were ignited. Without waiting for the 3 people to do anything, and without hearing the 3 people's screams, their bodies were turned into ashes. Then, the exposed bones in the fire were also burned one by one, turning into ashes that fell to the ground. Squeak, there was another vermilion bird cry. The entire vermilion bird flame flew to the top of the vermilion bird palace hall and disappeared, but Huang Tianla's vermilion bird dharma body didn't come out. Of course, only Xiao Hua could see the vermilion bird flame fly to the top of the palace hall. The eyes of the others fell on the 3 flames, the 3 flames that instantly killed the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. This is a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Su Mingyu murmured, there are still 2 city guards in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. They didn't have the power to fight back at all. Seeing the flames gradually dissipating, everyone's hearts were still beating fast. It seemed that they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Cough cough, Huang Tianla seemed to have aged a lot. He actually coughed twice and covered his mouth. He slowly walked to the side of the table and slowly sat down. When he raised the wine jug and poured himself a cup, he leisurely drank it. Only then did a faint blush appear on his face. Fellow Taoist Huang. Xia Yushi of Jingqi Peak sighed with emotion. The vermilion bird flame array is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is said that it can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. It is indeed possible. Alas, the captain of the city guards of Haoming City died here. I'm afraid it will be difficult for fellow Taoist Huang to explain. Chang Si of the Jiang Yupai said worriedly. Didn't fellow Taoist Huang ask clearly earlier? Did you come here on behalf of Haoming City, or did you come here on your own? Su Mingyu smiled and said, since you came here on your own, don't blame others for your lack of skills. Besides, if you want to blame fellow Taoist Huang, you have to see if the vermilion bird flame array of Tianmen Mountain is willing. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoists. Huang Tianla smiled and said, this bastard has evil intentions towards my Tianmen Mountain. As soon as he came He killed our distinguished guest of Tianmen Mountain and forced me to take out my long-lost ancestral treasure. I killed him. Firstly, I can give an explanation to the Lu family of Chanxi. Secondly, I can also help Haoming City clean up the city. I think Taoist Yan Hong will also understand this matter. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Huang Tianla let Shang Qinghe kill Lu Fan so easily just now. It turned out that Huang Tianla already had the intention to kill him. However, they never thought that Huang Tianla, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment, could kill Shang Qinghe, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and 2 city guards who were in the early stage of foundation establishment. This vermilion bird flame array was really terrifying. Chapter 1933. Therefore, everyone unconsciously looked at the flames around the vermilion bird palace. Fellow cultivators, Huang Tianla seemed to understand everyone's thoughts and smiled apologetically. I just activated the vermilion bird formation and consumed a lot of spiritual power. I can't open the formation at this time. Don't be afraid, you are my distinguished guests. After I recover my spiritual power, I will open the formation immediately. Ha ha ha, Su Mingzong laughed and said, fellow cultivator Huang, you are really treating us as outsiders. We have been staying in the Tianmen Mountain for more than 10 days. What evil intentions do you have? With the protection of this formation, we are safe, not to mention an evil guest like Shang Qinghe. Ha ha ha, that's right. All the cultivators laughed and felt relieved. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought to himself, in order to kill Shang Qinghe, Huang Tianla threw the vermilion bird's celestial body into the vermilion bird flame formation. Looking at his weak appearance now, I'm afraid it's not just a simple consumption of spiritual power. If there is no accident, Huang Tianla's life is in danger. Moreover, what does Shang Qinghe mean by an ordinary man misleads me? However, since the last sentence was heard by everyone, such as Su Mingzong and the others, Xiao Hua didn't want to be nosy. Fellow cultivators, please drink this 3rd cup of wine. I hope that good things are hard to come by. Today, we can find the cause of Xiang Er's illness. Huang Tianla waved his hand and let the disciples standing in the palace fill his wine cup. Good. Everyone finally finished the 3rd cup of wine and quietly waited for Huang Tianla's arrangement. Huang Tianla drank the spirit wine in the wine cup in his hand, then he clapped his hand. With a pa-pa sound, the disciple who was standing behind him took a few steps back and walked to a decoration on the left side of the hall. He took out a token and pasted it on it. With the activation of spiritual power, the decoration emitted a faint red brilliance. The brilliance spread out for about 10 meters in front of him, and then there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the space. It gradually faded like paint, revealing a crimson jade bed. On the jade bed, a young woman was sleeping soundly, and beside the woman was a middle-aged woman in tears. Another male cultivator who looked very similar to Huang Tianla was standing beside the jade bed with a sad face. Xiao Hua and the others' expressions changed when they saw the 2 cultivators around the 12th layer of qi refining appear. They'd all used their divine senses to scan the entire vermilion bird palace hall, but none of them had discovered that there was actually still a restriction in that place. Furthermore, there were still people behind the restriction. Seeing the restriction open, the female cultivator wiped her tears and stood up from the bed, revealing her charming face. I, Huang Liang, and I, Yang Yu, greet fellow Taoists. The male and female cultivators bowed to the other cultivators and said, we thank everyone for coming from afar for the matter of my daughter. Oh, so it's Huang Tianla's son and daughter-in-law. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't seen Huang Tianla's son. It turned out they were all hiding here. However, seeing that Huang Liang and Yang Yu were only at the peak of qi refining, everyone understood even more. We don't dare. Thinking that Huang Liang might be the head of Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan in the future, no one dared to be negligent. Most of them cupped their hands and returned the greeting. Liang, how is Xiang Er's condition? Huang Tianle asked. I'll let father know. There's no change. Huang Liang whispered. Good. Huang Tianle turned to the crowd and said, my family's Xiang is here. I'm sure everyone can see it with their divine sense. Of course, everyone can come to the front and treat him carefully. However, everyone only has one chance, and the time is only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I hope everyone can understand. Then, with a wave of his hand, a crimson magic tool appeared in his hand. He said sorrowfully, this is Tianmen Mountain's magic tool, Sparrow Drink. If any fellow Taoist can wake Xiang up, this magic tool will belong to that fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and he saw that in Huang Tianle's hand was a magic tool that looked like an inkstone. A faint crimson radiance flowed within it. It was obviously an exceptional fire-type magic tool. He then looked at the surrounding aura-refining cultivators, and their eyes all revealed greedy gazes. Fellow Taoist Huang. Su Mingyu said softly, from what Shang Qinghe said just now, it seems, it has something to do with Xiang Er's coma. Fellow Taoist Huang was too careless just now. If it's a trick by that bastard, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to solve it. Huang Tianle waved his hand and the magic tool, Sparrow Drink, was placed on the table. He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I'm careless, but that bastard is too overbearing. If I only use this Sparrow Drink to counteract, how could I be so ruthless? That bastard not only covets my Tianmen Mountain's ancestral magic tool, but also wants to use everyone's lives to threaten us. It's not that I haven't thought of compromising and using this to exchange for Xiang Er's life, but, is it that simple? Forget it. Su Mingyu sighed and said, it's useless to say more now. I'll be the first to take a look. I hope I can see something. Fellow Taoist Su, please. Huang Tianle stood up and accompanied Su Mingyu to the crimson jade bed. Huang Mengxiang's jade-like cheeks were extremely beautiful, and her thin and long eyebrows were enchanting. Although her eyes were slightly closed and her real expression could not be seen, her long eyelashes were trembling slightly as if she was having a wonderful dream. It was really pitiful. Su Mingyu had already checked with his divine sense and found nothing unusual. He walked to the window, cupped his hands and said to Huang Liang, fellow Taoist Huang, I'm sorry to offend you. Senior Su, please. Huang Liang bowed in return. Su Mingyu stretched out his hand and placed a finger between Huang Mengxiang's eyebrows, transferring a wisp of true energy. However, after nearly half a cup of tea's time, Su Mingyu frowned and opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He withdrew his hand and said with a wry smile, fellow Taoist Huang, I've embarrassed myself. This girl, clearly looks like she's asleep. There's nothing unusual at all. Senior Su, you're right. That's the problem. Yang Yu smiled apologetically and said, Xiang has been in the 9th layer of qi refining for a long time. How could she sleep so much? Even if she's really asleep, why can't she be woken up? She's been sleeping for more than a year. Her cultivation hasn't improved but has regressed. Alas, forgive me for being powerless. Su Mingyu sighed. Although I've prepared some methods, it doesn't seem to be effective. Let's look at the other fellow Taoists. It's fine. Fellow Taoist Su, please take a seat. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically. When Su Mingyu returned to his seat, a few cultivators came over and asked in low voices. Su Mingyu answered them in full detail. Then, Jing Qi Feng Xia Yu came forward and took out a diamond-shaped jade pendant from his storage bag. He said with a smile, this is my Jing Qi Feng's magic tool, Rain Dew. It's used to clear the heart and purify the spirit. I specially brought it here. I hope it'll be useful. Chapter 1934. Okay, Senior Xia, please help. Huang Liang looked at it and nodded in agreement. Xia Yujiang did not hesitate. He waved his hand and the raindrops flew on Huang Mengxiang's forehead. Then, Xia Yujiang cast a few spells on the raindrops. The raindrops emitted a light blue brilliance and turned into a palm-sized cloud. Then, like raindrops, a light blue liquid dripped from the cloud and fell on Huang Mengxiang's forehead. When the liquid fell on Huang Mengxiang's forehead, it immediately seeped into it and disappeared. However, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, Huang Mengxiang still did not move. During this time, he only frowned slightly and licked his lips with his light red tongue. Alas! Xia Yujiang put away the raindrops and shook his head. It seems that it still can't treat the illness. I can't do anything. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Huang Tianla's expression did not change. He raised his hand and asked Xia Yujiang to return to his seat. Then, more than a dozen cultivators in the early stage of foundation establishment used either magic tools or spells. There was even a cultivator who took out a smelly pill and wanted Huang Mengxiang to take it. Huang Tianla naturally refused. After the cultivator took a little of it, Huang Tianla took the pill and put it into Huang Mengxiang's mouth. Unfortunately, these cultivators could not wake Huang Mengxiang up. When it was Xiaohua's turn, Xiaohua simply didn't stand up, and only waved his hand. That Huang Tianla also faintly nodded, and indicated for the next cultivator to come up. 4 hours quickly passed. Not only had all the foundation establishment cultivators seen it, even 90% of the other qi condensation disciples had seen it. Only a few cultivators sitting near the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had yet to stand up. At this time, a strong young cultivator stood up and walked to Huang Tianla. He bowed and said, "Junior Zheng Ziho from Meng Country's Dengming Mountain greets Senior Huang." Oh! A disciple of Meng Country's Dengming Mountain? Huang Tianla was obviously stunned. Looking at Zheng Ziho's jade-like face and bright eyes, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect the matter of my Tianmen Mountain to spread to Meng Country. I'll let Senior Huang know that this junior has come to the country of Xi to gain experience. Coincidentally, this junior has come to broaden my horizons." Zheng Ziho replied politely, "Naturally, I hope that I can help Senior Huang to wake Miss Mengxiang from her coma." "Alright, go take a look." Huang Tianla nodded. This Huang's bounty didn't say that it was limited to the country of Xi. "If you can save Xiang, I can give you the sparrow drink." "Thank you for your generosity, Senior Huang." Zheng Ziho came before the jade bed and bowed respectfully to Huang Liang and Yang Yu. Only then did he reach into his bosom and pull out a small spirit storage bag. This little cultivator actually has a spirit storage pouch. Xiaohua was very sensitive to this kind of thing and immediately recognized it. The other foundation establishment cultivators soon recognized him as well. Their faces were either filled with realization or regret. In any case, there were many different expressions. Zheng Ziho opened the spirit storage bag and muttered something. Then, he pointed his finger and a hornet-like spirit insect flew out from the bag. As soon as the spirit insect flew out, it made a soft buzzing sound and circled Zheng Ziho twice before floating in front of him. "Senior Huang, this is a spirit insect, hummingbird. This junior has raised it to check on Miss Mengxiang's condition." Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked respectfully, "Hummingbird?" Before Huang Tianla could speak, Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of the records in the insect scripture. Of course, he was just casually looking at it. Now that he saw a real spirit insect, he naturally thought of the records, hummingbird, sensitive to all kinds of spiritual energy in spiritual objects. It has no attack power and is ranked 22nd. This spirit insect itself has no value. It's just that it can sense all kinds of spiritual energy. That's why it's ranked so high. Xiaohua thought, this Zheng Ziho can raise this thing. It might be unexpected. Huang Tianle seemed to have heard of the hummingbird's name. He looked at it and nodded slightly. Thank you, Senior Huang. Zheng Ziho smiled slightly, revealing his white jade-like teeth. He looked very graceful. Go, Zheng Ziho muttered the incantation again. After a moment, he pointed his finger. The hummingbird circled in the air for a while and then flew down. It actually drilled into Huang Mengxiang's straight nose. Zheng Ziho immediately sat down with his eyes closed and his palms facing the sky. His hands formed an unknown seal. Zheng Ziho's expression was indifferent at first, then a little stunned, then a little surprised, then a little sleepy. In the end, his brows wrinkled tightly and then relaxed again. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Huang Tianle's heart seemed to change along with Zheng Ziho's expression from time to time. When Zheng Ziho opened his eyes, he immediately said, Honorable nephew Zheng. Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he faintly smiled and pointed his finger at Huang Mengxiang. Then, as if there was a heavy object hanging from his fingertips, he slowly lifted it up. The hummingbird slowly crawled out of Huang Mengxiang's nose. The hummingbird appeared to be very tired. It barely flew half a foot in the air before suddenly falling down. However, Zheng Ziho extended his hand and caught it. He immediately put it away in his spirit storage pouch. Honorable nephew Zheng, you've worked hard. Huang Tianle knew that Zheng Ziho had exhausted his mind. He unconsciously felt warm in his heart and smiled. How is the situation? It's all right. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Zheng Ziho's voice carried a trace of exhaustion as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Ah. Not only was Huang Tianle shocked, all of the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were greatly shocked. They didn't think that Huang Mengxiang's condition would be diagnosed by a little cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. It was truly inconceivable. Honorable nephew Zheng, please speak. Huang Tianle said happily. I'll let Senior Huang know that Miss Mengxiang was implanted with a dream mirage butterfly. Zheng Ziho seemed to want to shock people to death and said without hesitation. What? Dream mirage butterfly? How is this possible? Huang Tianle shook his head. Although this old man doesn't know anything about spiritual insects, I still know a little about them. This dream mirage butterfly has long been extinct in my Xiaoyu continent. How could it appear in my Tianmen mountain? Besides, in ancient times, the dream mirage butterfly was good at creating illusions. It was usually used in the eye of an illusion array. How could it be implanted in Xiang Er's body? That's right. Su Mingyu also smiled. Although Meng Xiang is unconscious, it is completely different from the dream mirage butterfly's dream. If the ancient dream mirage butterfly appeared in Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid the entire Tianmen Mountain would become an illusion and we would all be people in the illusion. What the seniors said is reasonable. Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry and said, just now, this junior was also surprised. This junior didn't expect to encounter this ancient spiritual insect. However, this ancient spiritual insect seems to be a larva, just an egg. Therefore, it can only create a dream in Miss Meng Xiang's body and can't affect others. This junior used the wasp gang to perceive the power of the dream and quickly escaped. Because of this junior also suffered a little injury. Dream mirage butterfly? Larva? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. The insect scripture didn't say that the dream mirage butterfly was extinct, but it was listed as the first spiritual insect. But listening to Zheng Ziho's words, it was reasonable and didn't seem to be hiding anything. Then, how can fellow Zheng wake up Xiang Er? Huang Liang was overjoyed. He didn't care about the dream mirage butterfly, he just wanted to know how to wake up his daughter. Zheng Ziho was a little embarrassed and hesitated, but he didn't answer. Nephew Zheng, if you have any difficulties, just say it. Huang Tianle frowned and said, as long as this Huang can bear it, I will definitely do it. Zheng Ziho sighed and said, this junior doesn't know how to transmit sound, so I will say it now. Just say it. Huang Tianle looked around and said calmly. This junior is able to take out the eggs of the dream mirage butterfly, but this method is passed down from ancient times and has long been incomplete. This junior, because this method is too harmful to the harmony of the heavens, this junior has never used it. Nephew Zheng, is it because you are not sure? Huang Tianle asked. I am sure, Zheng Ziho said awkwardly, the method is to interfere with Miss Meng Xiang's primordial yin. Ah. Huang Tianle was dumbfounded. Of course, Senior Huang, this method is passed down from ancient times and will not affect Miss Meng Xiang's foundation establishment. Zheng Ziho quickly explained with a red face. But even if he explained, how could Huang Tianle's brows loosen? How could everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall not be stunned? Primordial yin, how could it be interfered with at will? A female cultivator's primordial yin could only be picked by her dual cultivation partner, others could not touch it. Of course, the primordial yin of a female cultivator of the Immortal Beauty sect was originally for sale and could not be generalized. But since Huang Mengxiang's primordial yin could not be touched at will, she could only sleep sweetly in the dream created by the dream mirage butterfly's larva until she finally died of old age. But if Huang Mengxiang's primordial yin was touched, she could only dual cultivate with that person, otherwise she could only guard it for the rest of her life. This junior has nothing else to say. If Senior Huang is willing, this junior will first report to the sect. This matter is really beyond this junior's expectations, so I ask Senior Huang to reconsider. Zheng Ziho's face was red as he cupped his hands to Huang Tianle, Huang Mang, and Yang Yu, then silently walked back to his seat. Jean, what do you think? Huang Tianle had no choice. After all, he was only a grandfather. If this matter really concerned Huang Mengxiang's life, he could only ask Huang Mengxiang's parents. When Yang Yu and Huang Mang heard Zheng Ziho's words, they had been communicating with each other for a long time. The two of them seemed to be somewhat willing, but also somewhat unwilling. After all, Zheng Ziho looked good, and Wind God Ruyu was worthy of Huang Mengxiang. But on the other hand, Sky Gate Mountain did not know much about the Zheng family of Ascending Light Mountain, and Zheng Ziho was only at Qi Refinement Stage 8, which could not be compared to Huang Mengxiang who was at the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 9. Hearing Huang Tianle's question, Huang Mang communicated with Yang Yu for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, Father, since it's the dream mirage butterfly, unless it's an ancient secret technique, even if the spirit husbandry sect's disciples came personally, they would not be able to get rid of it. Furthermore, we can't try this method. If Heavenly Gate Mountain has made up our mind and the Zheng family is willing, we have no choice but to be cautious. Chapter 1935. Alas, how can I not be cautious? Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. Huang Mengxiang was his granddaughter, and Huang Mang had no children. If there was no accident, Huang Mengxiang's husband would be in charge of Tianmen Mountain. Even if the other branches would dispute, Huang Mengxiang's husband would get half of Tianmen Mountain's power. This was not something that could be decided casually. It involved the marriage between Shi country's Tianmen Mountain and Meng country's Dengming Mountain. Moreover, the cause of Huang Mengxiang's illness had been found, and the cure had been found, but who planted the eggs of the dream mirage butterfly? What if the instigator was Zheng Ziho? This had to be carefully considered. Of course, Huang Tianle was also very clear that with Zheng Ziho's cultivation, it was impossible for him to sneak into Tianmen Mountain and easily sneak attack Huang Mengxiang, who was close to 100% Qi refinement. Moreover, he had never received any news about Meng country's cultivators coming to Tianmen Mountain. Father, there are still some cultivators behind, why don't we take a look? Huang Mang said fortunately. Alas, since they're all here, how can we not give others a fair chance? Huang Tianle waved his hand. However, as Huang Tianle expected, he also broke Huang Mang's delusion. Although the remaining Qi refinement disciples knew it was a dream mirage butterfly, no one could do anything about it. They even walked around the jade bed, as if they were admiring Huang Mengxiang's beautiful face, and then returned to their positions. Alas, when the last Qi refinement disciple bowed and returned, Huang Tianle waved his hand and said somewhat powerlessly, "Thank you for coming, fellow Taoists. Today can be considered a happy ending," but at this moment, Xiaohua's voice sounded again, "Fellow Taoist Huang, this little one is not talented. I didn't go forward just now, but now I suddenly thought of something, and I'm willing to go forward and try." "Ah! Fellow Taoist Xiao." Huang Tianle was stunned. He looked at Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Mo Yun village has an ancient method of controlling insects." "Mo Yun village? Ha ha ha." Hearing Huang Tianle call out Mo Cloud village's name, the cultivators from the surrounding sects and families were all shocked. Mo Cloud village was too small, how could it have any ancient methods? Even Chang Lihao and the others blushed and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at the mocking eyes of the people around them. "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't embarrass myself." Xiaohua smiled and sat down again, appearing very casual. "Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao," Huang Tianle was a little anxious when he heard this. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "I didn't mean anything else, I just blurted it out. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't overthink it. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't be too careful." Xia Yusher smiled and said, "I went to Mo Cloud village a few years ago and drank with Dao friend Chang. I haven't heard of Mo Cloud village having any guest elders, this Dao friend Xiao." When Xia Yusher talked about Dao friend Chang from Mo Cloud village, although he said they drank together, his tone was filled with disdain. He didn't finish his evaluation of Xiaohua, but his words were very clear. Although the other cultivation families in the Vermilion Bird Temple were not satisfied with Xia Yusher's attitude toward Mo Cloud village, they remembered that the dream dragonfly was an ancient beast. Almost all of them came here from legends. If they couldn't do anything about it, what could the disciples of Mo Cloud village do? If they stood up now, it would be more like they were trying to please the crowd. Zheng Ziho sat upright with his eyebrows lowered. He was incomparably respectful and gave off the feeling that he was unfazed by favor or humiliation. Most of the people around him looked at him, then looked at Xiaohua and whispered to each other. Huang Tianle was a bit annoyed as he looked at the people around him and let out a sigh in his heart. He knew that people's hearts were the most unpredictable. Among all the cultivators here, there might not be many who really came to help him. Most of them were here for the Sparrow Guide treasure, and even more were here to travel. To put it bluntly, they were here to watch the fun. Not only was there Heaven Gate Mountain, there was also Ascension Mountain, and there was also the topic of Primordial Yin. How could they not like it? Perhaps they would become the laughing stock of others in the future. As for Xiaohua standing up now, one reason was to ruin their mood and not let them see the fun in the future. 2. Xiaohua also had the intention of waiting until the end to get up after finding out it was the dream dragonfly, which made these people a bit angry. Naturally, the most important thing was that they didn't care about Huang Mengxiang's life or death at all. Zhu Er. Huang Tianle naturally didn't like Xiaohua's attitude, but Huang Mengxiang was the hope of Heaven Gate Mountain in his heart, so he had to lower his attitude. "Yes, father." Huang Liang understood very well. He quickly walked in front of Xiaohua, bowed respectfully, and said, "Senior Xiao, my daughter has been plotted against by evil people for more than a year. Junior and Xiang Er's mother are burning with anxiety. Although fellow Taoist Zheng's treatment and methods are available now, if Senior has a better method, please give it a try. Junior and others will be very grateful." Xiaohua was the most soft-hearted. He just sat down because he wasn't satisfied with the attitude of Xia Yusher and others. How could he not help? Seeing Huang Liang bowing to him with a sad face and calling him senior, how could he sit still? He stood up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Huang, this Xiao is very clear about the pains of parents. Since this Xiao came to Heaven Gate Mountain, although I didn't expect to be of any use, now that I can help a little, how could I not help? Besides, don't you have the Sparrow Guide treasure? My Mo Cloud Village is very envious. Huh, Senior Xiao, don't tease this junior, please. Huang Liang said with a wry smile. Darling Xiao. Xue Xue said in a low voice. She had heard of the mirage butterfly before. She knew that this ominous creature had been eradicated by powerful experts in ancient times because it was harmful to heaven and earth. Now that it had suddenly appeared, it was very strange. Moreover, it was a mirage butterfly. Even if it was an insect egg, it was absolutely not something that a Foundation establishment cultivator could deal with. Xiao Hua looked back and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seeing Xue Xue so worried, Huang Liang's heart sank a little, and he had a little more doubts about Xiao Hua's methods. If Huang Liang was like this, there was no need to talk about the others. Zheng Ziho just raised his eyelids and looked down at the spirit wine on the table. The sparkling spirit wine was slightly overflowing, and it was very tempting and delicious. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was calm, and walked to the side of the jade bed with light steps. "Thank you, Senior Xiao." Although Yang Yu didn't believe it in her heart, she didn't dare to neglect Xiao Hua and respectfully saluted. Xiao Hua looked at Yang Yu's flickering eyes and didn't care what she was thinking. He only looked at Huang Mengxiang's face that was like an ice sculpture. His heart was surging, and another scene unconsciously appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 1936. Even when Zheng Ziho stepped forward just now, Xiao Hua didn't feel like he could do anything. However, when Zheng Ziho placed the wasp into Huang Mengxiang's nose, fragments of memories suddenly emerged in Xiao Hua's mind. These fragments weren't too continuous, but within the fragments, there was also a woman as thin as a match, a woman who looked both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. She was quietly lying on a bed, and a left hand that emitted a silver brilliance was placed on her forehead. "This woman looks very familiar, but I can't remember who she is. She seems to be a secular woman, not a cultivator." Xiao Hua took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and released his divine sense, scanning Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen Palace. Huang Mengxiang was a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator, so his Naiwen Palace naturally had a defense. However, under Xiao Hua's divine sense, which was comparable to a gold core cultivator, it was extremely easy to break through. However, it was obvious that there was nothing special inside. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. He stretched out his left hand, seemingly to comb a strand of hair on Huang Mengxiang's forehead, but he opened his delusion-breaker eyes. "Senior Xiao." Xiao Hua's action was rather inappropriate. Although he was in the early stage of Foundation establishment, his appearance was young, not much different from Huang Mengxiang's. Stroking a woman's hair like this naturally made Yang Yu feel uneasy, so he immediately reminded Xiao Hua. "You, Huang Tianla scolded in a low voice, displeased. Xiao Hua had already seen through Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen Palace. It was exactly like the fragment in his memory. There was indeed a light brown dot in the Naiwen Palace. It was extremely small and could evade divine sense. "It's okay, I've already seen through it. However, it seems different from what little friend Jing said. This should be a kind of spiritual puppet, right?" Spiritual puppet? When Xiao Hua said this, not only Huang Tianla, but the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall burst into laughter. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're not mistaken, right? I've never heard of any spiritual puppet. Are you talking about Gu? Gu is a mysterious existence in the deepest part of the Meng Mountains, similar to witchcraft. They are even more mysterious than soul cultivators. How could they come to Tianmen Mountain and plot against an innocent female cultivator?" Xia Yuqi asked in disbelief. Qi Mingzong's Zhu Feng also shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Shu also thought highly of you before, but your words are really unreliable. It's even scarier than the dream mirage butterfly. This Shu once faintly heard from the seniors that some devil cultivators, because they failed to cultivate devil arts, used puppets instead. Perhaps they are the soul puppets that you mentioned, but they were also devoured by the soul puppets. This thing is even scarier than the dream mirage butterfly. Chu River Sex Chiming also smiled. I share the same thoughts as fellow Taoist Chu. If the dream mirage butterfly's condition is similar to Huang Mengxiang's, then this so-called gu or soul puppet probably doesn't have the same symptoms. The others were all talking at once, making it seem like they were more knowledgeable than Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was very indifferent, looking at Huang Tianla without saying anything. Huang Tianla hesitated slightly and asked, fellow Taoist Xiao, if it's a soul puppet or gu, are you sure you can cure it? Before it's cured, who dares to make a guarantee? Xiao Hua didn't have full confidence in activating the silver brilliance of the illusion breaker eye. Huang Tianla thought for a moment and said loudly, Nephew Zheng, what do you think? Zheng Ziho stood up respectfully, his expression unchanged, and said with a smile, Senior Xiao naturally has his reasons for saying so. This junior has nothing to say, but this junior has a question. How did Senior Xiao determine if it's a soul puppet? Naturally I saw it with my divine sense. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Huang Tianla didn't believe it himself. This Huang doesn't seem to have seen it. This Huang has also used divine sense many times. This junior doesn't have divine sense, so naturally I don't know if I can see it or not. Zheng Ziho said with a smile, however, since Senior Xiao can see it, can others also see it? This. Xiao Hua was a little tongue-tied, shaking his head. This is this Xiao's secret method, I'm afraid others can't. Jiang Yu Sex Chang Si and the rest shook their heads again. If Xiao Hua directly said that he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, they might believe it a little. But at this time, Xiao Hua was a guest elder of Mo Cloud Stronghold. Who didn't know Mo Cloud Stronghold's foundation? Looks like I have to reveal my identity to the Huang family. Xiao Hua sighed and said in his heart. Just as Xiao Hua was about to transmit his voice, he heard Zheng Ziho cup his hands and say, Senior Xiao, since Senior also has a method to determine that Miss Mengxiang is under a soul puppet, and this junior determined that it's a dream mirage butterfly, of course, this junior doesn't have divine sense and can't examine, then, can Senior join forces with this junior once? If Senior's judgment is correct, and this junior is wrong, then wouldn't this junior save a lot of trouble? We all want to wake Miss Mengxiang up, don't we? Anyone can do it. Great. Nephew Zheng is right. Huang Tianla said with great joy. All right. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of any suitable reason, so he could only nod his head. Zheng Ziho didn't wait for Xiao Hua to hesitate. He immediately walked in front of Huang Mengxiang, patted his hand, and took out his spirit storage bag. However, he only took out the spirit storage bag and placed it in his hand without opening it. He said very respectfully, Senior Xiao, please make the first move. This junior will listen to Senior's instructions. Seeing Zheng Ziho like this, Xiao Hua's vigilance disappeared. However, he still didn't understand why he had to make the first move. However, how could Xiao Hua be afraid of Zheng Ziho? He nodded slightly and swept his divine sense inside. However, just as Xiao Hua's divine sense entered Huang Mengxiang's Naiwan palace, it swept across a light brown dot. It was a colorful and tiny insect egg. What's going on? Wasn't it just a moment ago? Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. However, it was only a slight shock. When his divine sense collided with the insect egg, his entire divine sense immediately began to spin. It was as if he had knocked open a majestic door. Xiao Hua felt a flash in front of his eyes. Everything changed. His entire body actually appeared at a ferry with biting cold winds. This. Where is this? How did I? Who am I? Xiao Hua stared blankly at a wooden stake that stretched straight into the river at the ferry. He looked around in a daze. Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua. A crisp voice sounded from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head. He saw a small, thin, weak, and very pretty girl running over and shouting, "Why did you come out again? Your injuries haven't completely healed yet." Is that so? When did I get injured? Just as Xiao Hua thought of this, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain in his body. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to support his waist. However, what he touched was actually not a Taoist robe, but a cyan robe. The style was somewhat strange. Xiao Hua felt that this girl was very familiar. It was so familiar that it was as if she was engraved in his heart. However, he just couldn't call out her name. Xiao Hua. Let me help you back. The girl very carefully supported Xiao Hua's arm. Her figure was actually slightly taller than Xiao Hua's by a bit. When Xiao Hua turned around, he saw that there was actually an open thatched cottage beside the ferry. Following the girl's footsteps, Xiao Hua walked into the thatched cottage with some difficulty. When he sat on the withered grass on the ground of the thatched cottage, the girl said in a somewhat low voice, "Xiao Hua, I will leave with Shirtai tomorrow. Your injuries haven't healed yet. My heart is very uneasy." Shirtai. Xiao Hua was even more at a loss. However, he still very naturally said, "All right, Shirtai is a good person. If you go with her, you will definitely be able to find yourself." But, The girl wanted to say something, but she was also a bit shy. After thinking for a long time, she took out an item from her bosom and extended it in front of his eyes. She said to him in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiao Hua, after we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I found this in my own pouch. It is something that I always carry with me. I don't remember where it came from. However, it looks somewhat familiar to me. It must be something that belongs to me. Today, I will give it to you as a souvenir." When Xiao Hua carefully looked at it, he saw that the jade-like girl was holding a pair of pearl hair clips. He couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He very naturally waved his hand and said, "How would I dare to accept such a precious thing?" The girl angrily said, "What's so precious about this? Is it because it is valuable? However, even if it is worth a lot of money, no one uses it. If it is casually thrown away, how much money would it be worth? However, even if it is worthless, if someone cherishes it, then wouldn't it be more precious than this thing that no one wants? If you don't want it, then I will just throw it into the river." Hong Xia. The girl raised her eyebrows, she looked very much like Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua couldn't help but call out. When the girl heard Xiao Hua actually call her Hong Xia, her face became even more desolate. She said, You actually forgot the name that you gave me? You are." Xiao Hua was very anxious. However, at this moment, the girl's face suddenly changed. She actually turned into the beautiful Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang was clearly startled. She looked around in amazement and shouted loudly, Where is this place? Are you this concubine's husband? Husband, save me." Soon after, she actually lost her head out of fear and threw herself into Xiao Hua's arms. She tightly hugged Xiao Hua, Meng. Xiang. Xiao Hua suddenly felt a pain in his head. The god's guidance that he hadn't used for a long time was suddenly activated. Xiao Hua's figure immediately rushed into the sky from where he was standing. He flew straight up into the sky, flying into an unknown number of clouds. Like a chain breaking, Xiao Hua's divine sense suddenly appeared in Huang Mengxiang's Naiwan palace. Before this, his divine sense was still that multicolored insect egg. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. "You dare!" Xiaohua shouted loudly. His divine sense rushed out of Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen palace. He clapped his hands and a great confinement technique smashed towards Xing Ziho. However, the moment Xiaohua used the technique, the corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. The magic power on his body flickered and he easily withdrew the technique. Xing Ziho, who was standing next to Xiaohua, had his spirit storage pouch raised in his hand just like Xiaohua's divine sense. However, at this time, Xing Ziho's eyes were slightly closed. His face was filled with happiness. Even his eyes were fiercely moving under his eyelids, as if he was having a dream that he had been drooling for a long time. Chapter 1937. Humph! Xiaohua immediately understood and sneered, "Sure enough, unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. I haven't even made a move and I've already fallen into my own trap." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took Xing Ziho's spirit storage bag. Then, he unceremoniously took off the storage bag hanging on his waist and put it into his arms. "Xiao! Fellow Xiao, what's going on?" Huang Tianle was stunned and hurriedly wanted to stop Xiaohua's actions. After all, Xiaohua's spirit sense swept in for a moment. When Xiaohua swept out with his spirit sense, he immediately took Xing Ziho's things. How could Huang Tianle not be shocked? "He, fellow Huang, didn't you see? Your so-called honorable nephew Zheng is the culprit who plotted against Huang Mengxiang. This Xiao was almost framed by him just now. However, it seems that this bastard's plan was flawless. I'm afraid that he didn't take into account this Xiao's cultivation level. He spun a cocoon around himself and suffered a backlash from his cultivation method." Xiaohua glanced at Huang Tianle and said with a smile. "Ah. Sure enough." Huang Tianle originally had some doubts, but when he saw that although Xing Ziho was standing motionless, he still had a sweet sleeping expression on his face, just short of lying down, just like Huang Mengxiang, he immediately understood. Any secret technique that was related to the Naiwen Palace was closely related to the divine sense. Presumably, this Xiaohua in front of him practiced a secret technique that strengthened the divine sense, exceeding the expectations of Xing Ziho's secret technique. Therefore, he was able to break through Xing Ziho's secret technique and injure Xing Ziho. "Fellow Xiao, can you wake Xing Ziho up? I'm very curious. How did he plot against Xiang Er? Moreover, his purpose." Speaking until here, Huang Tianle didn't continue. Xing Ziho had already made it clear that he wanted to dual cultivate and obtain primordial yin. He must be coveting Huang Mengxiang and Tianmen Mountain's inheritance. What else was there to ask? "Sorry, fellow Huang." Xiaohua shook his head slightly, "I don't know what cultivation method Xing Ziho used. Naturally, I can't wake him up." However, Huang Tianle glanced at the storage bag that Xiaohua had just put away. "Fellow Xiao, this is just your side of the story. Who knows if what you said is true or false? Or maybe Xing Ziho is innocent and you are the culprit." Xia Yuji's voice rang out, while Chang Si, Su Mingyu, and the others also slightly spread out, surrounding Xiaohua in the middle. Xiaohua glanced at them and didn't seem to be afraid. He only said indifferently, "Even if I am the culprit, my goal is that sparrow drink, right? I didn't think about primordial yin or the inheritance of Tianmen Mountain. If I can save Huang Mengxiang, fellow Daoist Huang won't be stingy with that magic tool, right? Fellow Daoist Huang, you are the master of this place. I and the others will listen to you. If you are willing, I and the others will immediately take down Xiaohua and force him to cure Huang Mengxiang's illness." Zhu Huifeng of the Ward Cavalry said loudly with a sinister smile. Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring them. He only looked at Xue Xue in the distance, hinting her to be at ease. Why would Xue Xue be worried? This was a fierce person who could casually kill a middle-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. In front of her were early-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Why would she be worried? This. Huang Tianle hesitated for a moment, but in his heart, he didn't care. After all, what Xia Yuji and the others said was reasonable, and he himself couldn't determine who was the culprit. However, the difference between Mo Cloud Village and Ascending Light Mountain was obvious. Huang Tianle hesitated again. Father. Seeing Huang Tianle hesitate, Huang Mang immediately said in a low voice, Xiang is still unconscious. Even if Xiao Hua is the culprit, but, he only wants the sparrow drink. My Tianmen Mountain's daughter can't compare to a magic tool. That's right. Huang Tianle quivered and came to his senses. He secretly gritted his teeth and waved his sleeves. Fellow Taoists, I understand your thoughts. I still have to thank you. However, under the Vermilion Bird Great Formation, how can I let the culprit escape? Even if fellow Taoist Xiao is the culprit, as long as you can save Xiang and give me this magic tool, what can I do? Then, he changed his tone. In addition, fellow Taoist Xiao may be free, but fellow Taoist Chang of Mo Cloud Village, I know him very well. When I have time, Tianmen Mountain will pay a visit to Mo Cloud Village. Then I will welcome fellow Taoist Huang on behalf of fellow Taoist Chang. Xiao Hua didn't care at all, and Chang Lihao and the others didn't care at all. Xiao Hua was forced by them, so how could he make a move first? How could an upright cultivator who could challenge a middle-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator for a mortal be a person who would plot against a female cultivator? Very good. Huang Tianle nodded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please make a move. We will wait and see. Of course I can make a move, but I ask fellow Taoist Huang and fellow Taoist Yang to immediately carve the jade bed, and I also ask fellow Taoist Huang to set up the restriction again. Xiao Hua's request was somewhat difficult for Huang Tianle, but after all, this was Xiao Hua's secret technique, so it was normal that he didn't want others to see through it. As for Xiao Hua being alone with Huang Mengxiang, Xiao Hua was a Foundation establishment realm senior. Although he looked young, he was much older than Huang Mengxiang, so it wasn't a big deal. Seeing that Yang Yu was a bit worried, Huang Tianle flicked his sleeve and said, Chang, you, come out. Xiang's life is important, let fellow Taoist Xiao go in. Yes, father. Yang Yu didn't dare to disobey and reluctantly walked to Huang Chang's side. Huang Chang reached out and held her hand to comfort her. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Huang Tianle raised his hand and waited for Xiao Hua to walk to the side of the jade bed. Huang Chang took the command medallion from the Huang family disciple beside him and set up the restriction. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was filled with whispers. Everyone's gaze was on the people from Mo Cloud Village. When Xiao Hua saw the restriction form, he swept it with his divine sense and waved his hand. Dozens of spirit talismans appeared in his hand and were placed on different positions of the jade bed. As Xiao Hua activated his magic power, a rabbit formation was formed, isolating all probing. Outside the restriction, Huang Chang unconsciously frowned and transmitted his voice to Huang Tianle. Huang Tianle's expression didn't change, and he also looked at Xue and the others. Xiao Hua walked to the front of the jade bed and looked at Huang Mengxiang, whose face was slightly flushed. He knew that this girl who was yearning for love was weaving her beautiful dreams. He couldn't help but smile. But when he reached out his hand, his expression became serious. After all, the delusion breaker Dharma I had only just awakened. All these years, he had only looked at it. It was only on the night of Yi Yuan's sneak attack that he learned that the delusion breaker Dharma I might have the ability to emit silver light. As for the use of this silver light, Xiao Hua only knew a little today. Xiao Hua stretched out his left hand and pointed it at Huang Mengxiang's forehead. He saw the light brown dot quietly floating in his Naiwan palace and thought with all his might, withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. To be continued. Chapter 1938. Xiao Hua didn't know how many times he thought about it, but the silver light still didn't appear. Damn it, luckily there's no one here to watch me make a fool of myself. Xiao Hua looked around with a guilty conscience, then he clenched his left hand and focused his mind on the Dharma eye imprint between his eyebrows. Soul thread. Xiao Hua immediately remembered the soul-absorbing bell. His Dharma eye could see through the soul thread and the location of the suspected soul in his mind. He had refined the soul thread before, so if he could activate the soul cultivation technique of the 9 heavens of the spirit origin, he should be able to activate the soul thread. If the soul thread moved, then the Dharma eye imprint connected to the soul thread should also be able to move, right? After thinking it through, Xiao Hua bent down and aimed his forehead at Huang Mengxiang's forehead. He closed his eyes and activated the soul cultivation technique of the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Sure enough, in just a moment, the mysterious soul thread in Xiao Hua's mind gradually sent a mysterious black gas into the Dharma eye imprint of the Buddha relic. As the black gas intensified, the Dharma eye imprint gradually revealed itself. When the outline of the Dharma eye imprint gradually formed, Xiao Hua felt a heat in between his eyebrows. A faint silver light shot out from the Dharma eye imprint and directly shone into Huang Mengxiang's Naiwan palace. It firmly covered the light brown, but in fact, it was a multicolored dot. As the silver light shone, the light brown dot gradually rose until it flew out of Huang Mengxiang's forehead. The moment the light brown dot flew out, Huang Mengxiang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, he raised his arms above his head and stretched his body before he yelled, "Hey, hey, 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 hey." Xiao Hua saw Huang Mengxiang wake up and smiled in his heart, but he didn't dare to move. The dot had just come out of the silver light. However, what happened next made Xiao Hua very embarrassed. He saw Huang Mengxiang stretch her waist, her curve straightened, and then she opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Hua's face, Huang Mengxiang wasn't surprised at all. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Husband," then, she reached out her hands and hugged Xiao Hua's neck. "Fellow Taoist Huang!" Xiao Hua anxiously shouted. Seeing that Huang Mengxiang was ignoring him, Xiao Hua simply ignored him and concentrated on sucking the light brown dot to a place not far from his glabella. Then, not daring to use his divine sense, he swept his mind and sent the egg of the dream sea butterfly into his space. "Husband, why are you so cold to this lowly concubine?" Feeling that Xiao Hua didn't move, Huang Mengxiang said with extreme grievance, "Husband and concubine have been loving each other for more than 10 years, could it be that you are already tired of this lowly concubine?" "Fellow Taoist Huang." Xiao Hua very gently pushed away Huang Mengxiang who was sticking to his body. Looking at Huang Mengxiang's beautiful face that was about to cry, he smiled and said, "Those were all dreams. Now, I have already rescued you from the dream. Right now, we are in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall of your Tianmen Mountain. Dreamland?" Huang Mengxiang's beautiful eyes flickered as she covered her mouth and giggled. "Husband, you're really funny. How can I not know if it's a dream?" Then what is this Xiao's surname and name?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Naturally, your surname is Xiao and your name is Hua." Huang Mengxiang smiled faintly and said, "This concubine has served you for more than 10 years. I even know every single hair on your body. How can I not know your name?" "Ah." Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He didn't think that in the instant that the dream overlapped, Huang Mengxiang would know so much. Moreover, she had overlapped his image with all the beautiful dreams she had in the past year. "Darling Xiao." Huang Mengxiang smiled again and said, "You are the most adorable. You are already so old, yet you are still joking with this concubine." Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia had dual cultivated for a long time. How could he not know what Huang Mengxiang was thinking? Unfortunately, Huang Mengxiang was still a virgin. How could he take her innocence? Fellow Taoist Huang, then tell me, what cultivation level should you be at?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Naturally, I should be at the nascent soul stage. Huang Mengxiang had just said this when she suddenly realized. Her face was pale as she said, how did I reach the 9th level of the qi refining stage? Husband, this is, what is going on? Alas! Xiao Hua sighed in his heart when he saw Huang Mengxiang so disappointed. Anyone who knew in their dream that they were already at the nascent soul stage, but when they woke up, they were only at the qi refining stage. How could they not be disappointed? Husband, tell me. Huang Mengxiang began to cry. Silly girl. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, you were originally at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. However, a year ago, when you were trying to break through to the 10th level of the qi refining stage, you were plotted against by someone. Because of that, you entered the dream. From the 10th level of the qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage, and everything that happened during that period were all your own thoughts in the dream. But in fact, you were lying on a jade bed and dreaming. Your parents were crying beside you, and your grandfather was trying everything for you. I just happened to come to Tianmen Mountain at the right time and woke you up. Of course, you have to ask Huang Mang and the others. Darling Xiao. Huang Mengxiang said in a sorrowful voice, I was extremely happy in my dream, so why did you have to wake me up? I would rather be with you in the dream than wake up from the dream. You can stay in the dream, but after all, it is the void. Everything is the void. I am the void, you are the void, cultivation is the void, and all the voids are also the void. What do you think is the meaning of that? Moreover, your father, mother, and grandfather are all grieving for you. If you abandon your family for the sake of those voids, and your future true love and dual cultivation, do you think it's worth it? Xiao Hua said softly. Huang Mengxiang continued to cry, but the sound of her crying gradually decreased. Presumably, she was slowly accepting this fact. Xiao Hua smiled again and said, however, I think you can also benefit from this disaster. In the dream, you have comprehended the foundation establishment stage, the gold core stage, and even the nascent soul stage. Tell me, if you continue to cultivate in the real world, won't you be able to break through to the nascent soul stage soon? Really? Huang Mengxiang raised her face with a smile. Tears still hung on her cheeks. Her beautiful face was like rain hitting a banana leaf, making people feel pity for her. Of course it is. Xiao Hua very naturally used his hand to pinch Huang Mengxiang's nose. However, after pinching, he was stunned. Wasn't this action too intimate? However, Huang Mengxiang enjoyed it very much. She raised her nose and said, I like it the most when you pinch my nose. Xiao Hua was immediately embarrassed. He said in all seriousness, I am a foundation establishment stage cultivator, your senior. I am treating you as my junior. Huang Mengxiang rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua in disdain. She turned her head to look around and asked curiously, is this the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall? Where are mother and father? They are outside the formation. I will remove the formation and they will be able to see us. Xiao Hua replied. Huang Mengxiang bit her lips with her jade-like teeth and said in a low voice, Husband, this is the last time I will call you husband. I hope I can really call you husband in the future. Don't, fellow Taoist Huang. I already have 2 dual cultivation partners. Xiao Hua promptly waved his hand. Since you have 2, can't you have a third? Huang Mengxiang was really lively and said mischievously. Let's not talk about this, Xiao Hua replied, if fellow Taoist Huang is ready, I will remove the formation. Don't, Huang Mengxiang was very anxious and said hurriedly, Darling Xiao, let me kiss you again, just a little bit. Huang Mengxiang stretched out her little finger that was as white as a scallion. No. Xiao Hua shook his head, you didn't understand just now. Now that you understand, I can't let you do as you please. As he spoke, He waved his hand and several waves of magic power swept over, about to put away the rabbit formation. "Humph, I want," Huang Mengxiang suddenly pulled Xiao Hua's arm. "Don't move, the formation is about to open," Xiao Hua said in a frightening manner. Cough cough, Huang Mengxiang's expression also became serious and she promptly sat down. Although the crimson red on her face hadn't disappeared, her bearing was already solemn. "Sigh, now my daughter is a boy, so." Xiao Hua shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the dozens of sparkling talismans. Xiao Hua didn't notice that Huang Mengxiang was beside him, her nose slightly raised, her little mouth also pouting high, and her pair of watery eyes looking at him. Talismans? Huang Mengxiang saw that Xiao Hua actually put away the talismans and couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, Huang Mang, who was outside the restriction, saw that Xiao Hua put away the formation and hurriedly removed the restriction as well. In front of everyone, Huang Mengxiang, whose face was slightly red and whose eyes were incomparably quick-witted, was looking at the people of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. "Fellow Taoist Huang, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. "Father, mother, grandfather." Huang Mengxiang nimbly jumped up from the jade bed and jumped in front of Yang Yu in an instant. She hugged Yang Yu tightly and kissed Yang Yu's face with a smack. "Xiang, Yang Yu saw that her lively daughter had returned. Although she was extremely happy in her heart, she still lightly reprimanded, "Don't be like this, why aren't you quickly thanking Senior Xiao?" This boy already thanked Senior Xiao earlier," Huang Mengxiang said as she blinked her eyes at Xiao Hua. That's right." Xiao Hua saw that Huang Tianla was also trembling with excitement and said with a smile, "This Xiao has already saved little friend Huang, can fellow Huang fulfill the promise?" Of course. Huang Tianla extended his hand and passed the sparrow drink on the table to Xiao Hua. Immediately after, he fished out a light red jade slip from his bosom. Chapter 1939. Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his divine thought. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Cultivator Huang." "Sigh, I don't dare." Huang Tianla sighed and said, "I didn't expect Cultivator Xiao to wake Xiang her up. I was negligent earlier." What a coincidence. I didn't have any confidence at first. Thanks to this guy's reminder. Xiao Hua looked at Jing Ziho, who was still standing there and smiled. "Humph." Huang Tianla sneered. "Although the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is declining, we can't be bullied. I will send people to Meng Kingdom to ask the Jing family of Ascending Mountain why they came to Tianmen Mountain." Huang Mengxiang, who was not far away, had heard about the danger just now from Yang Yu. Her face was red. She waved her hand as if she was going to throw a yellow talisman at Jing Ziho. Huang Tianla was so scared that he quickly waved his hand and said, "Xiang, don't move. This is evidence. Not only will we punish the Jing family of Ascending Mountain, we will also interrogate them to find out who the mastermind is." This guy got lucky. Huang Mengxiang looked at Xiao Hua with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Hua quickly turned around and walked back to the table as if he didn't see anything. "Congratulations, senior brother. You helped the Huang family get rid of the big trouble." Xue smiled and said charmingly. Huang Mengxiang, who was far away, was also looking at them from afar. "Congratulations, senior brother Xiao." Chang Lihao and the others were all red as they bowed and said. I was just lucky." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Who are you waiting for?" Chang Lihao and the others were stunned when they heard that. Then, they were overjoyed. However, after that, they were disappointed. The four of them looked at Chang Xuemei. I have a fire attribute body." Chang Xuemei was so excited that her face was shining. "You got lucky." Xiao Hua threw the sparrow drink and the jade bamboo slipped to her and said with a smile. You really gave it, to me? Chang Xuemei took the sparrow drink and asked unconfidently. Actually, your cultivation is not high enough to refine this item. I intend to give it to Chang Lihao. Unfortunately, his body's property does not match. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Xiao Hua said impolitely. A trace of envy and disappointment flashed in Chang Lihao's eyes. He quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for giving sister Xuemei this celestial device. She is more suitable for this celestial device than I am. I dare not compete with her. Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for bestowing me with the magic tool." Chang Xuemei finally calmed down and bowed towards Xiao Hua. There's no need to be polite. Since you followed me to Tianmen Mountain, it's fate. Take it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. In the distance, Xia Yuji and the others were dumbfounded. They had gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, thinking that Xiao Hua was the instigator and wanted to obtain this mystic instrument. But Xiao Hua didn't even look at it before throwing it to a 9th-layer qi refining female cultivator. This was really beyond their expectations. Could it be that Xiao Hua was just putting on a show? Everyone thought at the same time. On the other hand, Chang Lihao and the others puffed out their chests, their faces full of glory. Although they didn't get the celestial device, Chang Xuemei did. She was also a disciple of Mo Yun Village. Mo Yun Village's strength was one level higher. Well, everyone, because fellow Taoist Xiao was one step ahead and exposed Jing Ziho's plot, Xiang was also saved by him, which solved the big problem of our Tianmen Mountain. Come, let me propose a toast to fellow Taoist Xiao. Everyone, let's have a toast. Huang Tianle said with a smile on his face. Good, let's toast to fellow Taoist Xiao. Everyone suppressed their emotions and raised their cups. I don't dare. This is Miss Meng Xiang's fate. Even if I didn't come, someone else would. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, secretly putting the third wine cup into his space. Alright, it's a bit noisy here. I'll open the array of the Vermilion Bird Palace and let Xiang, and the others go out to rest. We'll continue the banquet here. Huang Tianle put down the wine cup and slapped his hand. He first took out a light red elixir and swallowed it, then took out the vermilion bird statue. However, when Huang Tianle activated his Fa Li and the vermilion bird scarlet brilliance once again sprayed towards the surroundings of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the flames on the walls did not gradually subside as Huang Tianle had expected. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Ouch! Huang Tianle's face changed slightly. He rolled his eyes and smiled. I just activated the array and consumed a lot of my magic power. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Then, he took 2 more elixirs and activated the statue again. Unfortunately, the situation was still the same as before. Fellow Taoist Huang, what's going on? Su Mingyu, who was the closest, had already seen that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, could it be that the array can't be opened? Fellow Taoist Huang. Fellow Taoist Huang. Everyone who had seen the vermilion bird flame array was shocked and hurriedly asked. This. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly and said awkwardly, I really don't know why. I can't open the array. Quick, let Huang Mang open it. Xia Yuqi hurriedly urged. Huang Tianle shook his head. This vermilion bird flame array can only be opened by Foundation Establishment Huang family disciples. Xiang is only at the peak of qi refinement, so she can't open it for now. This. What should we do? Everyone stood up. Tonight was really not safe. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Huang Tianle said with a smile, although I can't open the array, no one will come in from the outside. With this array protecting us, nothing will happen. As long as I recover my magic power, I'll naturally be able to let everyone out. Oh, I see. As soon as Huang Tianle's words came out, many of the panicked cultivators calmed down. Although they were still whispering, the panic on their faces had lessened. Senior brother Xiao. Chang Lihao and the others were a little surprised, but when they saw Xiao Hua sitting there, they felt as if they had eaten a weight. They didn't panic at all and only asked in a low voice, "It can't be, something big happened again, right?" "This. How would I know?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Today's events were really full of ups and downs. First, it was Shang Qinghe, then it was Zheng Ziho. Just as the situation was about to turn around and things were going to be perfect, they encountered the vermilion bird flame array that couldn't be opened. "Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see first," Xiao Hua said in a low voice, and these words were like a reassuring pill. Chang Limin and the others sat down very quietly. "Fellow Taoist Xiao. You really don't show your true colors. You really let me see." Yu Qian, who was at the side, seemed to be a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, he came over and smiled apologetically. "He, fellow Taoist you, didn't I say it was just a coincidence? It's really." Xiao Hua spread his hands and said with a smile. "How could Yu Qian believe him?" He smiled apologetically and said, "There seems to be something wrong today. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if there's anything, I hope you can hold back a little." Chapter 1940. "Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao." Yu Qian heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and brought the table closer to Xiao Hua. His disciple also sat to the left of Chang Lihao and the others. Fellow Taoists, Huang Tianle still had a smile on his face. "My Tianmen Mountains disciples are to your left. If anything happens, we will definitely be in front of you." Just as Huang Tianle finished speaking, a cultivator's scream came from a corner of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. When everyone looked over, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They saw a young male cultivator around the 6th layer of qi refining holding his stomach and rolling on the ground in pain. His entire forehead was covered in sweat and his face was abnormally ferocious, as if he was in incomparable pain. Fellow Taoist. Just as the Tianmen Mountains disciples were about to walk over, they heard the cultivator yell, "It's so painful that I want to die." He clenched his hand tightly on the ground. On his palm, there was an oval-shaped 9-colored spot, which looked very strange. The cultivator's fingernails were all broken by the hard crimson ground. The cultivator raised his head and spat out a mouthful of stinky black blood. He immediately lay on the ground, no longer moving. When the Tianmen Mountains disciples turned over the cultivator's corpse, they saw that the cultivator's face was covered in black strands. Moreover, his entire face quickly withered and soon shrunk into a ball. "Dove poison." Suddenly, an unknown cultivator exclaimed in shock. "This is the poison of the 9-headed dove." But before this cultivator's voice fell, a series of screams came from the other corners of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Another few cultivators around the 6th layer of qi refining were poisoned. "Huang Tianle, this is..." Su Mingyu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were shocked when they saw this. They hurriedly checked their bodies and found that the poison had already entered their bodies. They couldn't help but be furious. Huang Tianle's face was pale and his eyes were dull. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, not to mention you, I, have also been poisoned." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Sure enough, on Huang Tianle's palm, a 9-colored spot appeared intermittently. It was the poison of the 9-headed dove. "Father, the boy is not poisoned," Huang Liang hurriedly said. "Grandfather, the boy didn't either," Huang Mengxiang also said in a low voice, but his gaze was slightly worried as he glanced at Xiao Hua. "Father, your daughter-in-law doesn't have one either," Yang Yu hurriedly added. Huang Tianla rolled his eyes and raised his voice, which fellow Taoist hasn't been poisoned yet? Huang Tianla, this is all your fault. With the exception of your son, who else hasn't been poisoned? Several cultivators swore, gnashing their teeth. Reporting to the patriarch, we didn't. The Huang family's disciples standing nearby bowed and said. That's strange. Huang Tianla scratched his head. It was as if yellow mud had fallen into his crotch. He couldn't explain it clearly. And this Xiao hasn't been poisoned. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully suppressed it. He coldly stood up and waved his hand. 3 wine cups filled with dark green spirit wine were lined up in a row. He asked, this Xiao doesn't like spirit wine. I didn't drink these 3 cups of spirit wine. I presume that the 9-headed dove's poison was placed in these spirit wine. Fellow Taoist Huang, how do you explain this? Spirit wine. Huang Tianla looked at the spirit wine on the table and was somewhat surprised. Fellow Taoist Huang, if you don't give this Xiao an explanation and cure my junior sister's poison, don't blame this Xiao for being ruthless and washing Tianmen Mountain with blood. Xiao Hua coldly said. When Huang Mengxiang heard that Xiao Hua hadn't been poisoned, she was happy at first. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's threat, her beautiful eyes looked at the unusually calm Xue Xue. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. This poison really wasn't done by this Huang. If it was done by this Huang, how could Xiang, Xue, and the others be here? Huang Tianla explained. This spirit wine is from your Tianmen Mountain. It's a banquet for us. Now that the wine is poisoned, how do you explain this? Xia Yuqi sneered. At this moment, a Huang family's disciple said in shock, Patriarch, look at Jing Ziho. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Jing Ziho, who had almost been forgotten by everyone. They saw strands of black hair growing from Jing Ziho's forehead. His sweet smile looked strange and terrifying as the black hair spread. Moreover, on his outstretched hands, 9 colored poison spots appeared. Oh no! Huang Tianla said anxiously. He knew that Jing Ziho had died here. Everything would be hard to explain to the Ascending Mountains Jing family. Moreover, grandfather, this Jing Ziho was Qi refining stage 8 right? Huang Mengxiang said, Qi refining stage 7 cultivators haven't been poisoned yet. How could he be poisoned? I'm afraid someone wanted him to die early. Do you still need to say it? Someone must have done it. Su Mingyu sneered, this person must be in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. After speaking, he turned to look at Xiao Hua. That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao Xia Yuqi walked 2 steps forward. Together with Su Mingyu, they stood on both sides of Xiao Hua. He said, in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, aside from the disciples of the Tianmen Mountains Huang family, you're the only one who hasn't been poisoned. He, and Huang Mengxiang was also awakened by you. I don't think I have such great abilities. I didn't think that an unknown guest of Mo Cloud Village would have such abilities. Shut up for this young master. Xiao Hua said angrily, don't think that just because this young master is more capable than you, this young master is heavily suspicious. If you annoy this young master, do you believe that I won't kill you right now? When Xiao Hua saw that Xue Xue had been poisoned, he had already been annoyed. Unfortunately, even though he knew how to refine pills, he had never refined a detoxification pill before. He also didn't have a pill recipe for this kind of pill. He was at his wit's end regarding Xue Xue's situation. Now that he saw that he was being suspected, how could he not be angry? Senior brother. Xue Xue said softly, this is this lowly concubine's fate. Why take your anger out on others? Your anger is making this concubine scared. Xiao Hua's eyes widened in anger. It seemed that he was really on the verge of exploding and killing people in an instant. However, when he heard Xue Xue's words, the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. He forced a smile on his face and turned his head to say gently, senior brother is just scaring them. Don't worry, senior brother will definitely be able to detoxify you. After he finished speaking, his mind spun rapidly, trying to find a way to detoxify the poison. At the same time, he rummaged through his space for a jade slip. He had just killed Shang Cheng of the 10,000 Poisons sect and took his storage bag. However, there were many storage bags that didn't belong to him in his space, so he really didn't have time to look through them. Now that he needed to use them, he looked through them to see if there was any way to detoxify the poison. Hee, this Xia wants to see. Xia Yushi sneered. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Huang Tianla anxiously say, "Fellow Taoist Xia, it's useless to say anything else. It's better to quickly think of a way to detoxify the nine-headed dove's poison." Fellow Taoist Xia. Su Mingyu saw that Xiao Hua's anxiousness wasn't fake and hurriedly signaled to Xia Yushi with his eyes. "Forget it, today's situation is urgent. This Xia won't lower himself to your level." Xia Yushi snorted and turned to walk towards Huang Tianla. "Fellow Taoist Huang, at this point, we naturally have to find the culprit. Only he has the antidote to this poison." Li Mingzhu anxiously said, "I don't believe it. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't you have any doubts in your heart right now?" This Huang, sigh, "To be honest, really. I can't think of who would do such a thing. This is simply killing my Tianmen mountain." Huang Tianla also said bitterly. "What about fellow Taoist Huang Tianming? Where did he go?" Mu Lanshan and Lan Ping, who had been silently thinking, suddenly asked. "That's right, what about Huang Tianming? He is the steward of Tianmen Mountain, a foundation establishment cultivator second only to fellow Taoist Huang." Everyone suddenly realized, only he could poison the spirit wine. "No, it can't be Tianming." Huang Tianla said firmly, "This kind of harmful thing to Tianmen Mountain is definitely not done by him. This Huang can guarantee with his life." "But, what about Huang Tianming? Where is he?" Everyone was talking at once. Now that the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is sealed by the Great Formation, who can activate this formation other than people from Tianmen Mountain? Who else can do such a thing? Hee. A cold, owl-like voice sounded in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. "I didn't expect a group of people who are about to die to be able to guess that this was done by this old man. Tianming. Tianming." Huang Tianla shouted as if he had just woken up, "What's going on? This. How can this be you? It's really Huang Tianming." Not only Xiao Hua, but even Huang Mang and Yang Yu were stunned. "Why can't it be me?" Huang Tianming's familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Huang Tianla, you must have suspected this old man when Shang Qinghe came out, right?" At this time, Huang Tianla's face was indescribably bleak, and even a little distressed. He shook his head and said, "That thought only flashed through my mind. I definitely didn't think much about you. Hee, the Vermilion Bird Flame formation can't be used. Other than you, the head of the family, isn't this old man the only one who knows? Who else could have revealed it to Shang Qinghe?" Huang Tianming said with a smile, "But this old man didn't expect that in the end. You still hid it from this old man. You actually used the Vermilion Bird celestial body and your blood essence to activate the Great Formation. Presumably, the head of the Huang family, who has lost all his blood essence, will die in a few days, right?" "Father." Huang Mang was shocked. Huang Mengxiang was also shocked. "Grandfather. Tianming." Huang Tianla looked like he had aged 10 years. He sat shakily on the chair and murmured, "Tianming, Huang Mengxiang's matter was naturally done by this old man. It's a pity that Jing Ziho was too unlucky. He couldn't be the next head of the Huang family, and was actually taken care of by a little foundation establishment stage from Mo Cloud Village. He can only dream of his own great dreams." Huang Tianming was a little annoyed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made it so complicated. In the end, I still have to do it myself." Fellow Taoists, this old man's nine-headed dove poison doesn't have to be activated. If nothing unexpected happens, the antidote will be sent up in a while. If you want to blame someone, blame the little foundation establishment stage from Mo Cloud Village. This guy ruined my plan, so I had to poison you all. Old man. Zhu Feng and several other foundation establishment stage cultivators scolded angrily. We came thousands of miles away to help Tianmen Mountain, and you treat us like this? Tianmen Mountain has its own internal conflicts. Why did you poison us? Even if we become ghosts, we won't forgive you. Chapter 1941. Become a ghost. This old man hasn't seen it yet, but today is the 15th day of the 7th month, the legendary ghost festival. If you are fated, then go and become a ghost. Wait until you become a ghost, then come find this old man. Huang Tianming said with a smile. Tianming, I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't understand why you did this. You have no reason. Huang Tianle said with a bitter smile. What's there to think about? Huang Tianming sneered, my cultivation is not worse than yours, and my ability to handle the affairs of Tianmen Mountain is 100 times better than yours. Haven't I been working hard for Tianmen Mountain for hundreds of years? What have you done? Where are my children? Why can't they take charge of Tianmen Mountain? You're not Tianming. Hearing this, Huang Tianle immediately stood up from his chair and said angrily, who are you? Where's Tianming? What did you do to him? Everyone was stunned. Huang Tianming's voice also calmed down. After a while, he said, this is strange. How do you know that I'm not Huang Tianming? I've been by Huang Tianming's side for 20 years. I've seen all of his actions and remembered them in my heart. Even in the past 10 years, you haven't seen any flaws, have you? Why did you suddenly realize it when I was done today? You're Huang Jingming. Huang Tianle suddenly realized and shouted, 10 years ago, sigh, I understand now. The one who was killed 10 years ago was my brother. You were the one who did it. That's right. You finally thought of this. Huang Tianming's voice sounded. Huang Jingming, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has treated you well. We trained you for decades and finally sent you to my brother. In the future, your children will be the children of the Huang family's concubines. Your cultivation seems to have been passed down by the Huang family, right? Why did you do such a thing to kill the children of the Huang family? Do you think this old man will say such things? Huang Jingming's voice was filled with pride. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man wanted to personally witness your deaths and the feast that this old man had designed, this old man wouldn't even have shown himself. Not only was the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain exterminated by this old man, but they were also hunted down by other cultivation families or sections. Not even a blade of grass was left. Huang Tianle sucked in a breath of cold air and bitterly smiled. Huang Jingming, from the tone of your voice, I'm afraid you have a great enmity with my Huang clan. However, this old man has never provoked anyone like this in his entire life. How could this old man? It's true that you haven't offended anyone in this lifetime, but what about the previous generation of your Huang family? What about the previous generation? What about the generation before that? Have they always been good people in the country of Shi? Huang Jingming sneered and said, look at the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Which one of them doesn't have blood on their hands? This old man will kill all of you to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Don't use your divine sense to search for me. I wasn't even in the array. Huang Jingming scolded coldly. Xiaohua and the others could only helplessly withdraw their divine sense. Xiaohua had a lot of jade slips in his hands, but he didn't have any pill recipes. He also didn't have any traces of the detoxification pill. As for the nine-headed dove, there was no record of it. Xiaohua had so many spiritual herbs in his space, but he didn't know which ones were effective. Continuous screams came from a corner not far away. Presumably, they were from low-level qi refining cultivators. Senior Martial Brother. Seeing Xiaohua's gloomy face and the jade slips he kept taking out, Xue took a step forward and reached out to hold Xiaohua's hand. She calmly said, "Meeting you is the greatest happiness of this concubine. Being able to accompany you for so long, even at death's door, this concubine is already satisfied. You don't need to worry. Everything is fated, this concubine." Xue. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and looked at the vermilion bird great array. This great array was very strict and imposing. Xiaohua just swept it with his divine sense and knew that this array, which was said to be able to kill nascent soul cultivators, absolutely lived up to its name. With his cultivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break it. There are too many people who can become enemies with my Tianmen Mountains Huang clan. This Huang really can't guess who you are. Huang Tianla sighed and said, "However, there are so many fellow Taoists here. They are all innocent and didn't participate in the grievances between our two clans. Why do you have to drag them into the water?" This old man originally didn't plan to do so. Huang Jingming laughed and said, "But by a freak combination of factors, they came here. Moreover, their deaths can be exchanged for the destruction of your Huang clan, so why not? Besides, back then, when my family was destroyed by your Huang clan, which cultivator in the state of Shi stood up? Now, let them be buried with my ancestor. Isn't that what my ancestor did in the underworld?" Then, he seemed to ponder for a moment and said, "Huang Tianla, this old man won't let you die unjustly. Tell me, how do you know that this old man is not Huang Tianming? If you can tell me the reason, this old man can consider telling you who I am." Obviously, Huang Jingming was very conceited about his decades of planning, but he didn't expect that Huang Tianla could still see through the flaw, which made him very puzzled. Alas, this was originally the secret of my Tianmen Mountains Huang clan. No one will know it in Xiao's generation. Huang Tianla smiled bitterly, "Since it has come to this, it's not a big deal to say it. Otherwise, Xiao won't know his identity in the end." "Father?" Huang Liang was surprised. In fact, as early as when this old man took over Tianmen Mountain, my father originally wanted Tianming. Huang Tianla ignored Huang Liang, but said tirelessly, "Tianming is meticulous, and his cultivation is higher than mine. If Tianmen Mountain is in his hands, it will be much stronger than before. However, Tianming grew up with me and was very attached to me. He felt that Tianmen Mountain was mine, and if he took over Tianmen Mountain, he would be taking away my things. Therefore, he threatened my father with his life, insisting that he didn't want my father to abolish his position. My father had no choice but to change his mind and hand over Tianmen Mountain to me. Tianming also swore that day that he would assist me, his elder brother, for the rest of his life, and would never betray me. Tell me, Tianming didn't want the things that were sent to him back then, so why does he want them now? Maybe, he's not satisfied when he sees that your power is monstrous and you control everything. This old man has to discuss everything with Tianmen Mountain with Tianming." Huang Tianla sneered, "Don't you think that this old man has asked you a lot of things over the years? This is indeed, moreover, this old man's child died early, and I had no children. Xiao was adopted by Tianming, so Tianmen Mountain will belong to Xiao from now on. Tianmen Mountain will belong to Xiao and Tianming will be the heir. How could he take away his son's family business and hand it over to an outsider?" Huang Tianla hesitated for a moment, then said, "Therefore, this old man has never doubted Tianming." Chapter 1942. Father. Huang Liang exclaimed, Why didn't you tell this boy? What's the difference between telling you and not telling you? I loved you as much as your second uncle did, and Xiang, and the others grew up in front of me. If it weren't for today's incident, I would have never told you. You evil thief, where is my father's corpse? Huang Liang raised his head and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, I didn't promise to tell you this. Well, it's fine if you don't tell me. Huang Tianla nodded and said, tell me, who are you? Hee, how did your Huang clan start? Where did your Huang clan spirit stone veins come from? Huang Jingming's voice became colder and colder, don't tell me you don't know these things. Spirit stone veins. Huang Tianla pondered. After a moment, he said in astonishment, your surname is Lan. You're the descendant of Lan clan. It's been so many years. Ha! You old ghost, you still remember my Lan clan. I really underestimated you. The cultivator called Lan Jingming said in a strange manner. Alas, since you're the descendant of Lan clan. I have nothing to say. Huang Tianla sighed and said, this old man has checked the ancient records of the clan. For tens of thousands of years, my Huang Tianming Huang clan has done many evil things. However, the thing that this old man despises the most is your Lan clan. Ha ha ha! Lan Jingming laughed wildly and said, unfortunately, my Lan clan was annihilated by your Huang clan, and only a child is left. It's hard to survive on this Xiaoyu continent, and I don't know how many natural and man-made disasters have happened, but my Lan clan hasn't been completely wiped out. Alas, the heavens are unfair. Why did your Huang clan decline until now? Why can't my Lan clan produce a cultivation genius? It was only at this point that he could kill his enemies with his own hands. All the glory of your Tianmen Mountains Huang clan should belong to my Lan clan. How can you deny it? Of course, it was your Lan clan's ancestor who discovered the spirit stone veins. If it weren't for my Huang clan's ancestor, I'm afraid this place would be the foundation of your Lan clan. Huang Tianla admitted without hesitation, but, since you've already tasted the hardships of the world and been haunted by hatred, why do you have the heart to inflict this pain on others? The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain will bear your wrath and release all the other fellow Taoists. How about that? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Lan Jingming smiled and said, you can all die in there. This old man has already explained the whole story clearly. This old man wants to see how many of you can turn into evil spirits and cause trouble for this Lan. After that, there was no more sound from the array. Sigh, fellow Taoists, I've implicated all of you. Huang Tianla sighed and cupped his hands. At this time, no one cared about the enmity between the Huang and Lan clans. All they wanted was to get rid of their poison. However, the nine-headed dove's poison was famous in the Xiaoyu continent and was extremely rare. Many cultivators had brought along antidotes, but none of their antidotes were effective. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and the jade slip in his hand stopped. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a pink jade bottle. He opened it and sniffed it with his nose before handing it to Xue. He transmitted his voice, this is the antidote of the 10,000 poison sect. It is said to be able to cure all poisons. Sigh, this 10,000 poison sect doesn't live up to its name. They don't even have an antidote for the nine-headed dove. They only have some poison techniques and poison methods. Thank you, husband. Xue took the jade bottle and looked at it. She frowned and said, husband, there are only 3 pills inside, but there are 6 of us. Take it first and see if it is effective. If it is effective, let the 2 female cultivators of the Chang clan take it first. I will think of a way. Xiaohua said very decisively. Xue poured out a pill from the jade bottle. She frowned as she looked at the dark and smelly pill. She swallowed it and a bitter and indescribable taste came from her mouth. Xiaohua looked at her with concern. After waiting for a moment, Xue's eyes flashed with joy. She raised her hand and transmitted her voice, the 10,000 poison sect is really powerful. Although it can't completely cure the nine-headed dove's poison, my life should be safe. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, the remaining poison can be refined with magic power. Give the pills to Chang Yulian and the others. Yes, husband. Xue Xue smiled and said, but this antidote is really bitter and smelly. If you didn't look at the jade slip, I would have thought it was poison. Oh, Xiao Hua's face was filled with joy. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out another jade slip. Xue Xue handed the jade bottle to Chang Xueme and transmitted her voice to her. Naturally, Chang Xueme and Chang Yulian were overjoyed. They reached out to take it. At the same time, Xue Xue transmitted this matter to Chang Lihao and the others. Sure enough, Chang Lihao and the others didn't hesitate at all. They immediately nodded and agreed with Xiao Hua's opinion. Although Xiao Hua didn't particularly care, he was secretly happy when he saw that Chang Lihao and the others were very affectionate. He didn't help the Chang family for nothing. Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and looked at it for a moment. He transmitted his voice to Xue Xue and said, Wife, I found a way, but I don't know if it will be effective. Tell me. Although Xue Xue had already cured the poison, she was still happy when she heard that there was a way. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. If we use another kind of poison to cure the nine-headed dove's poison, it should be effective, right? Ah. Really? Xue Xue nodded, but then she frowned. However, we have to consider the details. Otherwise, if one poison doesn't work, we'll add another. Won't he die faster? Hee, we don't need to try. Xiao Hua looked at Chang Lihao and the others. Although their cultivation was shallow, they were still above the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. For the time being, they didn't show any signs of being poisoned. He got up and walked towards Huang Tianle. Huang Tianle seemed to have given up. He just sat on a chair with Huang Mang, Yang Yu, and Huang Mengxiang beside him. His face was slightly sad, and Huang Mang's face was extremely gloomy. Xia Yujiang and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators from Cultivation sects and Chu Yuchang and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators from Cultivation families were divided into two groups. They sat together and discussed something in low voices. However, everyone was frowning. Obviously, they didn't have any useful ideas. When Huang Tianle saw Xiao Hua coming, he quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for saving Xiang Er. Unfortunately, because of my Huang family's matter, I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Then he turned around and said, oh right, Xiang Er, come and thank fellow Taoist Xiao for his kindness. I wanted to wait until tomorrow morning to thank you, but it seems I won't have the chance. Huang Mengxiang stared at Xiao Hua and walked over with light steps. He bowed and said, this servant thanks Xiao Senior for his kindness. This servant made Yang Yu frown. Huang Mengxiang bowed and winked at Xiao Hua, making Xiao Hua feel quite embarrassed. Hee, get up, little friend Huang. You didn't forget to thank me in the restriction just now. Xiao Hua waved his hand and didn't let Huang Mengxiang kneel. Huang Mengxiang took the opportunity to straighten up and naughtily stuck out his tongue. He turned around and walked to Yang Yu's side, acting like an innocent and lively girl. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what's the matter? Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, this Huang has already given my most powerful magic tool to fellow Taoist. There's nothing else that can satisfy fellow Taoist. Hee, fellow Taoist Huang doesn't have it, but this Xiao has it. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Huang Tianle. What's this? Huang Tianle took it with a puzzled expression. He opened the jade bottle and a faint fishy smell spread out from the jade bottle. Huang Tianle stared at it and scanned it with his divine sense. He still didn't understand and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. This is the poison of the azure python. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Azure python? Poison? Huang Tianle frowned at first, but then he came to a realization. He was pleasantly surprised and said anxiously, "The azure python is a famous poisonous creature in my country of Shi. The poison that an adult azure python spits out is something that even foundation establishment cultivators can't resist. Although it's inferior to the nine-headed dove, but it can be used to fight poison with poison. Unfortunately, this Xiao is not a doctor nor an alchemist, so I can't use it to make an antidote. I also don't know how to use poison to fight poison, so I'll give it to fellow Daoist Huang." Xiao Hua said with regret. He didn't finish reading the jade slip of the 10,000 Poisons sect, so he really couldn't find a way to use poison to fight poison, so he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Xiao Hua walk over, Xia Yuji and Chu Yuchang's groups naturally paid attention. By the time Huang Tianla's words reached their ears, a few people had already separated themselves from the two groups and walked over. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this Huang has some experience in using it in his early years. If fellow Daoist is not worried, you can let this Huang test it." Huang Tianla held the jade bottle in his hand and said to Xiao Hua with a smile on his face, "If this succeeds, this Huang will immediately detoxify the disciples of Mo Yun village." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped and said, "Fellow Daoist Huang, using your own body to test the poison can make up for your negligence." Huang Tianla understood and bowed. He was extremely grateful and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, thank you for giving me this opportunity. However, this is fellow Daoist Zhao's merit, so I don't dare to take it all for myself." "Fellow Daoist Huang, what is this?" Xia Yuji and the others came forward and wanted to take the jade bottle from Huang Tianla's hand. Humph! Xiao Hua knew that Huang Tianla's Dharma body had used up all of his essence blood and didn't have much magic power left. He snorted and rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together. A ray of magic power shot out and blocked Xia Yuji and Huang Tianla. "Fellow Daoist Xia, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Hua said coldly, "You want to steal my item in front of me?" "Why would I want to steal your item?" Xia Yuji was a bit scared, but he looked at the other foundation establishment cultivators who came with him and said, "Mo Yun village and our cultivation sects all have people who are poisoned. Since you have a detoxification method, you should share it with us and see if it works." Chapter 1943. Hearing Xia Yuji's soft words, Xiao Hua was too lazy to argue with him and only said, "This is something I gave to fellow Huang. Don't have any other thoughts, or else I won't be polite." "So what if you're not polite?" A cultivator from a big family scolded, "A little foundation establishment, what are you being arrogant for in front of us? Aren't you afraid we'll kill you?" Xiao Hua looked at that guy with disdain and ignored him. Sure enough, someone next to that cultivator immediately persuaded, "We're all on the same boat, why bother?" "Humph!" That cultivator snorted and sat down, watching coldly. Huang Tianla looked at everyone, thought for a bit and said, "This is fellow Zhao's jade bottle, it contains the poison of the green python." Without waiting for Huang Tianla to finish, everyone understood. Their faces showed joy as they shouted, "Good, the heavens never bars one's way. I'm willing to use my body to test the poison and see if I can cure the poison of the nine-headed dove." Huang Tianla and the others stopped cheering and said with a smile, "Fellow Huang, don't worry." In the distance, a 10th layer qi refining middle-aged cultivator shouted, "Junior is Mu Du, here is an ancient recipe, it's a secret method to make poison, but I've never used it before. Junior has been thinking about it, but I can't find a poison that matches the nine-headed dove. Now that we have the poison of the green python, Junior is willing to offer this recipe. Good, everyone is collecting firewood, the fire is really strong." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Since there was a secret method, it was much better than Huang Tianla's trial and error. Sure enough, Mu Du handed over a silk-like item to Huang Tianla. Looking at the small jade bottle in Huang Tianla's hand, he smiled and said, "If it works, Senior Huang, Senior Xiao, please cure Junior's poison first." "Of course." Huang Tianla didn't discuss with Xiao Hua and nodded. Seeing that there was a highly toxic poison and a secret formula to detoxify it, everyone's hopes soared. Subconsciously, they all rushed over. As for the cultivator who had just reprimanded Xiao Hua, he became somewhat restless and kept looking over. Disciples of the Huang family, please come and maintain order. Huang Liang shouted when he saw that the situation was getting out of control. Yes, many of the Huang family's disciples who weren't poisoned answered and stood in various places of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Although they were very scattered, it was clear that they had practiced this many times. The cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were separated by the disciples of the Huang family. Their emotions were calm, but they didn't sit down. Instead, they quietly watched. At this moment, a few more low-level qi refinement cultivators were poisoned to death. Their painful cries echoed throughout the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Tianle opened the silk cloth, squinted his eyes, and carefully read the words on it word by word. After a while, just when everyone was getting impatient, Huang Tianle closed his eyes again and seemed to be thinking carefully. Alas, it really is an ancient technique. It's really strange. If I didn't look at the silk, I absolutely wouldn't have been able to think of such a method. When Huang Tianle opened his eyes, a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Sighing, he casually, unintentionally, handed the silk to Xiao Hua. Then, with a stretch of his hand, a drop of transparent liquid with traces of blood flew out from the jade bottle. Xiao Hua took the silk cloth and was clearly stunned. Mu Du was on the other side of Huang Tianle. When Mu Du saw that Huang Tianle had mistakenly handed the silk cloth to Xiao Hua, he raised his eyebrows and reached out as if he wanted to take it. How could Xiao Hua let go of the secret method that was delivered to his door? Xiao Hua glanced at Mu Du and unfolded the silk cloth without any hesitation and read it word by word. Mu Du's hand reached out, but his fingers were slightly trembling and he couldn't say a word. Huang Tianle took out a drop of the green python's venom and flicked his hand. The venom did not enter his mouth, but instead floated in midair. Huang Tianle reluctantly mobilized his spiritual power, and several strange-looking spells hit the venom. The venom was gradually divided into 10 portions. Then, with a point of his hand, one portion flew to Huang Tianle's forehead. The moment the venom touched Huang Tianle's wrinkled forehead, it immediately seeped into it. In an instant, several black threads flowed down his forehead, and it really looked like he was bitten by the green python. But when the black strands reached Huang Tianle's neck, several strands of 9 colored stripes appeared under his neck and rushed towards the black strands and quickly tangled together. Just as everyone expected, the pitch-black black lines and the 9 colored stripes gradually disappeared. When the black lines disappeared, the 9 colored stripes rushed up again. They saw Huang Tianle pointing at the venom in front of him again, and another portion flew into his forehead. It wasn't until Huang Tianle used 8 portions of the green python's poison that the 9 colored stripes on his chin disappeared completely. Great kindness. Huang Tianle clapped his hands and said, I've neutralized most of the poison in my body. The rest is nothing to worry about. However, using poison to neutralize poison is an unconventional method. I have to use this secret method. Otherwise, the 2 poisons won't be able to neutralize each other. It will only be poison on poison. Senior Huang, Junior can use the green python's poison to neutralize the poison? Mu Du asked urgently. Of course. Huang Tianle pointed his finger and a drop of green python's poison flew in front of Mu Du. Mu Du didn't dare to hesitate and cast a seal. The situation was very similar to Huang Tianle's, but he only used 7 portions to neutralize the poison in his body. Thank you, fellow Taoist Huang. Mu Du bowed in front of everyone. No need to thank me. This green python's poison belongs to fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle pointed at Xiao Hua. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Mu Du bowed again. Xiao Hua smiled and put the silk in his hand. No need, your secret method is not bad. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in making a deal with me? What deal? Mu Du was surprised. Huh, fellow Daoist, just wait a bit. Xiao Hua smiled. At this time, seeing that Huang Tianla and the nameless cultivator had neutralized the poison, the crowd became noisy again. Fellow Daoist Huang, quickly give us the poison. Senior Huang, quickly tell us how to neutralize poison with poison. Huang Tianla was about to speak when Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Fellow Daoists, don't worry. Fellow Daoist Huang's jade bottle only has 4 or 5 drops of green python's poison. It can save 6 people at most. What? Only a little bit? Xia Yusin was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why should I say so earlier? Xiao Hua was surprised. This is my own poison, why should I tell you how much there is? Xiao Hua originally wanted to take out the venom to help everyone detoxify the poison, but after hearing what that cultivator said, he changed his mind. In this world, no matter how precious something was, as long as it was obtained without paying a price, who would cherish it? Chapter 1944. What is the meaning of this, fellow cultivator Xiao? Xia Yuqi asked coldly with a gloomy face. Nothing. Xiao Hua reached out his hand and took the jade bottle from Huang Tianla's hand. He said, Fellow Taoists, although you were innocently dragged into the grudge between the Huang and Lan clans, this wasn't something that fellow Taoist Huang could decide. We can't blame fellow Taoist Huang, we can only blame Lan Jingming. Of course, since this fellow Taoist and I have the antidote, I naturally won't be stingy and will definitely help all of you. However, since I'm going to give you all such precious green python venom, shouldn't you all show some appreciation? What? Xia Yuqi and the others were dumbfounded. They really didn't expect Xiao Hua to do this. He, fellow Taoists, please take your time to think about it. I'm going to help all of you. As Xiao Hua spoke, he pulled the wooden boat towards Chang Lihao and the others. As he turned around, he scanned the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall with his divine consciousness. He opened his mouth slightly and the Dream Executioner flying sword flashed. It followed his Taoist robe to his feet and disappeared. Chang Lihao and the others were overjoyed when they saw Xiao Hua. There were too many joys and sorrows today that these qi refining disciples couldn't take it anymore. Then, Xiao Hua used Mu Du's secret technique to detoxify Chang Lihao, Chang Limin, and Chang Liqiang's poison. When Chang Liqiang bowed and thanked Xiao Hua, Yuchuan quickly went forward and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, yes, I know. Xiao Hua didn't even look and waved his hand. Another drop of poison appeared. When Xiao Hua finished detoxifying Yuchuan and his disciples, a timid voice came from the side. Senior Xiao, this junior's cultivation is too shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. This junior's spirit stones and yellow talismans, if Senior Xiao likes them, the little 7th layer qi refining cultivator was pitifully handing over some things to Xiao Hua, while the poisonous spots on the 9-headed dove in his hand were growing larger and larger. Don't be impatient. Sit down. Xiao Hua smiled. After the little cultivator sat down, Xiao Hua wasted a bit of his magic power to detoxify the cultivator's poison without saying a word. Then, he looked at the spirit stones and yellow talismans, blinked, and said, I can't accept these things, but there are no rules. You're the first, so I'll be thick-skinned. I don't dare. The young cultivator gratefully said, It's a pity that I don't have anything else, otherwise, would have given everything to Senior. All right. Xiao Hua pulled his hand and split it in half, saying to Mu Du, Fellow Taoist Mu, how about we split it in half? Ah. All right. Mu Du opened his mouth and nodded in agreement. He really hadn't thought of this. Senior Xiao. All the aura refining cultivators were overjoyed. They shouted and rushed over. Huang clan's disciples, help maintain order. according to your cultivation base, from the lowest to the highest. Prepare your spirit stones and other things. Xiao Hua didn't hold back at all as he loudly ordered. Do as Senior Xiao said, quickly. Huang Liang saw this and immediately ordered. From the lowest to the highest cultivation base, you also need to prepare your spirit stones. He. Huang Mengxiang stood not far away, holding Yang Yu's arm with his hand, watching Xiao Hua's actions with great interest. Fellow Daoists, yeah, look at this guy. Li Mingzhu was a bit annoyed and whispered, he actually robbed on the spot. Saving people is one thing, but, taking people's spirit stones on the spot, what's the big deal? And he doesn't even put us in his eyes, letting these low-level cultivators. Huang Tianle next to, fellow Daoist Li, laughed, at this juncture, since he can turn the tide, why care about such trifles? And the low-level cultivators are poisoned first, who do you think should be detoxified first? But, how long will it take for him to detoxify the poison by himself? We've already learned the secret technique, won't we be able to help others? Xia Yuxing also complained. A secret technique is naturally a secret technique, if others know, how can it be a secret technique? Huang Tianle shook his head and said, this secret technique is Mu Du's, who knows if Mu Du is willing? Can he not be willing? Immediately, a foundation establishment cultivator sneered. I'm afraid this is fellow Daoist Zhao's misgivings. Huang Tianle replied without any trace of politeness. Senior Xiao, there should be other considerations. Huang Mengxiang, who had been watching Xiao Hua's actions with a smile, suddenly said. Xiang Er. Yang Yu scolded, you've just recovered from a long illness, it's better if you don't talk too much. Other considerations? Huang Tianle was stunned, then immediately realized and said in shock, fellow Daoist Xiao, sure enough, at this moment, they heard a cry of surprise from the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation, Xiao Hua's bastard son. You dare to spoil this old man's plans again and again. This old man just left for a moment, and you actually helped others detoxify the poison. If this old man doesn't take your life, how can I be worthy of the thousands of lives of my Lan family? Following Lan Jingming's angry roar, the formation runes on the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall gradually began to flash with a vermilion brilliance, with the same power as when Huang Tianle activated the formation just now. How can he activate the formation? Huang Tianle also cried out in surprise, this formation can only be activated by my Huang family's bloodline. But the roaring flames on the four walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had already covered Huang Tianle's cry of surprise. All of you, get out of the way first. Xiao Hua's divine sense had always been exposed outside, but when he heard Lan Jingming appear in the formation, he immediately flicked his sleeve, and his figure floated up to the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is indeed a benevolent person. Huang Tianle's face was filled with indescribable astonishment and amazement. In his entire life, he had probably never seen such a benevolent and righteous cultivator. And Huang Mengxiang's mischievous pair of big eyes stared at Xiao Hua's thin and tall figure with incomparable worship. His two delicate hands slightly clenched, as if he was abnormally worried. This young master has been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come out now. Xiao Hua's body was in midair, and he coldly said, this young master definitely doesn't care about the grievances between you and the Huang family. You know how to activate the formation and detoxify all the cultivators, then you and I will go our separate ways. Lan Jingming's figure did not appear, but his arrogant voice reverberated in the formation. A mere foundation establishment cultivator actually dares to be so arrogant. This old man will let you see what is called a method. Wang wang, a burst of sound, and the flames on the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall burned fiercely. The pattern of the vermilion bird on the roof of the palace hall became more and more dazzling, gradually emerging from the top, sigh. The vermilion bird sculpture that Huang Tianle placed on the table, at this time, also gradually emitted traces of brilliance along with the changes in the formation. Huang Tianla understood that he was already powerless to activate the formation, and Lan Jingming's side was very obvious. He had already obtained the other sculpture that Huang Tianming should have. Squeak, a cry sounded, and the flaming vermilion bird took shape once again. However, just like before, the pressure that assaulted Xiao Hua's face made him feel suffocated, but the appearance of the vermilion bird was still blurry. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, and also released his own pressure. He forcefully endured the pressure that was comparable to a gold core cultivator's pressure, and his entire body trembled in midair. Ha ha ha! Lan Jingming's figure appeared on the back of the vermilion bird fire ape. Unexpectedly, it was still Huang Tianming's appearance. What an ignorant child. Even if you detoxified the poison of these people, so what? This old man only needs to sacrifice Huang Tianming's blood essence, and all of you will be killed by this old man. Possession. Huang Tianla was so angry that he trembled, and he pointed his finger at Lan Jingming and shouted, "You can activate my Huang family's formation, isn't it because you used Tianming's blood essence?" Possession. Hearing these words, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he directly stared at Lan Jingming's eyes. The pity that he previously had for Lan Jingming had already disappeared. He, what do you think? Huang Tianla, if not for this, how could this old man trap all of you in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall? If not for this, how could this old man discover the final secret of the Vermilion Bird formation? Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still a bit lacking, and Huang Tianming's memory is missing too much. Otherwise, how could there be so many mistakes? Lan Jingming clapped his hands, and a crimson ring flew up into the air. Then, the numerous flames on the array were torn apart by the ring. Vermilion Bird Ring. Where did you find it? Huang Tianla was shocked once again. Lan Jingming laughed. Naturally, this old man's ancestor killed your Huang family's ancestor, and I obtained it. Do you still need this old man to explain? Below Xiao Hua, Xia Yuji and the others also took action. Each of them took out their magic tools, and wanted to fly into the air. If this old man was you, I would quietly stay down there. If this old man was defeated by Xiao Hua, you all might have a chance to survive. But if you all go up and help, this old man will activate the Vermilion Bird formation. You all saw how Shang Qinghe was killed just now, right? Ask yourself, can you withstand the Vermilion Bird's attack? Lan Jingming seemed to be not nervous, and said casually. This. Xia Yuji and the others' faces changed greatly. At this moment, the whole place was filled with the pressure of the Vermilion Bird. Although they were not as weak as Xiao Hua, when they thought about how the Foundation Establishment middle stage Shang Qinghe was not a match for the Vermilion Bird's flames, how could they dare to go up? Seniors, if this old man kills Senior Xiao, we will have no way to survive. Since that is the case, why not take a gamble? At this moment, Huang Mengxiang said in a clear voice, "This guy has taken over my grandfather's body. Although he can activate the Vermilion Bird formation, he may not be able to use the Vermilion Bird Dharma body. Even if he uses the Vermilion Bird Dharma body in his body's blood essence, when we are killed, he will be on the verge of death. Such a method of mutual destruction, why not? Yes, the little girl is right. This old woman will take the gamble." Lei Puli, who had been keeping a low profile all this time, roared angrily. Her figure fluttered, and under the enormous might of the Vermilion Bird, she tried her best to fly to Xiao Hua's side. Her head full of white hair fluttered with the wind. This old man will also come. Qi Mingzong Zhu Feng also laughed, since we are going to die, why not die with a bang? That's right. We will advance and retreat together with fellow Xiao. Su Mingyu and the others immediately came to their senses. One by one, they shouted and tried their best to activate their magic power, rushing to the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. At this moment, everyone's cultivation was immediately revealed. Although they tried their best, not a single person could get close to Xiao Hua. They were all scattered around Xiao Hua. Chapter 1945. Lan Jingming was clearly panicking, but he immediately clenched his teeth and said, "Since all of you want to die, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Either way, I will kill all of you, and this old man's revenge will be considered complete." As he spoke, Lan Jingming waved his hand, and the ring of vermilion bird flashed with a brilliant light. A ring of fire enveloped Xiao Hua, and Lan Jingming himself flew to the side. His body shook, and a faint vermilion bird celestial body was actually released by him. Seeing the vermilion bird's celestial body, Huang Tianla's last bit of hope was shattered. No one knew the power of the vermilion bird's celestial body better than him. With this celestial body, even the city lord of Haoming City would not force him too much. Xiao Hua and the other Foundation establishment cultivators could only end up being killed. Go! Xiao Hua also didn't hesitate. With a clap of his hand, the yang leaf fan appeared from the space. Stirring his magic power, he fanned it over. Although the yang leaf fan was only a magic tool, in Xiao Hua's hand, it instantly absorbed a large amount of fire attribute spiritual energy. A fire dragon that was even larger than the vermilion bird ring's fire ring roared as it rushed over. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon rushed into the ring of fire. It only paused for a moment, as if it was being suppressed by the ring of vermilion bird. Then, it suddenly expanded, broke through the ring of fire, and flew straight through the ring of vermilion bird. Ah! Lan Jingming's body was slightly sluggish, and his expression was extremely shocked. He originally had two plans. If the ring of vermilion bird could kill Xiao Hua, he naturally wanted to escape with his life. But since Xiao Hua was so fierce that even a treasure like the ring of vermilion bird could not suppress him, Lan Jingming knew that he was definitely not a match for him. Therefore, he resolutely shook his body, and the faint vermilion bird's celestial body rushed into the huge vermilion bird formed by flames. Just as the vermilion bird's celestial body left Lan Jingming's body, a pale green brilliance flashed from the left side of Lan Jingming's body. Then, it turned into 16 rays of brilliance in the blink of an eye. These 16 rays of brilliance were like the blooming of an epiphyllum. Then, they quickly rushed towards Lan Jingming. It was Xiao Hua's dream executor. At this moment, the execution dream had 16 sword beams. It was very different from the previous 8 sword beams. Although the 8 sword beams were powerful, they were still the power of a single sword beam. It was far from the power of the sword array demonstrated in the sword playing the world. Ever since Xiao Hua's battle with Shangcheng, he had been pondering and comprehending the sword array. Today, the situation was critical. In order to kill Lan Jingming in an instant, he absolutely could not make the slightest mistake. Moreover, he could not show off too much in front of so many cultivators. Thus, Xiao Hua had released the execution dream from the very beginning. It had been lying in ambush at the side of the great array. Lan Jingming felt as if he was unable to escape. He saw the 16 rays of light surrounding him and rapidly stabbing towards him. He didn't know how to dodge them. Protect! Lan Jingming forcefully clapped his hands, and a shiny piece that looked like a talisman appeared in his hand. He slightly activated his magic power and hid it on his body. At the same time, Lan Jingming looked at the celestial body that was about to rush into the flames of the vermilion bird's celestial body, and his eyes showed a hint of anxiety. Go! Xiao Hua did his best to activate his sword technique, and the dream executioner became even faster. Pu, pu, pu. A series of sounds could be heard. A few of the dream executioner's flying swords were blocked by Lan Jingming, and more than 10 extremely sharp Dao laws pierced into his Daoist robes. A faint light flashed around his body, and without any more resistance, they pierced into his body, but at this moment, Lan Jingming's vermilion bird celestial body also entered the flames of the vermilion bird. Everyone in the vermilion bird palace hall suddenly felt an irresistible heat wave, and a pressure that made everyone despair came from the flames of the vermilion bird's celestial body. Xiao Hua, who bore the brunt of the pressure, felt the true yuan in his meridian solidify. The magic power around him seemed to be unable to move. His body that had been baptized by the lightning tribulation also became weak. The phoenix celestial body hidden within his body was also trembling. 132 black dots, whether it was the physical body or the celestial body, were all slightly trembling. They seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The dragon vein that had been driven by the dragon transformation art was also suppressed to the point that it couldn't move at all, damn it. It's said to be able to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. Sure enough, your reputation is well deserved. My Jindan stage cultivation base is still not enough. At this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense was completely suppressed by the flames of the vermilion bird. He couldn't command the execution dream at all. He bitterly laughed in his heart and closed his eyes. He knew that he had no other choice. He felt that the heat that pierced his heart was already in front of him. Xiaohua didn't have the strength to fight back, just as Xiaohua was about to be turned into ashes in the flames of the vermilion bird's celestial body, a heart-wrenching scream came from Lan Jingming's mouth. This scream was filled with unwillingness and grief. It was so loud that everyone's ears were ringing and their hearts were shaking. Xiaohua, on the other hand, felt the heat that was already in front of him. He immediately froze. The pressure that was suppressing all of his divine sense also stopped. When Xiaohua opened his eyes to take a look, that pressure, that suffocating feeling, and that heat that was assaulting his face were like the receding tide of the sea, gradually dissipating. Xiaohua ignored the scattering of the vermilion bird's celestial body and the vermilion bird's celestial body that was retracting back to the roof of the vermilion bird's celestial body. He ignored the dimming of the vermilion bird's celestial body under the fire dragon of Yi Yang's fan. He only looked at Lan Jingming's corpse that had fallen into the air under the 16 rays of light of the execution dream's sword formation. Lan Jingming's eyes were wide open and filled with sorrow. This. Whose fault is this? Xiaohua sighed. He waved his hand and the vermilion bird's celestial body flew into his hand. The execution dream once again turned into a ray of light and fell to the ground along with Lan Jingming's corpse. The vermilion bird's celestial body was a palm-sized ring. There were 9 vivid and lifelike vermilion bird diagrams on it. Inside and outside the diagrams, tiny runes were densely engraved. A layer of flickering flames revolved around the entire vermilion bird's celestial body, as if there was a boundless universe inside. Everyone in the vermilion bird's celestial body held their breaths. They did not dare to say a single word. They only raised their heads and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in the air with complicated gazes. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, continue to detoxify the poison. Prepare the spirit stones and other items." Ah! Everyone was happy at first, but then, they were stunned. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to let the Huang family disciples take a look at Lan Jingming's corpse and see if there was any antidote on him. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, how could he let the disciples go? Alright, since Xiaohua was willing to detoxify the poison for everyone, then everyone could only do the same as before. They lined up in order and took out spirit stones and other items. They also let Xiaohua detoxify the poison. No one mentioned Lan Jingming's matter. Chapter 1946. After a meal, half of the aura-refining disciples had been detoxified. Huang Mengxiang skipped to Xiaohua's side and said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, detoxifying the poison here alone. Is it too tiring? Do you want me to help you?" Looking at Huang Mengxiang's appearance, Xiaohua felt a headache. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine, hehe, thank you for saving me again." Huang Mengxiang rolled his eyes and said, "Little fellow Taoist Huang, is there something wrong?" "Hehe, I came to ask on behalf of my grandfather. Lan Jingming, that old bastard, deserved to die. However, his remains belong to my little grandfather. My Huang clan can't let him be humiliated. Senior Xiao. You see. Huang Mengxiang said without any trace of politeness. Xiao Hua woke up. Although the one who died was Lan Jingming, his remains were still Huang Tianming's. How could Huang Tianla not care? I was careless. You can go and tidy up. If you have any antidote, you can take it out and use it. Xiao Hua nodded. He, Senior Xiao is easy to talk to. Thank you. Huang Mengxiang winked at Xiao Hua and quickly ran back. After getting Xiao Hua's agreement, Huang Tianla quickly ordered the Huang clan disciples to tidy up. Unfortunately, Lan Jingming was such a cautious person. How could he leave the antidote on his body? Su Mingyu and the others were obviously disappointed. They asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Huang, can you open the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's formation? We can go out and get some fresh air." Fellow Taoist Huang can also find someone to go to Lan Jingming's residence to look for the antidote. Huang Tianla took out his vermilion bird statue and activated it. He smiled bitterly and said, "I just used a lot of magic power to detoxify the poison. I don't have enough magic power right now. Please wait for a moment." Soon after, he glanced at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's flame and said, "Moreover, everyone is poisoned. Aside from me, no one else can open the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It is an excellent shelter. Wouldn't it be better to wait until fellow Taoist Xiao detoxifies everyone's poison before opening the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall?" Sigh, okay. Su Mingyu and the rest were afraid that something would happen to Huang Tianla. They couldn't even leave the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, so they naturally wanted to urge him. However, seeing that Huang Tianla really didn't have any magic power, they could only wait. 2 hours later, Xiao Hua successfully cured everyone of the 9-headed doves. He and Mu Du had 2 storage pouches on the table. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua waved his hand and threw his 2 storage pouches to Chang Lihao. He smiled and said, "I can't be a guest of Emo Cloud Village for free. Take these." "Yes. Thank you, senior brother Xiao." Chang Lihao was overjoyed. His respect had already turned into worship. Xiao Hua pointed at Mu Du and said, "Fellow cultivator Mu, take care of your storage pouch. You deserve it." "Yes, thank you, Senior Xiao." Mu Du nodded and kept the storage bag. At this time, Huang Tianla left again. He bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old man doesn't know what to say. I really didn't think that Mo Cloud Village would have someone as great as you. You didn't know before, but you'll know in the future." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. He looked around and said, "Fellow Taoist Huang, you should open the formation of the Vermilion Bird Palace. I'm afraid everyone here is already worried." Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. "I'll open it now," Huang Tianla said as he took out the vermilion bird statue. "I'll tell the disciples to change the banquet and remake the spirit wine and spirit fruits. I'll properly thank fellow Taoist Xiao, and also apologize to everyone here. I'm afraid no one will dare to drink your Huang family's spirit wine anymore." Xiao Hua watched as the vermilion bird statue spat out flames once again. The flames on the 4 walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall gradually subsided, finally revealing the palace doors. Moreover, under Huang Tianla's intention, 8 huge doors simultaneously appeared in 8 directions of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, all of them open. Kacha, a sudden clap of thunder resounded. Just as the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was revealed, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall lit up. Immediately after, the pitter-patter of raindrops and banana leaves filled everyone's ears. "It's raining," Xiao Hua's divine sense slightly swept and understood. "Moreover, it's a thunderstorm with lightning and thunder." Fellow Taoist Huang, we didn't do anything today. Instead, we gave the Huang family a lot of trouble. Now that everything is over, we won't stay here for long. Seeing the Vermilion Bird Palace open, Su Mingyu, Xia Yujiang, and the others all stood up and cupped their hands. We'll thank fellow Taoist Xiao for the following banquet. We'll take our leave. Huang Tianla quickly stood up and said, fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. It's midnight right now, and there's lightning and thunder. Why don't you wait until tomorrow? I'll arrange for the disciples to prepare a quiet room. Fellow Taoists, you can rest for a while. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow. No need. Su Mingyu and the others had just escaped from death and had the intention to leave. How could they dare to stay for a moment longer? Moreover, a thunderstorm like this was nothing to a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was no different from a normal day. Fine, I'll send you all off. Huang Tianla understood their thoughts and said, today, my Huang family indeed didn't receive you well. In the future, I'll bring my son to your sect to apologize. That's easy. Fellow Taoist Huang's body isn't well, so you should stay. If the Huang family needs anything in the future, please send us a message. Su Mingyu's words were clearly a refusal. They definitely wouldn't come to Tianmen Mountain again. After speaking, Su Mingyu and the others looked at each other and actually flew towards the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's 8 doors. It could be seen that their hearts were really full of fear. Sigh, really? Huang Tianla turned his head and looked. He didn't know who to send off, so he could only walk 2 steps and smile bitterly. At this time, a group of Qi refinement cultivators and cultivators from other sects were also restless. They all stood up and wanted to bid farewell to Huang Tianla. Master, why are you? Just as everyone stood up, they heard a plop sound as they fell to the ground. Immediately after, a cry of surprise came from the west side of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. This voice also stopped abruptly and didn't even finish speaking. At the same time, this kind of cry of surprise sounded from all 4 sides of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. A series of plop sounds appeared. What's going on? Xiao Hua was aghast. His divine sense swept over, and he saw that Su Mingyu and the other Foundation building cultivators who flew out earlier had already fallen at the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Lying next to them were also a few aura refining disciples. Presumably, they were the ones who discovered their abnormal state and cried out in alarm. The remaining people surrounded the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. They looked at the seemingly normal entrance with extreme fear and looked at the curtain of rain that poured in from outside the entrance. Their bodies trembled slightly and they didn't dare to fly even half a step further. Which senior is outside? We only came to Tianmen Mountain to help the Huang family. We don't want to get involved in the grudges between the Huang family and the Lan family. Moreover, Lan Jingming was also killed by a cultivator called Xiao Hua just now. We don't have any grudges with him anymore. Right now, we only want to return from Tianmen Mountain. Moreover, this junior swears that I won't take half a step within 100 miles of Tianmen Mountain. Zhao Fanling of the Zhao family took half a step forward and said very respectfully with a bow. Outside the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, there was nothing but raindrops that covered the sky and covered the earth. Although the walala sound didn't cover Zhao Fanling's voice, there wasn't any echo either. Since senior isn't willing to speak, then this junior will take it as senior's consent. Zhao Fanling's face was indescribably happy and worried. This junior is only a woman. I definitely won't say half a word about today's matter. I hope that senior will raise your hand and let this junior go. As she spoke, Zhao Fanling clapped her hands and took out a jade-like magic tool from her storage pouch. Under the activation of her magic power, a layer of purple luster was produced and completely covered Zhao Fanling. Zhao Fanling didn't dare to fly. She slowly stepped out with one foot. When she saw that there was no movement, she stepped out with the other foot, moving half a foot by half a foot. When she neared the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was precisely where Su Mingyu was lying. Zhao Fanling hesitated for a moment, then slightly stepped out with the tip of her foot. When she saw that there was no movement, she slowly, gently, and carefully moved her foot out again. At this time, there was still no movement. Senior. Junior thanks Senior. Zhao Fanling raised her head and shouted towards the pitch-black night sky. Gathering her courage, she passed through the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's entrance. However, at this moment, the instant Zhao Fanling passed through the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's entrance, a strange thing happened. Zhao Fanling's entire body slightly twitched, as if her entire essence, energy, and spirit had been sucked out by someone. Her body went limp and the luster of the magic tool in her hands suddenly extinguished. She laid down next to Su Mingyu. The group of cultivators with divine senses only needed to sweep a glance to understand that Zhao Fanling was no longer breathing. Ah! A few frightened screams sounded in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Immediately, there was no more movement and it was deathly silent. Rumble, right at this moment, a burst of thunder seemed to have struck the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The surrounding scenery was brightly illuminated in an instant. In the night, the originally majestic artificial mountains and flowing treetops looked extremely strange at this moment. They were like night owls and also like ghosts. Xiao Hua's heart jumped. The Buddha Sarira faintly emitted threads of golden light and even the phoenix Dharma body was slightly trembling. This heavenly thunder. I'm afraid it's not the sound of a normal thunderstorm. Xiao Hua, who had experienced the lightning tribulation, smelled something different from the heavenly thunder and slightly frowned. Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious, Huang Tianle hurriedly shouted. Although he told the others not to be anxious, his own face was also filled with panic. Moreover, his forehead was already covered in sweat. This night was truly strange. This person's death was truly inexplicable. Fellow Taoist Huang, what's going on? Xiao Hua's eyes were bright as he stared at Huang Tianle. Although the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was abnormally warm, Xiao Hua felt a chill seeping out from his spine. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old one really doesn't know. Huang Tianle vigorously shook his head, this old one has already lost his sense of propriety tonight. All of this really has nothing to do with this old one. Let this old one go over and take a look first. Afterwards, he walked forward a few steps and raised his voice. Where are the disciples on duty outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall? Why didn't anyone come over to report? Chapter 1947. Fellow Taoist Huang, there's no need to shout. Near your Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. I'm afraid there's no one left alive. Xiao Hua said quietly. His eyes were looking at the shining water threads outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The sound of water flowing could be heard. What? Huang Tianle's face was pale. His body swayed and he almost fell. Huang Mengxiang quickly supported him. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Huang, you. Xiao Hua said strangely. Sigh, my divine sense is gradually declining. Huang Tianle said with a bitter smile, moreover, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall seems to be covered by heavenly lightning. My divine sense can't penetrate it. Amen, Xiao Hua nodded. His divine sense had only managed to extend about 3 meters out of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall before it was blocked. His Buddhist sense, on the other hand, was barely able to extend 30 meters out. Presumably, with Huang Tianle's early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to extend his divine sense out of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Cough cough, I'll go take a look first. So many fellow Taoists have died. Huang Tianle actually coughed twice like a senile mortal elder. Grandfather, it's better if you don't go. You're old, your body. Huang Mengxiang advised in a low voice. Xiang Air, I'm just going to take a look. Huang Tianle said in a low voice, as the Huang family's patriarch, how can I not go? Come with this old man. Yes, grandfather. Huang Mengxiang replied in a low voice. Huang Mang and Yang Yu followed behind him. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked around. His Buddhist consciousness swept outside and then looked at the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Just now, when Zhao Fanling went out, his divine sense followed closely. He didn't find any magic power fluctuations at all and Zhao Fanling fell to the ground. This was really beyond Xiao Hua's understanding. After thinking for a while, he didn't follow Huang Qianle. Instead, he walked to the table where Shui and the others were. At this moment, there weren't many people in the center of the hall. All the cultivators were scattered around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in a circle, facing the 8 open doors of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Shui looked calm, but Chang Yulian and Chang Xuemei were pale. Their lips were slightly black and trembling. The two of them huddled together and hid behind Shui. Chang Lihao and the other two clenched their fists. What? Are you scared? Xiao Hua also forcefully squeezed out a smile and asked. Senior brother Xiao. Chang Lihao's voice was trembling. Yes. Before, although I was afraid, after all, it was a clear opponent. I knew who it was. But now. I can't see who it is. Several foundation building seniors have been killed without anyone knowing. There's not even the slightest sound. How can I not be afraid? If it weren't for senior brother Xiao, I'm afraid we would have left long ago. Perhaps we would have died at the entrance of the hall. Chang Limin echoed. Senior brother Xiao, it's all my fault. I didn't dare to be greedy and urged my brothers to come over. Chang Yulian said faintly. Chang Xuemei trembled even more. Little sister shouldn't have dragged senior brother and big sister into this. Otherwise, who knows where senior brother and big sister would be now? Why are you saying this now? Xiao Hua widened his eyes and scolded, how can cultivators of our generation have so much to be gentle about? What's done is done, don't have any thoughts of turning back. Thinking about the past and the future, in the end, it's all empty space. Chang Lihao's heart trembled. He nodded respectfully. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. I understand. In an instant, the timidity in his eyes lessened by a bit. Although Chang Xuemei and Chang Yulian understood, female cultivators were born timid. They couldn't be enlightened in such a short time. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He looked at Shui's clear eyes. There was a kind of fear, but it wasn't timidity. Instead, it was more of concern for him. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He didn't think much of it before, but after several life and death situations, he saw Shui so calm. Her state of mind was even more open-minded than his, as if she had thrown away life and death. How could he not be surprised? According to Shui's cultivation, she shouldn't be like this. Could it be, in the fog mountain, Ling Jingyi said something to her? Xiao Hua pondered. Moreover, Shui and Ling Jingyi didn't seem to mention anything about Shui's parents. Shui doesn't have the fire ape spirit blood in her bloodline. Instead, she has a thunder physique and is protected by that male thunder beast. Could this be the reason for Shui's abnormal behavior? Ah! At this moment, cries of surprise came from the side of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and he was even more shocked. Just now, after Zhao Fanling's rash attempt to survive and her strange death, no one dared to take half a step forward. They all surrounded the door and stared at it with terrifying gazes. At this moment, the area that seemed to be the edge of death actually shrunk. Several low-level cultivators that were closest to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door also seemed to have their vitality taken away. They silently lay on the ground. Many people were like headless flies as they rushed into the air. However, something even more shocking happened. The several people who had rushed into the air had only flown a few feet before they fell back down from the sky without making any sound. This time, no one dared to fly anymore. They just ran around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall like mortals. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out several dozen rabbit spirit talismans. Both of his hands continuously struck them out. In a short moment, he urged his magic power and a rabbit spirit formation was set up, protecting Xue Xue and the others within. Senior Xiao. Not far away, Yichuan didn't dare to stray too far away from Xue Xue and the others. Even when there were people rushing to get out, he was still like this. Seeing Xiaohua take out so many spirit talismans all of a sudden, his mouth had long since changed to senior, junior, can. Seeing Yichuan use his finger to point at the spirit formation, Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, Daoist you and the disciples can also come over. However, I can't guarantee that I'll really be able to protect everyone. It's good that you have this, Junior can't thank you enough. Yichuan hurriedly walked into the range of the spirit formation, bowed and said, if we can escape alive today, Junior will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Let's talk about it after we escape. Xiaohua waved his hand, pointed at Xue Xue and said, if possible, try your best to protect my junior sister. Of course, of course. Yichuan sat in front of Xue Xue, as if he could really protect her. Darling Xiao, be careful. Xue Xue faintly said. She knew that Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be like the other cultivators who only cared about their own safety. Because, he was Xiaohua. Don't worry, Xiaohua nodded towards her. Everyone retreated about 3 meters, then stopped again. Huang Tianla also retreated with everyone under the support of Huang Mengxiang. However, he still seemed to be struggling, as if he wanted to go forward. Daoist Huang, Xiaohua walked to Huang Tianla's side, frowned and said, actually, I'm the same as Daoist Zhao Fanling. I really don't want to get involved in the grudges between the Huang clan and others. However, tonight, I've really been dragged into the water by Daoist Huang. Now that Daoist Su Mingyu and the other Daoists have died, the various sects that they belong to probably won't let this matter go. In my opinion, if Daoist Huang knows what's going on, it's better for you to have a good talk with the senior outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. As long as that senior isn't like Lan Jingming, insisting on taking our lives, we still have a chance to escape this calamity. Chapter 1948. Alas, fellow Daoist Xiao, Huang Tianla's face was almost devoid of color. At this moment, after hearing Xiaohua's reprimand, a trace of redness appeared on his face. He sighed and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, tonight, fellow Daoist has made a great contribution and is the great benefactor of my Tianmen Mountain. This old man won't hide anything from you. My Tianmen Mountain does indeed have many enemies, but since they haven't come looking for us for so many years, perhaps they were exterminated by my Huang clan, or perhaps they declined on their own. This matter of the Lan clan is absolutely beyond this old man's expectations. Other people. I really don't know of such powerful enemies. Senior Xiao, if my Huang clan's enemies had such powerful abilities, they would have already razed Tianmen Mountain to the ground. Why wait until today? Huang Mengxiang said without any trace of politeness. Moreover, this senior's abilities are so powerful, even more powerful than my Vermilion Bird Flame formation. Why do you need to be so sneaky? Just come out and destroy the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. We won't be able to survive, so why is everyone so scared? Ah! Just as they were talking, there was another wave of wailing and howling. A female cultivator in the middle of the crowd suddenly fell to the ground, similarly dying. This was great. Getting close to the palace gate was dangerous, but not getting close to the palace gate was also dangerous. It seemed like there was no safe place in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, a crowd of cultivators lost their heads out of fear and fled in disarray. No one knew where to hide. This scene was no different from the usual panicked crowd in the secular world. Clatter, 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 a wave of trembling teeth due to fright rang out. Everyone near Xiao Hua's left and right were trembling. A frightening aura pervaded the entire place, and even Xiao Hua was no exception. A kind of fear that came from the bottom of his heart flowed along Xiao Hua's blood and quickly spread throughout his entire body. A kind of coldness wrapped around Xiao Hua's entire body. Damn it, which senior is this? Xiao Hua could also be considered to have experienced countless life and death situations, but he had never felt so powerless. Ah, ah, another two screams rang out in succession. Two cultivators collapsed, and the order in which they collapsed was actually facing Xue Xue and the others. This is bad. Xiao Hua didn't know whether his formation could block this strange death or not. He floated in front of the formation. Xiao. Xue 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 couldn't help but call out. Shut up. Xiao Hua shouted and locked his divine sense in front of him, hoping that he would discover something. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, his divine sense was completely empty. Just as Xiao Hua thought that the danger had passed, a sudden gust of cold wind gently blew towards Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly retreated. Then, he released his Buddhist sense again. As before, there was nothing abnormal in the place where Ling Feng was. Xiao Hua stopped and his eyes quickly turned. With a slap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. A bronze brilliance sprinkled down from the top of Xiao Hua's head, firmly protecting him. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal was summoned, the cold wind blew again and actually went past the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. What? What kind of divine ability is this? Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly retreated, and without the slightest hesitation, he naturally shot out the fireball technique. With a rumbling sound, the area in front of Xiao Hua's eyes was covered in flames. Xiao Hua didn't withdraw his Buddhist sense. Just as the flames were burning, he suddenly discovered that there was a faintly swaying silhouette in the flames. However, this silhouette didn't seem to be afraid of the flames and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, not far from Xiao Hua's side, another cultivator fell to the ground and no longer breathed. Rise! Xiao Hua extended his hand and a samadhi true fire emerged from his hand. Immediately after, a wall of fire surrounded him. Xiao Hua flicked his hand again and a wisp of the samadhi true fire flew towards the faintly discernible silhouette just now. A deep, strange sound like it came from the throat rang out. Immediately, a humanoid flame appeared from the samadhi true fire and screamed. Ah! The group of female cultivators all screamed in fright, ghost. Ghost, of course, it couldn't be seen and could kill without a trace. If it wasn't a ghost, then what was it? Ghost? Although Xiao Hua's heart trembled, since even ghosts were afraid of the samadhi true fire, what was he afraid of? Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and hurriedly waved his hand again. Outside the rabbit spell formation, a wall of samadhi true fire rose. Senior Xiao, save me! Senior Xiao, save me! When everyone saw that Xiao Hua was actually able to use fire to kill ghosts, they all rushed towards Xiao Hua. Many people even wanted to squeeze into the rabbit spell formation. But at the same time that everyone rushed in, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out again. Several cultivators fell under everyone's feet. It was unknown whether they were killed by ghosts or trampled to death. Seeing so many people rushing over, Xiao Hua coldly snorted. His figure flew into the air and shouted, "All of you, stop. In this kind of panic, even this Xiao will be trampled to death by you. Who can save you? Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Such panic will only cause more people to die. It won't allow Senior Xiao to save you." At this time, Huang Mengxiang also flew into the air and shouted loudly, "All of you, sit down where you are and leave some space between yourselves. If fellow Taoists have any fireball talismans or the like, you can use them to protect yourselves first. Even if there are ghosts or the like, Senior Shao will have time to kill them if there's a gap. When the cultivators heard Huang Mengxiang's reminder, they all came to a sudden realization and quickly sat down. One by one, they took out all the fire attribute yellow talismans they could use and used them to protect themselves. Then, they looked pitifully at Xiao Hua. Do you want to die? Hurry up and get down. Xiao Hua said coldly. Huang Mengxiang didn't seem to be afraid of the others. His figure turned and landed beside Huang Tianle. He even smiled at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't have the time and didn't have the mood to do anything ambiguous with this little girl. He released his Buddhist sense and carefully examined, but obviously, although his Buddhist sense left, it couldn't do anything. Ah! A sound echoed. One of the female cultivators cried out in alarm. In front of her, a male cultivator with flames on his body silently lay down. Go! Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all. He waved the Samadhi true fire in his hand and a slender line of fire flew over. However, before the line of fire flew near the male cultivator, it unexpectedly stopped. Then, as if something had been ignited, a silhouette that was half a head taller than an ordinary person appeared. It let out a hee sound and continuously swayed within the Samadhi true fire. Go! Xiao Hua waved his hand again. Another 4 lines of Samadhi true fire once again flew to the 4 sides where the male cultivator was just now. With a whoosh sound, as expected by Xiao Hua, 3 of the lines of Samadhi true fire missed. The Samadhi true fire on the other side succeeded, igniting a ghost. However, a new situation appeared. This ghost seemed to be different from the previous ones. It could actually flutter rapidly. Although it painfully rolled on the ground, it still crashed into the cultivators sitting at the side. In merely a breath's time, several cultivators were affected. The Samadhi true fire was so powerful that when these cultivators touched it, their bodies immediately burned. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. He flew to the left of these cultivators and reached out to extinguish the Samadhi true fire on their bodies. What should I do? Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. These ghosts seemed to be different from the vengeful ghosts Xiao Hua encountered in the flame forest swamp. His spiritual sense couldn't see them. But I wonder if the Buddha's Saraira can transcend? The Buddha's Saraira could be considered one of Xiao Hua's secrets. At this moment, other than Han Zhu, no other cultivator knew about it. Although the Buddha's Saraira could succeed, the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect had an inexplicable grudge. Although Xiao Hua didn't know much about it, from Han Zhu's words, he could definitely predict the consequences of others discovering the Buddhist sect's divine ability. Therefore, unless it involved his own safety, he didn't plan to reveal it. In addition, Xiao Hua forced the spirit-devouring cultivation technique from spirit husbandry sect's Li Dongming in the flame forest swamp. However, it was obvious that the spirit-devouring cultivation technique he obtained was the most basic one. Moreover, Xiao Hua didn't have time to comprehend it. Even if he wanted to use it now, he couldn't. I can't see these ghosts. If I can see them, then the Samadhi true fire can be used. Xiao Hua frowned. Suddenly, the Samadhi true fire on Xiao Hua's body flickered slightly, showing signs of being extinguished. Oh my God, there are ghosts that aren't afraid of the Samadhi true fire. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he opened his left hand slightly. He wasn't sure if the delirium dharma eye that could see spiritual energy could see ghosts that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Before Xiao Hua saw the ghosts, although he was afraid, he didn't have a creepy feeling. However, when he opened his delirium dharma eye and saw the ghosts, an extremely absurd feeling, as if he had arrived at the Yellow Springs, rushed into his heart. He saw that the ghosts in the delirium dharma eye were light green smoke. They were humanoid. However, some of these humanoid figures were missing arms and legs. Some of them were missing heads and legs. There were even some that didn't have any limbs and were just floating in the air. Not only on the ground, even in the air, there was a lot of light fog flying left and right. The entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was a place where demons were dancing. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Hua was extremely shocked. Suddenly, he thought of the words of Lan Jingming, who was just killed. Today is officially the 15th day of the 7th month. If you all die, then turn into malicious spirits. The 15th day of the 7th month? Is it the ghost festival? As Xiao Hua was thinking, he once again heard a series of thunderclaps rumbling outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Several dazzling purple lights dazzled his illusion breaker eye, and the ghosts that were slowly pouring into the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall all turned into white mist and disappeared without a trace. Could it be because the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is a fire-type array? These ghosts entered the palace hall to avoid the lightning tribulation. While Xiao Hua was thinking, his hands and feet were not dissatisfied. His left hand was placed on his waist, pretending to move. The flames of the Samadhi true fire in his right hand were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Every time a flower fell, a ghost would be ignited. However, correspondingly, Xiao Hua was also extremely busy. Many cultivators were affected by the Samadhi true fire of the ghosts. Xiao Hua couldn't sit and watch. Moreover, it seemed that only he could control the Samadhi true fire. If he didn't take action, who could? I'll help you. Just as Xiao Hua was flustered, a voice sounded. Chapter 1949. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang's figure flew over like a nimble butterfly, fluttering in front of everyone's eyes. Huang Mengxiang's left hand was waving a wisp of slightly thin true Samadhi fire, but her right hand was waving on some cultivators who had true Samadhi fire on their bodies. After waving a few times, the true Samadhi fire on the cultivators' bodies were all extinguished. Great! Xiao Hua came to a realization. This Tianmen Mountain's Huang family probably has the true bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. Huang Mengxiang is the Huang family's daughter of the first wife and also has outstanding aptitude. Being able to learn true Samadhi fire is not considered strange. But how can Huang Mengxiang casually extinguish true Samadhi fire of Xiao Hua? Every time, she has to wave several techniques to extinguish a wisp of true Samadhi fire. But even so, Xiao Hua can be considered to have obtained assistance. His thoughts on extinguishing the fire were greatly reduced and he concentrated on killing the hesitating ghosts in the main hall. Just like this, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the wandering ghosts among the cultivators were almost completely eliminated. Even though there were no more cultivators whose lives were taken by the ghosts, Xiao Hua's expression did not appear relaxed. After all, in this short period of time, Huang Mengxiang's face already appeared crimson. Clearly, it was because her magic power was insufficient. And from what he saw with his Dharma eye, outside of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door, there were still many ghosts slowly swimming in. If I were to set up the true Samadhi fire around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, I would be able to stop the ghosts from invading. However, this is not a long-term solution. My powers are limited after all. These ghosts seem to be inexhaustible. I have to find the reason. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and rubbed his hands. A dozen wisps of true Samadhi fire flew out again, igniting the ghosts closest to the cultivators in the main hall. Afterwards, his figure flew and pounced towards the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door. His right hand raised again and a fire wall technique was cast. Soon after, he waved left and right. Following Xiao Hua's gesture, the fire wall technique quickly spread along the four walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Without waiting for the two fire walls to meet, Xiao Hua raised his left and right hands again. 3 wisps of true Samadhi fire simultaneously appeared in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and also started to spread along the walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xiao Hua's method was quite effective. Although the wall of fire couldn't stop the ghosts, after the true Samadhi fire appeared, all the ghosts that rushed into the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were ignited by the true Samadhi fire. They could no longer approach the cultivators sitting in the center of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Alas, it's still a temporary measure. Xiao Hua looked at the Samadhi true fire that was dimming with every ghost that was ignited. He sighed and flew into the air above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. At this time, all the ghosts in the air were killed by Xiao Hua, so it could be considered safe. Seeing that Huang Mengxiang was still extinguishing the true Samadhi flames, Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the cultivators below him. After a moment, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he secretly opened his magic eyes. Among the many cultivators, he saw a cultivator whose body was faintly green in color, similar to that of a ghost, appear within Xiao Hua's magic eyes. It's him. Xiao Hua's phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. He pretended to carelessly pass by that short cultivator who looked like he was only around 10th layer Qi disciple. With a wave of his left and right hand, several streams of true Samadhi fire flew down together, charging towards that male cultivator whose face was pale and whose eyes were slightly sunken. Ha ha ha! That male cultivator's face was originally filled with panic, but when he saw Xiao Hua's several streams of true Samadhi flames rushing towards him, his face revealed astonishment. Immediately after, he laughed loudly. His figure swayed strangely for a while, using some unknown spell. Not only did he dodge the true Samadhi flames, his own figure also flew into the air. Ah! Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. Because from what he saw with his magic eyes, a light green smoke floated up from the male cultivator's body, similar to the color of ghosts. Moreover, there wasn't any normal fluctuation of mana. Ah! The cultivators next to the male cultivator were also shocked. They didn't think that the culprit was hiding next to them. They all couldn't help but dodge in all directions. Xiao Hua, you really are strong. Not only is your mana profound, you also have insight. That male cultivator saw that he was exposed and no longer hid. His body stood in the air and said with a smile, "Are you really a guest of Emoyun village?" Insight. Hearing this, Xiao Hua slightly clenched his left hand and said coldly, "This Xiao is naturally a guest of Emoyun village. Of course, this young master is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect." What? Are you scared of this young master? Xiao Hua didn't dare to lead the calamity to Emoyun village and clearly stated his identity. Imperial Thunder sect? Then no wonder. That cultivator had a face of realization. It's not strange for the Imperial Thunder sect to have a foundation establishment cultivator like you who can control true Samadhi fire. Imperial Thunder sect disciple. Huang Tianla also had a face of realization and Huang Mengxiang's eyes flickered. As for saying this lord is scared of you, he, you think too highly of yourself. That cultivator laughed again and said, "You're only a foundation establishment cultivator, this lord doesn't put you in my eyes." This lord? Who are you? Xiao Hua berated like spring thunder, "Many cultivators have no enmity with you, why did you order ghosts to come and massacre them? Who is this lord? He, how could a little foundation establishment cultivator like you know?" That cultivator said with a strange smile, but then calmly said, "If you want to know this lord's identity, then this lord will tell you how you saw through this lord." Obviously, this cultivator was the same as Lan Jingming, very confident in his concealment. He didn't think that he would be seen through by Xiao Hua while hiding on the side. "Why are you so curious about Lan Jingming's question just now?" Xiao Hua ridiculed, "Do you think that your actions are flawless and others shouldn't be able to see through it? Could it be that you are the person behind Lan Jingming? Humph, don't compare this lord with that brat surnamed Lan." The cultivator waved his hand and said disdainfully, "He is just a jumping clown, he actually has the same idea as this lord. This lord didn't want to make a move, I wanted to wait for him to exterminate the Huang family, then this lord would take his life. Who would have thought that a distraction would appear?" What grievances do you have with the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain? Xiao Hua asked. This isn't something that a little foundation establishment cultivator like you can care about. The cultivator waved his hand. How about you first tell me how you found out about this lord? Should I tell you? Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. Of course, as long as you tell me, this lord will also tell you some things that you want to know. Sigh, it's actually very simple. Xiao Hua extended a finger and shook it slightly. If this Xiao tells you, you may not necessarily believe it. Are you stalling for time? The cultivator asked curiously. I have never heard of an Imperial Thunder sect disciple being so long-winded. If you don't say it, how do you know this lord won't believe you? This Xiao has already used the poison of the green python to detoxify all the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. They also gave me their spirit stones, yellow talismans, pills and other things as rewards. Only you didn't give anything. You say this Xiao doesn't remember you. How can I not suspect you? Chapter 1950. W.H. What? The cultivator's face turned green. There are so many people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, but only I didn't give you spirit stones, this. You still remember? Yeah, what's so strange about it? Xiao Hua said somewhat proudly, I've always been stingy. Now that I've spent a lot of money to get the Azure Python's poison, there's actually someone who didn't give me spirit stones. I naturally have to remember, this isn't strange at all. Since you don't need to detoxify it, then, you definitely aren't poisoned. But how can a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator not be poisoned? Just thinking about it makes me feel strange. Like this, I can casually use my heal to know you have a problem. This. The cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't I be like you and not drink the spirit wine? This spirit wine is extremely useful for Qi refinement cultivators. If you don't drink it, doesn't that mean you don't need the spirit wine's spirit energy? Isn't that even more obvious? Xiao Hua spoke frankly with assurance, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Damn it, the cultivator laughed bitterly. Of course I drank it. Of course I know there's poison in the spirit wine, but I'm a ghost cultivator, how can I let you detoxify it? With magic power everywhere, you'll naturally be able to see through me. Ghost cultivator. Xiao Hua was stunned. He'd only heard of soul cultivators, but he'd never heard of ghost cultivators. With a sweep of his gaze, he saw that Huang Tianla was also stunned. Presumably, he also didn't know. What's a ghost cultivator for? Xiao Hua asked. Do I have to trouble myself to tell you this? The cultivator clapped his hands and took out a palm-sized triangular flag. Won't it be fine if you use your heal to think? Okay, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate, the true Samadhi fire in his hand flourishing. I'll ask one more question. I don't know what kind of grudge fellow Taoist has with the Huang family that you can't let us innocent cultivators go. Sorry. The cultivator said coldly, I didn't plan on telling you these things. After he finished speaking, the cultivator waved his hand and a faint black-green mist gathered around his body, protecting him. Immediately after, a few wisps of faint green mist were released from the small flag, attacking the fire wall at the entrance of the hall. Fellow Taoist, do you think I, Xiao, am transparent? Xiao Hua waved his hand, and several true Samadhi flames flew out, wanting to block that green fog. But contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, when the Samadhi true fire flew through the green mist, the flames actually dimmed, as if they were about to be extinguished. This is bad. This guy isn't afraid of the true Samadhi fire. Xiao Hua immediately understood. Indeed, that cultivator sneered and said, it's merely the Samadhi true fire. Even though it's rare in Dawn Rain continent, it's nothing more than firewood against us ghost cultivators. Seeing that the true Samadhi fire was useless, Xiao Hua used his divine telekinesis and a dot of green light flew out from under the cultivator's feet. 16 sword gleams were like 16 shuttles, enveloping the cultivator from top to bottom. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the dream executioner's seemingly random, but in reality, very methodical attacks, the dark green mist around the cultivator's body expanded. His entire body was covered by the mist. After the 16 flying swords pierced through the mist, it was as if they had pierced nothing. There was no obstruction at all as they passed through the mist. Ah! Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He clenched his teeth and said, "Split." Immediately, the 16 sword gleams once again split into 32. Like swimming fishes, they once again turned around and circled around the cultivator within the mist. Ha ha ha! The cultivator's laughter wreaked havoc within the mist. You're a thunder-controlling school cultivator, and you actually know the flying swords of a sword cultivator. And it's so strange. What a pity, how could you understand the power of a ghost cultivator? What should I do now? Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of the Buddha's Sarira again. And at this time, the green mist had already hit the wall of fire. The flames that were still burning fiercely just now were as if they had been doused with water and were instantly extinguished. The true Samadhi fire in the middle that had captured the ghost was also entangled by the mist, and the flames gradually extinguished. Roar! At this time, outside the palace, there was actually a roar. That sound seemed to have come from the outer realms, but it also seemed to be filled with anger towards the world. Motherfucker, what did I encounter today? Needless to say, from this sound, one could tell that the ghost outside was probably even more vigorous. At the same time that everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was trembling in fear, Xiao Hua's eyes looked at the human figure within the black and green mist and thought in confusion. This ghost cultivator wasn't afraid of poison. He saw through the 9-headed dove's poison and even drank it. He wasn't afraid of the dream executioner or the true Samadhi fire. Presumably, magic treasures like the cloud-suppressing seal and the sun-leaf fan also couldn't do anything. Xiao Hua's bottom line had already been approached. Little Yellow, Xiao Hua's mind entered the space. Unfortunately, Little Yellow didn't wake up. Go! Xiao Hua's mind withdrew. With a wave of his hand, the thunder palm struck out with a "kacha" sound. Immediately after, his hands rubbed together. The great confinement technique and the freezing technique were all cast out as if they didn't need any magic power. You little cultivator, your magic power is actually not bad. That cultivator was a bit astonished. However, although his tone was somewhat praising, other than the thunder palm dispersing the mist a bit, it didn't have any other effect. Kachacha. Another thunderous sound rang out, and it seemed to have hit the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. This sound was so loud that even Xiao Hua was scared to the point that he trembled. And clearly, the ghost cultivator's fog also trembled a few times. Could it be that this lightning tribulation is related to the ghost cultivator? Xiao Hua thought to himself, he's using the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's formation as a lightning tribulation. Or maybe he's using ghosts to block the lightning tribulation. Using the lives and blood essence of the cultivators in the palace hall to set up a formation to block the lightning tribulation. However, the ghost cultivator clearly didn't allow Xiao Hua to think any further. He waved his hand in the mist and the small triangular flag flew into the air. Dense mist gushed out from the small flag. This mist once again produced a suction force and sucked in the numerous ghosts that rushed into the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. One after another, blood-curdling screams gradually resounded from the small flag. Xiao Hua faintly opened his left and right eyes and saw the miserable scene within. That small flag seemed to be a fist-sized hole. As the green ghosts were sucked in, it gradually enlarged. When it was about a foot in size, a cry came from the hole. Immediately, an evil spirit with a head as big as a bucket and a body as big as an infant crawled out from the rolling black-green mist of the small flag. Wah! That evil spirit let out a cry and a trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. A few ghosts screamed as they were sucked into the evil spirit's mouth. And that evil spirit licked its small mouth as if it had eaten something and stood up from the mist. At this moment, not only could Xiaohua see it, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Everyone was so frightened that their hair stood on end as they looked at the infant standing in the air in disbelief. This infant was only 2 feet in size and its bald head was 1 foot in size. The facial features on its head were actually complete, but they were all dripping with blood. Its pair of eyes only had the whites of its eyes and there was basically no pupil. Both of its arms were broken and seemed to still be dripping with blood. A bleak and cold aura was emitted from the infant's body and the surroundings seemed to be sealed in ice. The white of the infant evil spirit's eyes moved. Although its pupils couldn't be seen, everyone felt as if they had been swept by a poisonous snake and goosebumps gradually appeared on their skin. The evil spirit let out another cry. It simply didn't wait for the ghost cultivator's instructions and suddenly pounced on the cultivator closest to it. The crowd of cultivators fled while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, but that evil spirit was unexpectedly extremely fast. It grabbed 2 male cultivators in one go. Those 2 male cultivators were around the 11th layer of the Qi refinement realm. They desperately threw out all of their yellow talismans, but every single one of them turned into talisman paper under the ghost Qi. They were simply unable to injure the evil spirit. Then, the evil spirit opened its mouth and bit on one of the men's arms. The male cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted from the pain. That arm was actually bitten off by the evil spirit. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It ate it bite by bite, just like an ordinary person eating a lotus root. The reputation of the 5 evil spirits is indeed well deserved. The ghost cultivator's voice rang out. It sounded very horrifying. That evil spirit was truly formless and flew extremely fast. Xiaohua thought that it was coming for him and was on guard. He didn't expect that the evil spirit would suddenly rush towards ordinary cultivators and was somewhat caught off guard. At this moment, when he heard the ghost cultivator's voice, he raised his eyes to look at Xue Xue who wasn't far from him. Xue Xue was still as calm as before. She was within the true Samadhi fire and similarly calmly looking at him. Forget it. If this ghost cultivator isn't eliminated, Xue Xue and my lives will be in danger. As Xiaohua pondered, his figure flashed and he pounced towards the ghost cultivator. With a wave of his hand, the great wisdom sword appeared from the space. Although this lord is a ghost cultivator, my strength is equivalent to your Dao Sex Golden Core cultivator. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dare to challenge me? The ghost cultivator laughed wildly within the mist. He pointed his finger and several strands of mist flew out like arms, rushing towards the true Samadhi fire around Xiaohua's body. With a sizzling sound, the true Samadhi fire gradually extinguished within the mist. Xiaohua's physical body began to appear. With a phoenix cry, Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body flew out. The 200-meter-tall Dharma body protected Xiaohua. It suddenly flapped its wings and the several strands of mist actually became much dimmer from the beating. You actually have the bloodline of the phoenix? When the ghost cultivator saw this, he again asked curiously, but this Dharma body, how can it have the aura of the netherworld? Eat this young master's sword first. How could Xiaohua answer him? Seeing that the distance was about right, he immediately used the bright thunder escape. With a rumbling sound of thunder, he instantly flew to the side of the ghost cultivator's mist. Even that strange flying sword of yours can't stab me. The ghost cultivator was clearly a bit arrogant. With a bang, the great wisdom sword precisely hit the mist. With a blood-curdling scream, a green drop of blood sprayed out from the mist. How can this magic artifact of yours hit me? Eat this young master's sword again. Xiaohua urged the phoenix Dharma body and grabbed down from the air, while his right hand once again raised the great wisdom sword and struck down. Strange. A sound that made one's teeth clench came from the ghost cultivator's mouth. When the evil ghost that was sweetly gnawing on the cultivator's flesh heard this, it reluctantly took the cultivator's corpse in its hand and rapidly flew over, pouncing towards Xiaohua's back. Go! Immediately after, the ghost cultivator's explosive shout was heard again. A boundless green mist rushed out, directly hitting the chest of the phoenix Dharma body. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1951. With a mournful cry, the phoenix Dharma body was suddenly flipped over and landed far away on the other side of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time his phoenix Dharma body had been hit so fiercely. His chest also felt a sharp pain. However, the falling momentum of the heavy sword in Xiaohua's right hand did not change. Humph! The ghost cultivator coldly snorted. A pitch-black round shield that was like a mirror appeared in his hand. With a loud, keng sound, the great wisdom heavy sword struck the round shield. Traces of cracks appeared on the round shield, and at this moment, Xiaohua seemed to have also been struck by a powerful force. His body actually lost its balance, and his entire body was flung out horizontally. But at this moment, the flames in Xiaohua's hand reappeared, and his palm struck the shrinking mist. With a sizzling sound, as expected, the true Samadhi fire was unable to ignite the green mist. Ha! You really don't give up. Although the ghost cultivator was mocking, he was actually somewhat weak. Clearly, he was injured by Xiaohua. But just as he said this, the green mist had also just retracted around the ghost cultivator's body. It looked like a green Taoist robe. At this time, Xiaohua's unbalanced body was facing him. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a scarlet flame flew out. Once this flame flew out, it immediately cut through the ghost cultivator's green mist like a meteor and rushed into his body. Ah! The ghost cultivator obviously treated this flame without heat as one thing. But when he saw the scarlet flame actually fly into his body, he was immediately shocked. The mist around his body that had already turned into a green Taoist robe quickly rolled and once again wrapped around the ghost cultivator. How can there still be time? Xiaohua sneered. He waved his hand and activated a secret technique. With a bang, a scarlet flame ignited within the green mist. That green facing the scarlet flame was extremely strange. Behind Xiaohua, the baby-like evil spirit flew over. It stretched out its fat, palmless arm and strangely grabbed at Xiaohua. Following the evil spirit's hand gesture, a desolate and sharp aura arrived first and grabbed Xiaohua's arm. Wah! There was a sound that seemed to be laughter, but before the evil spirit's bloody mouth could reach Xiaohua's arm, Xiaohua extended his right hand, and the prajna heavy sword unexpectedly struck the evil spirit's abdomen. Wah! This was the evil spirit's true cry. A fist-sized hole had actually been pierced through its chest by the prajna heavy sword. It had been pierced through. Caw! With a phoenix cry, the phoenix battle form regrouped and flew to the top of the evil spirit's head. Its sharp claws slashed down and hit the evil spirit's back. This baby-like evil spirit seemed to only have the intelligence of a baby. It did not know how to dodge, and the phoenix's claws sliced its back in half. Wah! The evil ghost turned its head and opened its small mouth. A long red tongue flew out and pierced towards the forehead of the phoenix celestial body. An incomparably fierce wind and bone-piercing cold air immediately pressed towards Xiaohua's forehead. Whoosh! Xiaohua was greatly shocked. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, wanting to block in front of it. Moreover, the celestial body also used the style of the Big Dipper god fist to dodge with all its might. With a light sound, the evil spirit's tongue pierced through the phoenix celestial body's wings. At the same time, it also pierced into the side of the phoenix celestial body's forehead. Immediately, a sharp pain came from Xiaohua's forehead. Ah! Xiaohua shouted loudly. He raised the prajna heavy sword and used all the strength in his body to hit the evil spirit's body. It seemed that with every hit, the pain would be lessened by a bit. Wawa, the evil spirit, was also very anxious. Its tongue turned, twisting like a soft sword and also stabbing towards Xiaohua's forehead. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's main body was not the phoenix celestial body. He only needed to twist his body slightly to dodge the tongue. Moreover, the Prajna heavy sword was lifted upwards. The originally edgeless heavy sword was now like an incomparably sharp sword, easily cutting the tongue in half. Wu, the evil spirit, was very anxious. Its small body bent down and opened its mouth. A gloomy and cold wind that could freeze a person to death was produced and blew towards Xiaohua. Go, seeing the Samadhi true fire around Xiaohua's body dying in the cold wind, Xiaohua opened his mouth and was about to spit out another spirit fire. But right at this moment, the triangular flag that the ghost cultivator had raised in the air suddenly shrunk rapidly. A powerful suction force was produced from the fog on the flag. The infant-like evil spirit's four limbs moved rapidly, struggling with all its might, but it was still unable to break free. Xiaohua did not have the time to look at the evil spirit being sucked back into the small flag. Instead, his figure moved rapidly. As he dodged, he used lightning escape to dodge to another level. But even so, half of Xiaohua's arm was still blown by the cold wind. Immediately, it was ice-cold and abnormally numb. Even the protective magic treasure was unable to block this cold wind. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly urged his true essence to rapidly flow through the meridians in his right arm, wanting to get rid of this ice. Unfortunately, after several attempts, there was no effect. Only when Xiaohua finally urged the dragon transformation art did his right arm gradually regain feeling. Too powerful. Xiaohua sighed and raised his eyes to look at the ghost cultivator who was ignited by the spirit fire. At this moment, the scarlet spirit fire had already gradually emitted a green fog. Within the fire, there was still a surge and some heart-wrenching screams. But at this moment, everything had already calmed down. Only the scarlet spirit fire was left burning the green fog, slowly engulfing it. Sigh, it's finally over. At this moment, the magic power in Xiaohua's body had already been consumed to less than half. His right arm was slightly drooping as he resisted the indescribable pain on his forehead. He raised his eyes to look at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The surviving cultivators were only less than half of the previous ones. Without the ghost cultivator's urging, the ghosts could only rely on their instincts to wander around. They were no longer like a swarm of bees from before. Although he could occasionally see one or two cultivators silently fall to the ground, these ghosts were no longer in Xiaohua's eyes. Darling Xiao. The Samadhi true fire above the rabbit array was still burning. Not a single ghost entered the array. Xue Xue and the others were naturally safe and sound. Seeing Xiaohua injured, Xue Xue couldn't help but cry out. Hee, I'm fine. Xiaohua let out a long sigh and waved his hand as if relieved of a heavy burden. The things that happened tonight really made him feel an indescribable feeling. Strange things happened one after another. Fortunately, he had a lot of methods. Now, he could finally deal with them all. Now, he only needed to use the Samadhi true fire to kill these ghosts one by one. Although there was only less than half of the cultivators left in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was still better than all of them dying. Kachacha, a series of thunderclaps struck the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall slightly shook. The Vermilion Bird Great Blazing Flame Array on the roof of the Palace Hall faintly flickered with brilliance. Xiaohua was just about to wield the Samadhi True Fire, but when he heard this thunderclap, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Shang Qing had died. Lan Jingming also died. The last ghost cultivator that appeared was also killed by the spirit fire. But this lightning tribulation, why hasn't it dissipated? Could it be that this lightning tribulation doesn't belong to that ghost cultivator whose strength is comparable to gold core? Chapter 1952. At this moment, clapping sounds came from not far away. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was Huang Mengxiang. A smile appeared on Huang Mengxiang's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said while walking, "Xiao Hua, you are indeed worthy of being a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, really beyond this servant's expectations." Sigh, a little Foundation Establishment cultivator actually killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator who controlled the Vermilion Bird formation and a Ghost cultivator whose strength was comparable to a Gold Core middle stage cultivator. I feel strange. Besides the Dharma body, flying sword, Samadhi true fire, oh, and your strange crimson fire, what other tricks do you have? Xiang Yang Yu was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and tried to grab hold of Huang Mengxiang, but Huang Mengxiang turned his head slightly and stared at Yan Yu. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yu fell to the ground. Xiang Huang Liang and Huang Tianla were shocked and shouted. "Fellow Taoist Huang, don't shout. She is not your Huang Mengxiang." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I'm afraid she is another ghost who wants to take over someone's body." Ah! Huang Liang and Huang Tianla stopped and stood there in shock. Are you surprised? Huang Mengxiang turned around and glanced at them, his eyes glowing with a faint green color. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has done too many shameful things. Today, they are here to seek revenge. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. They have done all kinds of bad things. When the time comes, they will take revenge. Senior. Huang Tianla said in a trembling and sorrowful voice, "When I pursued Lan Jingming, I felt that I had let down the Lan family, so I didn't dare to fight back. I only asked that he let the other innocent fellow Taoists go. Later on, I don't know about this ghost cultivator. After thinking about it, I really don't understand. He is a cultivator whose strength is comparable to a gold core stage cultivator. He can wipe out my Huang family at any time. Why did he wait until today to act? Moreover, I can't see through Senior's cultivation. It must be similar to the ghost cultivator just now. But why, did you only act today? What grudge does my Huang family have with Senior? Anyway, I can't escape today. Can Senior explain the matter clearly? Why don't you let this old man die in peace?" Huang Mengxiang laughed, his long hair flying. "You want to be a ghost who understands everything? In my hands, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain can't even be ghosts." Kacha. Another series of explosions rang out, and the heavenly thunder shook the entire Vermilion Bird Palace. The Vermilion Bird flame array on top of the palace rapidly flickered, and then its color dimmed. The runes on top of the array began to fade, and then they gradually fell off. The earth and stones under the runes also began to fall. "This lightning tribulation is indeed yours." Xiao Hua was extremely astonished in his heart, but his expression did not change. He coldly said, "Looks like you're afraid of this lightning tribulation and want to hide in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to avoid the lightning tribulation." With my cultivation, why would I need to rely on the Vermilion Bird Flame formation to avoid the tribulation lightning? Huang Mengxiang sneered and said, "This slave wanted to hide in Huang Mengxiang's body and see if I could avoid the thunder tribulation. I didn't expect that the dream mirage butterfly's egg would be destroyed by you. If Huang Mengxiang hadn't awakened, maybe this slave would have been able to escape this 10,000-year Great Tribulation." 10,000-year Great Tribulation. Xiao Hua was shocked. "Unfortunately, it was messed up by your little Foundation establishment for no reason. Tell me, shouldn't this slave properly thank you?" As Huang Mengxiang spoke, he didn't seem to make any movements. He only raised his head and opened his eyes. A powerful suction force was generated, and directly rolled toward Xiao Hua. This suction force was very strange, it was sucking in Xiao Hua's divine sense, eyes, and so on. Feeling his own divine sense involuntarily break away, his eyes also involuntarily looked towards Huang Mengxiang's eyes, and those eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries and endless charm. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. The magic power in his entire body surged, and the Samadhi true fire in his hand was waved out, and the phoenix celestial body also broke away from his body. Alas, the Samadhi true fire flew in front of Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang raised his tender white little hand, and with a pa pa pa, he randomly slapped it. As if he was slapping some fireflies, he extinguished them one by one. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all. What made Xiao Hua's heart tremble even more was that just as the phoenix celestial body broke away, the suction force in Huang Mengxiang's eyes increased greatly. That 20-something feet tall phoenix celestial body actually struggled as if it was also going to be sucked into it. Bad, Xiao Hua suddenly thought. His phoenix celestial body was formed by the wind of the netherworld, and there was even the soul essence of the fire ape and Chao Ni within it. Those were all not much different from ghosts. His own divine sense was still being sucked away. Wasn't the phoenix celestial body also being taken away by someone? Withdraw, Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew the phoenix celestial body. His entire body used the ethereal steps, and strangely slid within the suction force, escaping far away. That's strange, what kind of magic is that? How come this slave has never seen it before? Huang Mengxiang called out strangely. Right at this time, rumble, 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 the sound of rolling thunder fell down. With a series of kakaka sounds, the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was immediately destroyed. The 1 zhang tall roof fell down with a hua sound, smashing right in the center of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Following which, a torrential downpour passed through this space and fell inside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. With a kacha sound, a pile of earth and rocks fell inside the palace hall. Fortunately, there were no cultivators in the center of the palace hall at this time, and no one was injured. With a kacha sound, following the fall of the palace hall's roof, the Vermilion Bird blazing flame formation was completely destroyed. A purple heavenly lightning as thick as a thumb immediately fell down, striking right at Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang raised her head, and a green brilliance flashed in her eyes. Dozens of green halos flew out in succession, rushed into the air, and blocked the heavenly lightning. ZZZT, 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 with dozens of sounds, the green halos were destroyed by the heavenly lightning, and the heavenly lightning also disappeared at the same time. Sigh, this girl's physical body is still not very useful. Huang Mengxiang said in a low voice, under this servant's charm, such a genius actually appeared. If another 10,000 years passed, she would be able to become very useful. While speaking, a transparent human figure with black, white, and green flowing on its body gradually came out from Huang Mengxiang's physical body, and Huang Mengxiang collapsed on the ground, unconscious. You. Xiao Hua was stunned, you're actually a ghost. What? Can't this servant be a ghost? That ghost flew into the air, and coldly said. The dark red dot between her eyebrows was especially obvious. Roar, the ghost rushed into the air, and with a wave of her hand, a hurricane surged around her body. The countless ghosts in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were all swept up by the hurricane, and transformed into wisps of green light that flew into the ghost's body. Following the disappearance of the ghost, the green souls in the bodies of many cultivators were also extracted. They let out horrifying screams, and flew into the ghost's body. For some reason, the souls of Huang Tianle, Huang Mang, and a few other Tianmen Mountains Huang family disciples were not extracted. Following the absorption of the souls, the ghost's body began to show 5 colors, and gradually formed into a young girl. This young girl's facial features were delicate and pretty, and she looked somewhat similar to Huang Mengxiang. This formation of yours is actually quite interesting. Within the hurricane, the true Samadhi fire on the rabbit's formation had already been extinguished. However, the formation still flickered with a weak brilliance, and was barely holding on. The girl said somewhat strangely, "You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve." Seeing the ghost float towards the formation, Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. At this time, he already didn't have any more powerful tricks up his sleeve. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and opened his mouth, spitting out another spirit fire. He pointed his finger, and the true essence within his meridians rapidly flowed. He stirred up all the remaining magic power in his body to activate the spirit fire. That spirit fire was like a fire snake, and it pounced towards the ghost. What kind of fire is this? That ghost opened her eyes, and unexpectedly, a dark red netherworld fire also rushed out, blocking in front of the spirit fire. With a boom, the netherworld fire was actually ignited by the spirit fire, and following the netherworld fire, it burned towards the ghost. Ouch! The ghost was greatly alarmed, and Xiao Hua's heart was instead filled with joy. Unfortunately, just as the spirit fire flew in front of the ghost's eyes suddenly changed, turning into 7 eyes, forming the shape of 7 stars. Moreover, from those 7 eyes, 7 kinds of flame-like brilliance sprayed out, blocking in front of the spirit fire. With a squeak sound, the 7 kinds of flame-like brilliance almost turned white, blocking the scarlet-red spirit fire. The two entangled with each other, and eliminated each other. In no less than half a cup of tea's time, the spirit fire gradually disappeared, and the 7 kinds of brilliance also died out. Xiao Hua's magic power was completely gone, and he stood in midair. Although the earth expansion technique in his body was doing its best to refine the earth crystal Yao milk, it simply couldn't quench his thirst. Ha ha ha, your flame still can't beat this servant's 7 eyes amorous passion fire. The ghost laughed loudly, flew into midair, and stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Hua's forehead. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and spat out another spirit fire. Ah! The ghost was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly dodged, but Xiao Hua's magic power was completely gone, and he simply couldn't control the spirit fire. That spirit fire could only stop in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Ha ha ha, so it's because your magic power has been overdraft. The ghost laughed loudly. Like I said, a puny little foundation establishment cultivator can block this servant, so what does this servant's several tens of thousands of years of cultivation count for? Several tens of thousands of years. Xiao Hua's eyes stared straight. Kachacha, at this time, another bolt of heavenly lightning fell. The ghost raised her head, and 7 rays of fire flew out from her 7 eyes, forcibly extinguishing the heavenly lightning. Damn it, this is a real lightning tribulation. At this critical moment, Xiao Hua still had the leisure to think about the lightning tribulation he went through first. As expected, each bolt of heavenly lightning is more powerful than the last. The ghost faced the sky, looked at the ceiling that was like the mouth of a well, and sighed, endless lightning tribulation, today is this servant's tribulation. Let the heavenly lightning come even more fiercely, this servant also wants to vent all the hatred in my heart on the Huang family. Immediately, the ghost turned her head, looked at the rabbit formation, looked at Shui, and laughed, hee, this is your little lover, right? This servant also wants you to have a taste of the different paths of humans and ghosts, the feeling of being separated by yin and yang. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. That hand suddenly elongated, and in an instant, it touched the rabbit formation that was several zhang away. What was even more strange was that although that hand was blocked by the rabbit formation, it suddenly turned into liquid, and gradually forced its way into the formation. Chapter 1953. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat caught off guard and was greatly alarmed. He himself understood that the rabbit array should have 360 talismans. He only had the ability to refine dozens of talismans and was still far from being able to complete the array. The ghost breaking through like this would definitely reveal a flaw. Xiao Hua clearly still underestimated the ghost's cultivation. Just as he sent out his thoughts, the liquid had already entered the array. Once the liquid entered the array, it immediately transformed into a hand again. Although Xue Xue's butterfly orchid had already been released, the fluttering butterfly was simply a fallen leaf in that strange hand. The lightning on the lightning whip was even more like an itch. That hand didn't care at all. Without waiting for Xue Xue to resist, it grabbed Xue Xue's neck. How is it? Is your heart aching? Or are you preparing to escape in your heart? The ghost's 7 eyes once again transformed into 2 eyes. Accompanied by a delicate and pale face, it actually had a bit of a playful appearance. Put Xue Xue down, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and sucked the spiritual fire into his mouth. Ha ha ha, you can still be considered a little cultivator with some affection. The ghost laughed loudly and said, you think you can escape? Do you think your servant will be deceived by your hypocrisy? That I'll let you go? Ha ha ha, in this world, even family affection can be betrayed, what affection can still be real? The ghost sneered and said, if you kill yourself right now, I might consider letting this girl's soul reincarnate as a human. Xiao Hua, don't listen to her. At this moment, Xue Xue shouted, I've already written everything on a jade slip. You can escape, I definitely won't blame you. Jade slip? Xiao Hua naturally thought of that pink jade slip, but how could he leave? Slightly shaking his head, Xiao Hua smiled and said, wife, if you have something to say, just say it. Why bother with a jade slip? Right now, I don't have any magic power in my body, how can I escape from this ghost's evil clutches? What she said was nothing more than watching a play. Xue Xue knew that Xiao Hua wouldn't lie to her. Moreover, she also saw Xiao Hua's weakness after using the spiritual fire. She only sighed and said, husband, this is also good. Although you and I can't dual cultivate, my heart is already yours. Now that you and I can die together, it can be said that we can live in the same bed, die together, and be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same name. She's much happier than Little Cabbage. Husband, can you let me take another look at Little Cabbage? If you and I are no longer around, who knows who will eat its meat? Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He didn't expect that Xue Xue would still be thinking about the little cabbage at the moment of death. So, he waved his hand and took out the wooden basin containing the little cabbage from the space. He smiled and said, wife, don't worry. Even if this husband dies with you, the little cabbage will still be fine. Absolutely no one will be able to eat its meat. Looking at the little cabbage swimming in the wooden basin, Xue Xue muttered, poor little cabbage, I won't be able to see you again. I don't know where your other little cabbage is. I can't let you accompany your Yulang Jun. Husband, do you think the 2 of us will turn into 2 little fish after we die? Swimming freely in the cold river? No. Even if we change, we can't change into fish again. We will be eaten by people. Xiao Hua quickly said. Then what will we change into? Xue Xue and Xiao Hua had already put aside life and death and actually talked about it lovingly. Butterfly transformation. Xiao Hua shouted, you and I will become 2 beautiful butterflies. Early in the morning, we will drink the sweet rain, and at night, we will be friends with the fragrant grass. Great! Xue Xue clapped her hands and said, just as husband said. Butterfly transformation, butterfly transformation. At this time, the ghost's voice was unexpectedly mournful. Her eyes were watery as she muttered, if this servant can transform into a butterfly together with Yulang Jun, wouldn't that be the best thing in the world? Kachacha, the 3rd heavenly thunder unexpectedly hit the ghost's head. Ah, Yulang Jun! The ghost screamed. Lightning lingered around her body. The ghost hand that was holding Xue Xue's neck immediately withdrew, You are little cabbage. At this time, if Xiao Hua still didn't know who this ghost was, then he was really an idiot. Seeing the dark red on the ghost's forehead, he said in astonishment. Let this servant see your little cabbage. The ghost said in a low voice. Please. Xiao Hua put down the wooden basin. Ah, little cabbage, this servant hasn't seen you for many years. The ghost sighed and said, I didn't think that you, who were fighting to be eaten, would be alive today. Such a kind and affectionate couple, how could this servant separate you two? Little cabbage, senior. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I didn't think that senior, actually. Actually what? Isn't it just a lonely ghost? Little cabbage's gaze passed through the hole in the Vermilion Bird Palace hall and looked at the horizon. There, thunder rolled and purple lightning arcs streaked across the night sky. She said in a low voice, a wild ghost that has been struggling at death's door for several tens of thousands of years, little. Senior little cabbage. At this time, Xue Xue also gathered her courage and asked with a smile, why didn't senior turn into a fish? That. What about that scholar? He also didn't turn into a fish. Did he also turn into a ghost? You guys aren't together. Little girl, how can the legends of the secular world be true? Little cabbage smiled and said, this servant's name is Huang Yi. There are more than 1,000 legends about this servant on this cold river, but how can they know the truth? They only use their own appearance to make the story go in the direction they want it to go. If eating little cabbage can make lovers get married, then there wouldn't be any heartless people in this world. This legend is nothing but a lie made up by the fishermen on this cold river, a trick to swindle money. Soon after, Huang Yi looked at Huang Tianle, whose face was ashen and whose expression was indescribable. He sneered and said, I'm afraid that there are no real records in the Huang family's ancient records, right? Ancestor. Ancestor. Huang Tianle said ancestor for a long time, not knowing how to address him. This servant has already broken all ties with the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain. You don't need to call this servant anything, just calling me senior is enough. Huang Yi sneered and said, if you know what this servant did to Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid that you won't even call me senior. Say. Senior. Huang Tianle said, my Tianmen Mountain's Huang family's ancient records do indeed have such records, but unfortunately, it's not detailed, only a few sentences. However, since senior is a member of Tianmen Mountain and also has the surname Huang, then senior will always be an ancestor in this junior's eyes. Ha ha ha, if it's not detailed, how would they dare to write it in detail? Huang Yi laughed loudly and said coldly, do you know why the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain hasn't had many children after this servant? Why are there so few of their children with aptitude? This servant can tell you right now, it was this servant who put a curse on your Huang family. Because of this curse, there are no children, and aptitude is limited. Talisman. Xiao Hua's heart stirred as he recalled the Zhu clan of Jinghua City. Chapter 1954. Senior, what did my ancestor do to you? Why do you hate the Huang family so much? Huang Tianle's expression suddenly changed as he asked, no matter what, the blood of the Huang family flows in senior's body. Ha ha ha, you're right. It's precisely because I have the Huang family's Vermilion Bird sacred bloodline that I was able to use my sacred blood to refine the Seven Eyes amorous passion flame and resist the lightning tribulation for tens of thousands of years. I'm not afraid of Xiao Hua's strange flame. Huang Yi first laughed, then sighed. If it weren't for that, I would have killed the entire Tianmen Mountain with my own hands. Now that I've spared you all, it can be considered a favor. Is the curse so powerful? Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times, and he said in a low voice, Junior saw a secular family with the surname Zhu in Jinghua City. They were cursed, but, it seemed to be cured with this pill. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a parasol pill. Jinghua City's Zhu family. Huang Yi waved his hand, and the parasol pill flew in front of his eyes. He seemed to be thinking. Why is this family's surname so familiar? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Your pill is a bit strange. Huang Yi's 7 eyes appeared, and after 7 flames flashed, he said, the material used to refine this pill is ordinary, but it seems to contain something rich in vitality. I'm afraid this thing can break the curse. Of course, the curse is a sinister art. It's related to the cultivation of the caster and the degree of sinister poison of the curse. I'm afraid your pill can't break my curse. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the parasol pill flew into Xiao Hua's hand. This pill is very rare. It's effective against sinister arts, even the poison of the 9-headed dove just now. You could have used this to detoxify the poison just now. There's no need to use the poison of the green python. Junior is ignorant and inexperienced. I really didn't think so much. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said awkwardly as he took the parasol pill. Senior. Xue walked out of the rabbit spell formation and accompanied Xiao Hua. She still asked with concern, Senior still hasn't said how you became like this and how you endured for so many years. Also, where is Yu Zhongquan and Yu Shusheng? Looking at Xue, Huang Yi smiled and said, Yu Lang is naturally dead. He didn't have the opportunity to become a ghost like me. After so many years, he has probably been reincarnated several times. Senior, does a mortal scholar have such great charm? Xue asked curiously, he actually made you give up your cultivation. Young lady, you still don't understand. Huang Yi said, there is no reason for love. No matter if it is an immortal or a mortal, there is no difference in status, I understand. Xue hurriedly said, actually, Junior and Xiao Hua are about the same. This Junior just doesn't understand. What does a weak scholar like him have to make Senior fall in love with him? Huang Yi shook his head and said, you are wrong. The people of the world have been confused by the Immortal Alliance and the Huang family. Yu Lang is not a scholar. He is a Confucian cultivator, a ranger. Confucian cultivator. Ranger. Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at Xue, also baffled. Sigh, you all don't know. Early in the ancient times, Xiaoyu continent didn't only have Taoism. There were also Yao cultivators, beast cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, and other different cultivation paths. Huang Yi smiled bitterly. But later, for some reason, Taoism became the dominant sect and blocked all other cultivation paths. Yu Lang only became a ranger because he obtained the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. I understand. Huang Yi suddenly realized and said, Jinhua City's Zhu family was an extremely famous Confucian cultivator family after the ancient times. Their curse was probably left behind by Taoism's seniors. Really? Xiao Hua asked in disbelief. Huang Yi said embarrassedly, I can't be sure. Yu Lang told me all this that day. And Yu Lang, because he had the inheritance of Confucian cultivators and cultivated the core of Dan, he was discovered by the Huang family's seniors and was discovered by the Immortal Alliance. At this point, Huang Yi was disappointed. She raised her head and saw another thick bolt of heavenly lightning striking down from the sky. The power of the heavenly lightning was stronger than the previous one. Huang Yi was already injured by the heavenly lightning just now, so this time it was even more difficult. She managed to eliminate the heavenly lightning with great difficulty, but her body faded a bit. Yu Lang, it was all this servant's fault. It's a pity that I became a ghost and became a ghost cultivator. I can't see Yu Lang anymore. Huang Yi said sorrowfully, if I wasn't injured and wasn't saved by Yu Lang in the ancient temple, none of this would have happened. Xue accompanied Huang Yi in her grief, but Xiao Hua looked pensive. After Huang Yi dodged a bolt of heavenly lightning, he clapped his hands and took out Confucian clothes, core of Dan, and turtle shell. He asked, Senior, is this the core of Dan you mentioned? Ah. Once the core of Dan was taken out, a bright red light shone brightly. Huang Yi hurriedly blocked it with her hands and cried out, This is the core of Dan, the core of Dan with overwhelming righteousness. Quickly put it away, I can't bear it. But just as Xiao Hua was about to put the core of Dan away, Huang Yi shouted again, don't worry, this core of Dan, why does it have Yulang's breath? Yes, this is Yulang's core of Dan. As Huang Yi spoke, she floated up and resisted the red light from the core of Dan that was slowly corroding her body. She touched the core of Dan with her hand and said, that's not right, Yulang died in the cold river that day, how could he? Seeing that Huang Yi's body was corroding, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and put the core of Dan into his space. Huang Yi was very disappointed and sad. He stared at the void and no one knew what he was thinking. He didn't care about his body at all. Maybe Senior you also had other opportunities and practiced Confucian cultivation after reincarnation. Xiao Hua comforted her carefully. Little friend Xiao, if you don't enter the ghost path, you won't know about reincarnation. Huang Yi smiled bitterly and said, although I don't know the truth, I know that Yulang won't be able to. At this point, Huang Yi didn't seem to want to say anything more. He looked at the Confucian robe and tortoise shell in Xiao Hua's hands and said, these are indeed items of Confucian cultivation. The Confucian robe is the same as the Tao sect's magic treasure and can protect the body. The tortoise shell records the Confucian cultivation method. The characters are different from my Tao sects. However, little friend Xiao, I won't tell you. Yulang is your predecessor. In the Dawn Rain continent where the Tao sect was at its peak, Confucian cultivation could only be killed. Yes, Junior, naturally knows. Xiao Hua nodded and put the Confucian robe and tortoise shell into his space. Rumble, in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, there was another burst of thunder. Huang Yi's waist was already empty. Obviously, he might not be able to withstand another lightning tribulation. Huang Yi looked up and said, I naturally cultivate the ghost path. 1,000-year small lightning tribulation, 10,000-year large lightning tribulation, I'm always worried about the future. Day and night, I have to think of ways to avoid the lightning tribulation. Today. I'm afraid this will be my last lightning tribulation. In the future, I won't exist in this world anymore. No one will know the real story of Little Cabbage. Since that's the case, I'll tell little friend Xiao the details. Senior, can't you enter reincarnation? Shui said anxiously. She really sympathized with Huang Yi. Silly girl. Huang Yi looked at Shui lovingly and said, the heavens are fair. Since I entered the ghost path and stayed in this world, I can't reincarnate and become a human again. So it's like that. Shui was extremely disappointed, but Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Yi said again, I remember that it was a bright and beautiful spring day. I met the enemies of the Huang family in the distance of the cold river. I was seriously injured and barely managed to escape to the cold river. They blocked me in the sky above the ancient temple. Just as I was about to lose my life, Wandering Man wore a Confucian robe and held a long sword in his hand. He was like an immortal descending to this world. Although he knew his cultivation was insufficient, he still risked his life to save me, a person he had never met before. Sigh, little friend Xiao, your actions today are very similar to Xiao Lang's from that day. This is also the reason why I haven't made a move on you yet. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Huang Yi said again, under Wandering Man's protection, the two of us escaped from the cold river for several thousand li and finally threw off the strong enemy. However, the two of us were also seriously injured. Sigh, what a miserable couple. It wasn't easy to find a secluded valley with beautiful spring flowers to recuperate. That was the beginning of the most beautiful memories in my life. Little Cabbage was the name I made up to deal with Wandering Man at that time. I remember clearly that for a total of 104 days, I didn't know why I didn't send a summoning talisman. However, after I returned to the Huang family, I didn't stop thinking about the days in the secluded valley. I didn't stop thinking about Wandering Man. It was only at that time that I realized that I had already fallen in love with Wandering Man. I fell in love with that wandering man who saw no evil, heard no evil, spoke no evil, moved no evil, was cautious and even somewhat inflexible. It was also because of him that I didn't want to send a summoning talisman for a long time. After that, I thought for a long time. I even paced back and forth in front of the ancient temple for a long time before I went to look for Wandering Man again. Huang Yi's tone revealed a trace of shyness and happiness. Fortunately, Wandering Man seemed to be the same as me. He was also absent-minded in the ancient temple and recited Guan Guan Ju Do on the river's continent. A gentle and graceful lady, a gentleman's good mate. When he saw my arrival, he was actually surprised and happy. It was as if our hearts were connected. We thought it was a love destined by the heavens. However, a few years later, when I was discussing the matter of dual cultivation with Wandering Man, I found out that Wandering Man was actually a Confucian cultivator that I had never heard of before. Furthermore, Confucian cultivators were the great enemies of the Taoist sect. I would never be able to openly dual cultivate with him. However, I didn't care at all. As long as I could stay by Wandering Man's side, everything else was not a problem. Huang Yi continued, "It's a pity that this servant's cultivation did not improve. In the end, the family head, who is also this servant's father, found out. I was too naive. I thought that I could narrow the gap between the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators with the love between father and daughter. I thought that I would be able to complete my beautiful dream of growing old together with you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian." Chapter 1955. However, I never expected that for the sake of the Huang family's future, my father would report this matter to the Immortal Alliance. In order to destroy the inheritance of the Confucian cultivators, the Immortal Alliance actually set a trap in the cold river. They used my name to lure Yulang here and tried to kill him with the strength of several people. However, I knew that the situation was not good. When I arrived, Yulang was already dying. I knew that it was because of me, so I severed all ties with the Huang family and even the Dao sect at the bank of the cold river. I swore that I would live and die with Yulang. But this servant's cultivation is really too shallow. Seeing Yulang die in this servant's arms, this servant was helpless. The people from the Immortal Alliance were even more ruthless. They didn't care about the consequences and killed me. Huang Yi said hatefully, however, that day was the same as today. It was the 15th day of the 7th month, the day of the 100 Ghosts' journey. A malicious ghost was in the same situation as me today, avoiding the tribulation on the cold river. Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid the tribulation. When he couldn't avoid the tribulation, he saw my soul. I inherited the true blood of the Huang family's vermilion bird. Although it hadn't been awakened, my soul was different from ordinary souls. That malicious ghost wanted to devour my soul to refine the seven-eyed amorous flame to resist the tribulation. Unfortunately, he was devoured by my soul. However, it was because I devoured that malicious ghost that I was forced to cultivate the ghost Tao. However, there were also experts from the Immortal Alliance who understood the ghost Tao that day. They actually used their divine ability to destroy my soul. In desperation, I divided my soul into thousands of pieces and placed them in the bodies of the fishes in the cold river. Huang Yi recalled, I wanted to use this to escape. However, after the experts from the Immortal Alliance killed all the fishes in the cold river, they were afraid that my soul would escape, so they made up a touching story. Alas, it wasn't really a story. They only told the story of the cabbage. They said that couples who ate the cabbage would grow old together. The fishermen on the cold river also added fuel to the fire. They worked even harder to catch the cabbage, which led to the scarcity of the cabbage. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knows how many cultivators and mortals have consumed my soul. Seeing Xue Xue's confusion, Huang Yi added, that day, after my soul escaped, I endured the pain of being steamed and devoured by others. I cultivated the Ghost Tao diligently, and when I achieved great success in the Ghost Tao, I immediately wanted to take back all of my soul. However, at that time, I realized that my soul had already merged with the fish and could not be taken back. I could only take back all of the imprints on my soul and let it perish on its own. Humph, as soon as this servant mastered my divine ability, I wanted to avenge Yulang. Unfortunately, this servant's cultivation base couldn't catch up to the experts of the Immortal Alliance, so I could only vent my anger on the Huang clan. This servant cast the curse technique of the Ghost Cultivator on the Huang clan's ancestor. Didn't this servant's greedy father want to plot against the Huang clan's future? This servant will not let him have his way. This led to the decline of the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't know how to comfort Huang Yi. The pain that Huang Yi suffered was far beyond his imagination, so he definitely couldn't persuade him. However, the Huang clan's suffering for tens of thousands of years still can't resolve this servant's resentment. Today, this servant has made two preparations. If this servant can't survive the heavenly tribulation in Huang Mengxiang's body, then this servant is prepared to take a risk and see if I can seize Huang Mengxiang's body. Although it's almost impossible, Huang Mengxiang and I both have the Suzaku's sacred blood, so there's a glimmer of hope. If this servant can't survive the heavenly tribulation, then the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain, from today onwards, it won't exist in the Xiaoyu continent. Alas, who knew that fate makes fools of people? This servant actually met fellow Xiao. Then, Huang Mengxiang's dream experience can be considered as a little compensation to the Huang clan. As he spoke, Huang Yi glanced at Xiao Hua. Although he didn't say anything, Xiao Hua naturally knew the meaning of this gaze. His face slightly reddened, and he felt unnatural for a while. Alas, actually, when this servant reached out to attack Huang Tianle and the others just now, I already couldn't bear it in my heart. Huang Yi sighed and said, after all, they are of the same lineage, and they are all this servant's juniors. When I was casting the charm earlier, I felt that it was satisfying, and I was happy to take revenge. However, to really kill them, I still can't. To tell you the truth, fellow Xiao, when this servant saw that Huang Mengxiang's talent was outstanding and that he wasn't affected by this servant's charm, I also felt that this was the will of the heavens and that it was time for this servant to stop. Unfortunately, this servant's charm technique is easy to cast, but difficult to remove. This servant is powerless. Alas, forget it, forget it. After Huang Yi finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and shouted, wandering man, this servant is going to leave. Saying that we will meet again in the next life is just a luxury. Kachacha, there was another burst of thunder, and the heavenly thunder descended. At this moment, Huang Yi no longer had any resistance. He only stared at the heavenly thunder with his 7 eyes, and gave up after a little resistance. Seeing the heavenly thunder rolling, Huang Yi's body was suffused with bits of lightning, and his entire body was gradually melting. Xiao Hua understood that Huang Yi had resisted the heavenly thunder tribulation for tens of thousands of years and was already exhausted. Moreover, at this moment, she had revealed everything. The hatred in her heart had already been eliminated, and she no longer had the desire to live in this world. This heavenly thunder tribulation might be her release. Let this servant, turn into dust, dissipate in this Tianmen mountain, and become an eternal legend above the cold river. Huang Yi said sadly, I also hope that all the lovers who have eaten this servant's body will be married. Xue couldn't help but cry, and her expression was sorrowful. Senior, Xiao Hua bowed and said, Junior has, something that I don't understand. There's no harm in speaking. At this moment, the heavenly thunder tribulation had already passed, but the heavenly thunder tribulation was forming again. Clearly, it was not giving Huang Yi any time to breathe. But even if the heavenly thunder tribulation just now had already greatly damaged Huang Yi's vitality, most of his body had already disappeared, leaving only a badly damaged upper body and a very complete head. Junior wants to know, Senior has cultivated the ghost path for tens of thousands of years. Is it the same as a normal soul or soul essence? Is it possible to reincarnate after being reincarnated? Xiao Hua asked carefully. Huang Yi was shocked, and said thoughtfully, "Little friend Xiao, ghosts are originally formed by powerful souls, which is the so-called condensation of 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is not fundamentally different from the so-called soul essence. According to this servant's knowledge, there are devil path methods that can suck away this servant's soul, or increase cultivation, or refine devil tools. Little friend Xiao is not a person of the devil path, so you will not have devil path methods. But little friend Zhao's Dharma body seems to be somewhat strange, and somewhat related to soul essence. Little friend Xiao is not thinking of sucking away this servant's soul, right?" "No, no." Xiao Hua said anxiously. Junior, seeing that Huang Yi had misunderstood, Xiao Hua hurriedly patted his forehead, and circulated the exquisite leaf scripture. When the Buddha Sarira in Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace shone brightly with golden light, he immediately chanted the incantation, Lin. The hidden swastika symbol on his forehead gradually appeared, and then it quickly spun, and then projected a tiny swastika symbol of golden light in front of Xiao Hua's head. That golden light gradually expanded with the circulation of Xiao Hua's Buddhist mantra, and a Buddha Sarira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground gradually formed. Chapter 1956. And this Buddha relic continued to grow until it was 1 foot tall before it stopped. The 1 foot tall Buddha relic shone with golden light, and a pair of blurry eyes looked at Huang Yi with compassion. Although his vision was blurry, Huang Yi could clearly feel the look in his eyes, as well as the compassion within them. "Ah!" Huang Yi instinctively dodged and called out naturally, "Buddha." Buddhist sect. Lin. Xiao Hua used the Buddhist technique again and the golden, Lin, word spat out from the mouth of the Buddha relic and spun towards Huang Yi's body. "Ah!" Huang Yi's voice was pleasantly surprised at this time. "Little friend Xiao, since you have this technique, why didn't you use it earlier? This is the nemesis of those wandering ghosts. Senior knows." Xiao Hua saw that the Buddhist technique was effective and said with a smile, "Junior doesn't want to follow in Senior Yu's footsteps. Moreover, with Senior's technique, this Buddhist relic, is Senior's delicacy, right?" "He, little friend is right." Huang Yi said with a smile, "If you had used this thing earlier, your life would have been long gone. I definitely wouldn't have let you live a moment longer. Senior, please wait a moment. Since this technique is useful, Junior will lend Senior a hand and help Senior transcend and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Many thanks, Venerable One." Huang Yi put his hands together very sincerely and bowed to thank him. Kacha. Thunderous sounds rang out as the entire roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was ripped open. A purple ball of heavenly thunder flew down, and its sharp heavenly might suppressed the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Before the heavenly thunder even landed, Huang Yi's body had already begun to collapse. Sigh, Venerable One, I'm afraid I don't have this fortune. Huang Yi saw Xiao Hua using all his strength to urge the Lin, word of the exquisite leaf scripture to fly out. Although it hit his body, the Buddhist power was limited and it was difficult to completely transcend. He couldn't help but say sadly, "Even if I become the endless world, I will still be grateful for Venerable One's grace." Ha ha ha, Huang Yi, since you call me Venerable One, how can I not help you? Even if I have to give up this relic, I will still help you transcend. Come, I'll give you this relic. Hurry up and swallow it. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. The originally blurry eyes of the Buddha relic suddenly became clear and opened. His feet also took half a step forward. Just this half step caused the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to suddenly resound with the sound of Sanskrit. Countless heavenly flowers descended from the sky. This was the heavens and earth lamenting Xiao Hua's act of sacrificing oneself for justice. Venerable One, Venerable One, Venerable One. Huang Yi's heart trembled. He prostrated himself on the ground and cried, I know I was wrong, I was really wrong. You are not in the wrong, it is the people of the world who are in the wrong. Since the people of the world have been eating your flesh and eating your soul for several tens of thousands of years, I will repay your debt on behalf of the people of the world. I will repay your affection and use my body to repay the evil that the people of the world have done to you. Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira actually opened its mouth. It was so compassionate and so kind. Thank you, Venerable One. Huang Yi expressed his gratitude, and the scarlet mark on his forehead became brighter. Senior, hurry. There's not much time left. The heavenly lightning is about to strike. Xiao Hua was very anxious. He also didn't know why his Buddha Sarira suddenly spoke the words in his heart, so he hurriedly urged. Okay, Huang Yi's figure fluttered and pounced towards Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira, completely covering it. Intense pain emerged from Xiao Hua's mind and deeply pierced into his soul. This was a pain that Xiao Hua had never experienced before. Even when the heavenly tribulation descended last time and tore his body and meridians apart, he didn't feel this kind of pain. This pain was the pain of Huang Yi's loneliness for several tens of thousands of years. The pain of his body being eaten and his soul being eaten for several tens of thousands of years. At this moment, all of this pain was directed towards Huang Yi's body. Living a life worse than death, this was Xiao Hua's only feeling. He was about to collapse. He definitely didn't expect that he only wanted to abandon his Buddha Sarira and help Huang Yi enter the cycle of reincarnation. How could there be such a great pain? How could he know that his thinking was too simple? What he was doing was a great wish of the Buddhist sect. This kind of great wish had great fortune, but since it was great fortune, it naturally had a great burden. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have appeared in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It was as if several tens of thousands of years had passed. At every moment, there was loneliness and desolation. At every moment, there was the boiling of his body and the tearing of his soul. However, Xiao Hua couldn't do anything. His body couldn't move. His mind was also clear, and he wouldn't faint. In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, time and space seemed to have stagnated just like that. Amitabha, so sad, so good. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resounded from Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira. Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira was completely swallowed by Huang Yi. Xiao Hua's entire body became light, and all of the pain disappeared. Many thanks, Venerable One. At the place where the Buddha Sarira disappeared, Huang Yi's entire body completely disappeared. Only a wisp of white smoke remained. Venerable One's Naiwan Palace seems to have been sealed by a powerful existence. Even when this servant's cultivation was at its peak, I still couldn't remove it. This servant just discovered it, but after hesitating for a while, I decided to inform Venerable One. Venerable One's enemy's cultivation is very high, so you have to be careful. Moreover, this servant has recorded all of my knowledge in this imprint. I hope Venerable One can be merciful and save all living beings. As he spoke, the scarlet mark that was originally on Huang Yi's forehead flew into the swastika mark on Xiao Hua's forehead. This servant has to leave. Oh right, this servant's imprint contains a secret method to erase memories. Venerable One's Buddhist sect cultivation is the same as Yulang's Confucian sect cultivation. Both of them aren't favored by the Tao sect. Although Venerable One sacrificed himself and his Buddhist sect cultivation isn't present, if Huang Yi still wanted to say something, but the wisp of white smoke gradually disappeared. Faintly, only a few words were left. Yu Zhongquan, Yu Lang, you, where are you? It seemed to resound in Xiao Hua's heart. Kachacha, the ball-shaped heavenly lightning quickly fell like a meteor that streaked across the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It smashed into the place where Huang Yi's wisp of white smoke disappeared. However, at this time, Huang Yi had already been saved by Xiao Hua and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Who could the heavenly lightning strike? Boom! A loud sound resounded in Xiao Hua's mind. Although Huang Yi disappeared, the aura of swallowing the Buddha's Saraira was still present. Huang Yi's lightning tribulation naturally fell on the location of Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saraira. Whoosh! That ball-shaped heavenly lightning was like a mystical brush that touched Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. In an instant, the dazzling golden Buddha's Saraira rapidly formed from Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. Moreover, Huang Yi's lightning tribulation was the lightning tribulation of a 10,000-year ghost cultivator. It far surpassed the lightning tribulation that Xiao Hua's phoenix body experienced last time. After the 1-foot-tall Buddha's Saraira was formed, it only paused for a moment before it once again grew upwards like a bamboo shoot after the rain. It only stopped when it was about 2 feet tall. But even so, the heavenly lightning still lingered above the Buddha's Saraira. Between each lightning bolt, there was a golden liquid that formed and spread over the Buddha's Saraira. Thus, as the golden liquid increased, it gradually flowed and gathered at the foot of the Buddha's Saraira. It was also the place where Xiao Hua had obtained the 2 Sarairas. When the golden liquid gathered enough, a second-rank golden lotus throne gradually formed under the Buddha's Saraira. Ah, this time, Xiao Hua couldn't help but moan. However, the moan this time wasn't a moan of pain. Instead, it was a kind of itchy and comfortable moan that made his entire body feel like it was about to float. This kind of carefree and unrestrained comfort was something that none of Xiao Hua's previous joys could compare to. Perhaps it could really describe Xiao Hua's current feelings. When the 2-foot-long Buddha's Saraira was formed, the second-rank golden lotus throne was also formed. That purple heavenly lightning also disappeared. Because Huang Yi's aura had already completely disappeared, the lightning tribulation naturally also dissipated. The roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was facing a part of the sky. In that part of the sky, the dark clouds were disappearing and the dawn was gradually appearing. Even the pouring rain was gradually stopping. Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saraira, at this moment, had already appeared. Its eyes were filled with indescribable benevolence, as if it had seen through all the sufferings of the world and the hardships of the human world. Moreover, the golden color of the entire Buddha's Saraira was clearly thicker than before. However, this thick golden body still had many areas that were not clear. Xiao Hua knew that this was the reason why he still hadn't completely cultivated that exquisite leaf scripture. Bing, the Buddha's Saraira slightly opened its mouth and spat out a large, Bing, word from its mouth. It was precisely on the corpse of a cultivator. However, a wisp of green smoke could be seen gradually coming out from the corpse. Immediately after, from outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door, another soul suddenly and leisurely flew in. It was precisely the soul of that cultivator that was scared away by the evil spirit that was controlled by the ghost cultivator from before. Excellent. Xiao Hua sighed. The Buddha's Saraira opened its mouth again and hit that soul. Many thanks, Venerable One. That soul turned into a wisp of white smoke. It put its palms together and once again entered the cycle of reincarnation. The second divine ability of Buddhism, so that's how it is. It's soul summoning. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth contained a smile. His eyes also contained a faint benevolence. All of you wait a moment. Xiao Hua flew up and looked at the dumbstruck Xue Xue and the others. He took out the Buddha's Saraira and summoned the souls of all the cultivators that had died in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Only after he transcended did he descend. Many thanks, Venerable One. Huang Tianla's face was abnormally respectful. He brought Huang Mang, Yang Yu, and the surviving disciples of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family to all kneel on the ground. Excellent. Xiao Hua blurted out, you all don't need to call me Venerable One. Although I have Buddhism's divine ability, I am still a cultivator in front of you all. You can just call me fellow Taoist. I don't dare. Huang Tianla didn't get up. Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has been cursed for several tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it was just about to be exterminated. Now, it is in the hands of Venerable One. Venerable One is my Tianmen Mountains Huang family's eternal benefactor. We don't dare to neglect our benefactor. He, Xiao Hua laughed and said, didn't Senior Huang Yi say it clearly? She wasn't willing to exterminate you all because of her benevolence. Don't put this merit on my head. Chapter 1957. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. He knew clearly that Huang Yi had the intention of exterminating the Huang family today. If he couldn't avoid the lightning tribulation, the Huang family would disappear. If Xiao Hua didn't appear, the Huang family would have already ceased to exist. Not to mention what Huang Yi would do before he disappeared, the ghost cultivator alone was enough to turn Tianmen Mountain into a ghost town. Even if Huang Yi's resentment didn't dissipate, Tianmen Mountain wouldn't be peaceful in the future. I naturally know. In the future, fellow Xiao. Forget it, this is an act of gratitude from Tianmen Mountain. There's no need to tell fellow Xiao in detail. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically. All of you, get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, the fact that I have a Buddhist cultivation cannot be revealed. I will have to trouble everyone to let me cast a spell to eliminate it. I understand. Huang Tianle stood up and nodded calmly. He waved his hand at the Huang family disciples and everyone sat down cross-legged. We will also wait for fellow Taoist to cast the spell. Senior brother Xiao, please do it. Everyone said in unison as they sat upright in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xiao Hua. Xue also smiled and said, I will also ask Xiao Hua to cast the spell. Ah. You don't need to do it, right? Xiao Hua was stunned and said, I didn't plan to hide it from you. I just didn't have the chance to use it. I believe in Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua will also believe in me. Xue smiled and said, however, Xiaoyu continent is where the Taoist sect is at its peak. Many seniors have wonderful spells. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect this secret. But sometimes, even if I lose my life, the secret may not be able to be protected. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded silently. It was just as Xue said. The soul-searching technique could easily find his secret from her soul. Rather than letting Xue bear this risk, it was better to directly eliminate it. Moreover, whether it was Lan Jingming or Huang Yi, it was because of hatred. That hatred could actually last for tens of thousands of years. Xiao Hua absolutely wouldn't allow his slight negligence to bring any trouble to Xue. Fortunately, although hatred can be engraved in people's hearts for 10,000 years, love can also be engraved in the bones. Huang Yi's love for Yu Zhongquan has lasted for so long, it really makes people sigh with emotion. Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat indescribably glad. Inside Huang Yi's crimson mark, other than her experience as a spectral cultivator over the past tens of thousands of years, there were also a lot of strange and vicious secret arts. Not all of them belonged to her. Most of them had been cultivated by the wraiths in the past, including spells and techniques to erase memories. Xiao Hua was a Dao sect member and a cultivator. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that he wouldn't be able to use these things. Therefore, he first looked at the memory-erasing secret technique. After pondering for a long time, he began to use it on the people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. By the time he finished using everyone, it was already close to noon. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation wasn't shallow, he still felt somewhat exhausted. Looking at everyone who was sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and clapped his hands. A clear clap rang out, and everyone in the hall was startled awake. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle was the first to jump up from the ground. It seemed like he didn't want to die at all. He stepped forward and bowed, fellow Taoist, thank you for helping my Huang family's ancestor. If it wasn't for your help, my ancestor would have definitely been devoured by the wraiths and wouldn't have been able to protect my Tianmen Mountain's Huang family. Alas, it's a pity that this Xiao's cultivation isn't enough. Xiao Hua sighed, killing that wraiths was all due to your ancestor's strength. This Xiao could only help a little. Furthermore, your ancestor was seriously injured and has already dissipated. Even so, this Huang is already extremely grateful. Huang Tianle anxiously said, I really didn't expect that ancestor Huang Yi would actually throw away all of her previous hatred towards my Huang family and even protect my Tianmen Mountain. Now, she even gave up the opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation and perish together with the wraiths. My Huang family has really let her down too much. Yes, she's truly a great woman. Xiao Hua sighed emotionally. And she's also a rarely seen infatuated woman. Xue also echoed, I hope that the fishermen on the cold river will stop fishing for cabbages in the future and let her live leisurely in the cold river. Alas, Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has experienced so many calamities. In the future, they'll probably be able to once again display their elegance on the Xiaoyu continent with a new appearance. Xiao Hua looked up at the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and sighed emotionally. Let's borrow fellow Taoist Zhao's auspicious words. That should be the case. Huang Tianle was in a great mood, however, this matter was done by the younger generation. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it. Soon after, Huang Tianle's heart moved and he cupped his hands, fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness towards my Tianmen Mountain is truly as great as a mountain. In the future, my Tianmen Mountain will definitely erect a merit tablet for fellow Taoist and offer incense to him day and night. There's no need. Xiao Hua stared blankly and hurriedly waved his hand, this Xiao seems to be living very well. If I don't do this, this Huang would be ashamed to face fellow Taoist and my ancestor. Huang Tianle said resolutely. Do as you wish. Xiao Hua was helpless. In addition, fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang has a presumptuous request. If it was a normal day, Xiao Hua would have already said, since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it. However, at this time, Huang Tianle had just mentioned the merit tablet. How could he refute? He could only smile bitterly and say, fellow Taoist Huang, this is a trap for this Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang is doing this for the sake of Tianmen Mountain. At the same time, it's also beneficial to fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, please stay for a few days. This Huang will discuss it with Jin Er later and then tell fellow Taoist Xiao in detail. All right. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said, just prepare a quiet room for this Xiao. Yes. Huang Tianle nodded and ordered the Huang family disciples standing beside him. Just as Huang Tianle was talking to Xiao Hua, Huang Mang had already arranged for the surviving Huang family disciples to gather the other Tianmen Mountain disciples and clean up the mess in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xiao Hua had already removed the rabbit array. Yu Qian, Chan Lihao and the others were together. At this moment, Yu Qian stepped forward and bowed, fellow Taoist Xiao, it was all thanks to fellow Taoist's protection last night that I was able to survive. He, you are too polite. This is all fellow Taoist Yu's fortune. Xiao Hua laughed. However, Yu Qian insisted, I understand very well. Furthermore, I have already promised fellow Taoist Xiao last night. Today, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao everything I know to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving my life. After that, he turned around and said to Huang Tianle, fellow Taoist Huang, please use the quiet room. Fellow Taoist Yu, please wait for a moment. This old man's body is no longer the same as before. After this disciple is ready, this old man will personally lead you there. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. No rush, no rush. Yu Qian smiled and said. Xiao Hua took this opportunity to wave his hand at Chan Lihao and the others, indicating for them to come over. Senior brother Xiao. Chan Lihao and the others really admired this person who called himself senior brother. This was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and his divine ability was so powerful. This is the token of your Mo Cloud Village. Take it. Xiao Hua flicked his hand and took out the token of the guest elder of Mo Cloud Village. He smiled and said, "This matter is already over. This Xiao has also given you the artifact. This is the end of my position as a guest elder. What are your plans? Are you going to stay here for a few days or go back directly?" Chapter 1958. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao. Chang Li Hao took the token and said with a bitter smile, "Since you have taken the token, you will be the guest elder of Mo Yun Village. If I take it back, I will be scolded by the patriarch." "Haha," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "if this Xiao takes your Mo Cloud Village to heart, then even if I don't have this token, I can still help. If I don't take your Mo Cloud Village to heart, then isn't having this token the same as not having it?" Little friend Chang, fellow Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without the permission of the sect, he can't be a guest elder of other families. Fellow Xiao took your token as a game. Because of this token, he gave Mo Yun Village the sparrow drink of the Huang family. If you are too entangled, not only will it be bad for Mo Yun Village, it will also be bad for fellow Xiao. Huang Tianle quickly explained. "Oh. There is such a thing." Xiao Hua was surprised. He naturally didn't know about this. However, he didn't want to be a guest elder of Mo Yun Village. "Yes, I understand." Chang Li Hao's face turned red. He naturally remembered that Xiao Hua reported his origin last night and was afraid that Huang Yi would cause trouble for Mo Yun Village. Then, Chang Li Hao took the token and looked at Chang Li Min and the others. He said, "We have received benefits from Sky Gate Mountain. Naturally, we can't go there easily. Also, we are juniors. We will stay at Sky Gate Mountain for a few days. Sky Gate Mountain may have a shortage of disciples, but we will follow Senior Huang's orders." "Great." Huang Tianle clapped and said, "Mo Yun Village is lucky to have disciples like you who know when to stop. Sky Gate Mountain will join hands with Mo Yun Village." While they were talking, a disciple came over to report that the quiet room had been prepared, so Huang Tianle personally led Xiao Hua and the others to the quiet room. Before Xiao Hua left, he used his divine sense to look at Huang Mengxiang who was still sleeping. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, he felt relieved and left. After arriving at the quiet room, Yu Qian and Xiao Hua went in first. After the time of a meal, the two of them came out. Yu Qian's face was filled with excitement while Xiao Hua had a slight frown. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is my greatest wish, and also my hope. I've never told anyone about this before. If fellow Taoist is interested, I hope you can lend me a hand. My request is just a little bit, and, fellow Taoist you, please be at ease. This Xiao has always been a man of his word. Just as I said earlier, if this Xiao has the chance, I will definitely send you a message." Xiao Hua said with a slight nod. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." Yu Qian was overjoyed, he actually bowed and expressed his thanks. Soon after, Yu Qian bid farewell to Xiao Hua and the others and left Tianmen Mountain with his disciples. "Alright, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Xue, you can rest here." Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, "Tianmen Mountain is in chaos now. I still have to do this one last time. Please go, fellow Taoist Huang." Xiao Hua straightened his face and cupped his hands. "I await fellow Taoist Huang's summons." Alas, fellow Taoist Xiao is truly righteous. Huang Tianle couldn't help but say this again. Tianmen Mountain had undergone a great change, so there were bound to be thieves who coveted it. Furthermore, Xiao Hua displayed his invincible might last night. Since he wasn't in a hurry to leave, those thieves definitely wouldn't dare to rashly come to Tianmen Mountain. For Tianmen Mountain, which only had peak stage aura refining cultivators, this was definitely another favor. Although Xiaohua didn't say it, how could Huang Tianle not know? After Huang Tianle left, Xiaohua and Xue Xue entered the quiet room and activated the restriction on the quiet room again. After looking at it again and again, they still weren't at ease, so they set up their rabbit formation again. Only then did they sit down and look at Xue Xue, whose face was serene but whose eyes were filled with exhaustion. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Wife, what is written in this jade slip of yours? Why can't you let your husband know now?" Xue Xue's face reddened and she whispered, "If I let you know, then I will definitely let you know. If I don't let you know, then what? Then it's not time yet. It's useless for you to ask too much." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Although you and I haven't dual cultivated, our hearts are connected and our feelings are deep. What is there that can't be said? You're making your husband suspicious by hiding things like this." Xue Xue's face became flustered. She lightly gritted her teeth and said, "This lowly concubine will swear a heart oath right now." "There's absolutely, don't." Xiaohua was also flustered. He quickly clapped his hands, and a gust of wind blocked Xue Xue's mouth. He quickly said, "There's no need to swear a heart oath. I'm just casually asking. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Don't worry, darling Xiao." Xue Xue smiled and said, "You'll know the contents of the jade slip sooner or later." I know." Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue with a smile. "You're also tired. If you want to sleep for a while, then sleep. With your husband here to protect you, you'll be safe." Ha! Xue Xue was really tired. Last night was really too exciting. Wave after wave, until Huang Yi appeared in the end. Xue Xue's body was in the middle of it all. Whether it was her mind or body, she was exhausted. At this time, when she heard Xiaohua mention it, she couldn't help but yawn. She walked to Xiaohua's side and lay down. She muttered, "If this lowly concubine sleeps, I won't sleep forever like Huang Mengxiang, right? How can that be? Even if you don't wake up, your husband will definitely wake you up in your dreams." Xiaohua couldn't help but pinch Xue Xue's nose and said, "And then darling Xiao, go ahead and cultivate. This lowly concubine will sleep for a while." Xue Xue whispered a few words. She felt her face become stiff and she gradually fell asleep. "Ai, it's been hard on you." Looking at Xue Xue's sleeping appearance, Xiaohua naturally knew that Xue Xue was worried about him last night. He couldn't help but feel guilty. But if he wasn't here last night, if he didn't step forward bravely, who would know the final outcome? How could a pitiful female ghost like Huang Yi reincarnate? Xiaohua's space rumbled. Under the starry sky of the heavenly Tao, the hand of karma shook again. Xiaohua's face was filled with joy. He immediately entered his space and carefully comprehended the way of karma. This continued for more than 10 days. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, his face devoid of joy or worry. He seemed to be cultivating, but there was not the slightest fluctuation of magic power on his body. It was the same situation as when he comprehended the heavenly Tao. The only difference was that Xiaohua's body did not fade away. He sat there like a mortal, breathing normally. In the way of karma, everyone was an ant, but it was also real. All cultivation, all realms were void. Whoosh! A summoning talisman flew in from outside the quiet room. It hovered outside the rabbit array for a long time before quietly stopping in midair. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Xue Xue, who was looking at him curiously, and said, "Hehe, you actually took more than 10 days to send a summoning talisman. Fellow Taoist Huang is really patient. I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I?" Xue Xue carefully asked. Since the last time she used her hand to touch Xiaohua's body while he was cultivating, although it didn't bring any trouble to Xiaohua, Xue Xue still felt uneasy in her heart. At this time, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. No. Xiaohua pulled Xue Xue's hand, removed the rabbit array, and opened the restriction of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, there were only 3 people. One was Huang Tianle, one was Huang Mang, and the last one was naturally Huang Mengxiang. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Huang Tianle. He couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Huang Tianle had been gone for more than 10 days, and he seemed to have completely changed. Not only was he all skin and bones, his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair, his trembling body, and the walking stick in his hand all showed that he had already reached the end of his life. Fellow Taoist Huang, Xiao Hua quickly cupped his hands and said, "I've been waiting for several days. Does fellow Taoist Huang have any instructions for me?" Huang Tianle quickly returned the greeting. It was very difficult. Xiao Hua quickly supported him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Huang, you don't need to be so polite. Alas, I'm already an old man without any magic power. I'm indebted to Taoist Xiao for thinking so highly of me and even calling me fellow Taoist." Huang Tianle sighed and said, "How would this old man dare to order Taoist Xiao? Fellow Taoist Huang, just call me fellow Taoist. Don't call me Taoist, I can't afford it." Xiao Hua said very sincerely. "And, since it's like this old man will still call you fellow Taoist." Huang Tianle nodded. "I've called you that my whole life. I really can't change it all of a sudden. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Seeing that Huang Tianle actually didn't talk in this quiet room, Xiao Hua knew that the matter Huang Tianle wanted to talk to him about was very confidential. However, after thinking about it, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although the magic power he displayed was very profound, his opponent was at most at the early stage of foundation establishment. Huang Tianle couldn't possibly covet him. Or perhaps, thinking of this, Xiao Hua unconsciously slanted his eyes slightly and looked at Huang Mengxiang who was supporting Huang Tianle. He secretly said, "This little girl couldn't have told Huang Tianle everything that happened in her dream, right? But what happened in her dream, even I don't know. She can't just blame me because of this, right? Perhaps she wants to entrust Tianmen Mountain to me." Xiao Hua made an even bolder guess. However, he knew that this was impossible. After all, he was an outsider. 10 days ago, Huang Tianle still didn't know who he was. He was also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Entrusting Tianmen Mountain to him was the same as gifting Tianmen Mountain to the Imperial Thunder sect. This young master is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. Huang Tianle was now an old man with one foot in the grave and couldn't fly. Moreover, it seemed that because he wanted to see more of Tianmen Mountain scenery and stay here for a while, Huang Tianle didn't urge Huang Mang, Huang Mengxiang, and the others to fly. He just wandered around the beautiful scenery bit by bit. The Huang family's foundation was indeed extraordinary. 10 days ago, only the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. The other places were safe and sound. Moreover, Huang Yi and that ghost cultivator only killed the people around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The ordinary disciples of the Huang family and even the family members who didn't have any magic power were not hurt. At this time, what Xiao Hua and Xue Xue saw was different from the first time Huang Tianming led them. After passing through several gardens and avoiding people, they came to an extremely barren place. Chapter 1959. Lush green grass flourished in this barren land, reaching the height of half a person. All kinds of withered old trees could be found everywhere, all of them lying horizontally, with withered branches sticking diagonally into the air. A wave of gloomy and cold air blew towards the face. "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Huang Tianle said slowly, "I've been cultivating since I was young. Although I'm not as outstanding as Tianming, I'm still considered one of the few people in the withered Huang clan. Once I was able to fly with the help of the yellow talisman, I no longer walked peacefully. Whether it was leaving Tianmen Mountain or inside Tianmen Mountain, I always flew and never walked. Presumably, fellow Taoist Xiao is also like this, right? Xiao Hua was very surprised by Huang Tianle's words. He smiled and said, I'm also like this. Why would I walk when I can fly? Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao, I used to think like this too. However, since I couldn't fly and could only walk a few days ago, I realized that sometimes people still have to have their feet firmly planted on the ground. Walking on the ground more often, that kind of steadfast feeling far surpasses the carefree feeling of flying. Grandfather. Huang Mengxiang smiled and said, Senior Xiao is now unsheathing his flying sword and showing off his sharpness. I can't compare to you who's experienced the vicissitudes of life for more than 100 years. Hehe, when people get old, they talk too much. They always feel that their own understanding is a treasure and hope that others can share it with them. If there's anything wrong with what I said, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. Huang Tianle smiled and pointed at the barren land. There was a courtyard near the foot of the mountain and beside the river. He said, this is Ancestor Huang Yi's old residence. This is Senior Huang Yi's old residence. Xiao Hua said in surprise, it's been several tens of thousands of years, but it's still here. This place is protected by a formation. Every 4 or 5 years, someone comes to clean it. Huang Tianle stood still and said in disappointment, moreover, there's often a cold wind here. Apart from the person who cleans this place, very few people come here. To be honest, this was the first time I came here a few days ago. I really didn't expect this place to still be so intact. However, thinking about it, I'm afraid that Ancestor has always been here. Xue Xue looked at the pavilion in the distance, but her eyes were blurred. She would rather believe the touching legend she had heard on the cold river than believe the tragic story Huang Yi had told her that night. Fellow Taoist Huang, could it be that you want this Xiao to see Senior Huang's old home? Xiao Hua said with a beaming smile. Huang Tianle shook his head and said, of course it's not that simple. Please explain, fellow Taoist. Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think of the formation protecting Senior Huang Yi? Of course it's good. Xiao Hua said curiously, it's already been several tens of thousands of years, yet this place is still protected so well, practically unaffected by the erosion of time. This Xiao has never seen such a formation before. Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao must already know some of the origins of my Huang family. Huang Tianle said with a smile, back in the day, my Tianmen Mountains Huang family was an all-powerful cultivation family in the Xiaoyu continent. This kind of array can't be considered rare. Yes, exactly. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this Xiao has tasted the might of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Vermilion Bird Blaze Grand Array. I nearly died without a burial ground. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Don't tell me you don't want to know why an array controlled by an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can eliminate a nascent soul cultivator. Huang Tianle suddenly said. This. Xiao Hua suddenly had a bad feeling. Fellow Taoist Huang, fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang invited you to take a look at Ancestor Huang Yi's old residence. On one hand, this Huang wants Ancestor Huang Yi's spirit in heaven to bear witness to this Huang's sincerity. On the other hand, this Huang wants you to know the power of my Tianmen Mountains Huang family's array. Huang Tianle said in all seriousness, fellow Taoist Xiao saved this Huang and even the Tianmen Mountains bloodline on the night of the lightning tribulation, don't. Fellow Taoist Huang. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior Huang Yi has already made it clear that he has already given up on the Huang family's grievances. This Xiao is just adding fuel to the fire. The more Xiao Hua evaded, the more satisfied Huang Tianle was in his heart. He said with a smile, then this Huang will be frank. This Huang wants to make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao on behalf of my Tianmen Mountains Huang family. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, it won't involve the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly. He couldn't think of Huang Qianla's words. He asked curiously, this Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What kind of deal can't involve the Imperial Thunder Sect? It's actually quite simple. Huang Qianla said with a smile, previously, fellow Daoist Xiao has already seen the power of the Vermilion Bird Flame Array in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It's also because of this that many small sects don't dare to have any ideas about my Tianmen Mountain. Of course, the 7 major cities such as Haoming City, the 3 major cultivation sects, the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the Rinsing Flower Sect, these large sects don't put the declining Huang family in their eyes at all. This array isn't something they can absolutely rely on. However, on the day of the lightning tribulation, that array was completely destroyed, and there's no possibility of it being repaired. This way, my Tianmen Mountain has lost its reliance on fat meat, and everyone wants to take a bite out of it. Moreover, this old man is about to leave this world, and my Tianmen Mountain no longer has a foundation establishment cultivator. I'm afraid that any cultivation family will want to take advantage of us. Xiao Hua frowned. If they wanted to rely on the Imperial Thunder Sect, why would they make a deal with him? They can't let him marry into their family. They want him to support Tianmen Mountain. Could it be that Huang Mengxiang said something? Xiao Hua really had a guilty conscience. He couldn't help but think of those things again, and he looked at Huang Mengxiang slightly. Huang Mengxiang's expression didn't change, but he looked a little sad. Obviously, he was reluctant to let Huang Qianla pass away. On the day of the lightning tribulation, I saw that fellow Daoist Xiao also knows the Tao of Array, and his attainments are extremely high. Even my ancestor had to spend some effort to crack it. Therefore, I'm bold enough to ask fellow Daoist Xiao to help repair the defensive array of my Tianmen Mountain. Ah! Xiao Hua thought for a long time, but he didn't expect Huang Qianla to make such a request. Fellow Daoist Xiao, the spirit stones used to repair the array are all provided by my Tianmen Mountain. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to worry. Huang Qianla hurriedly said again, also, all the Tao of array in my Tianmen Mountain, can be comprehended by fellow Daoist Xiao. In other words, my Tianmen Mountain absolutely doesn't guard against fellow Daoist Xiao. This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He came out to experience and accompany Xue Xue to see the sea, but he was actually asked to repair the array. He wasn't a array master. Huang Qianla saw Xiao Hua hesitating, and he was delighted. Since Xiao Hua could save Tianmen Mountain, he naturally didn't worry that Xiao Hua would covet anything from Tianmen Mountain. Moreover, he hoped that Xiao Hua would covet it. At least he still had a beautiful granddaughter. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would flatly refuse, or his Tao of array wasn't enough. Now that Xiao Hua was hesitating, what did it mean? Naturally, he had the confidence to repair the array. He was thinking, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.